Welcome to the first edition of the India Today Indo-Japan Conclave. This year, 2022, marks the 70th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between Japan and India. To celebrate this important year, India Today magazine is hosting the special conclave, India and Japan at 70. At this forward-looking event, we're bringing together eminent experts to debate and discuss how to expand this India-Japan partnership in key areas such as geopolitics, trade, business, technology, development and culture, and really set the agenda for the future. Our official hashtag, Indo-Japan Summit, and I must thank our sponsors today, presented by Maruti Suzuki, powered by Mitsui & Co., tech partner Toshiba, innovation partner NEC, celebration partner Suntory Whiskey Toki, and co-chaired by the Embassy of Japan. I'd like to invite on stage our eminent panelists and guests for the lighting of the lamp as we kickstart this auspicious occasion. S. Jaishankar, Minister for External Affairs. A big round of applause for the Honorable Minister, please. Mr. Suzuki, Ambassador of Japan to India. Mr. Suzuki, a very warm welcome. And Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing at the India Today Group. Thank you so much, Ambassador. Could I request the Honourable Minister to stay on stage? And once you all have a moment, I would like to invite Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing at the India Today Group, for the introductory remarks in just a moment.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. S. Jaishankar, Union Minister of External Affairs, Mr. Hiroshi Suzuki, Ambassador of Japan to India, distinguished speakers, and friends. On behalf of the India Today magazine, I extend a very warm welcome to you for this special conclave. I want to especially thank Dr. Jaishankar for agreeing to deliver the inaugural keynote address, even as Parliament beckons, we were just speaking, and he says he has a very important bill on marine piracy that he has moved in the Lok Sabha and likely to have a debate today on that, and hopefully it'll be passed. So let's give him a very warm round of applause. I'm sure all of you all were watching the football match last night, as did Dr. Jaishankar, and he keeps a hectic pace. And so if our throats are a little sore and hoarse today, it's partly because we may have missed some sleep. But it was all for a good cause. What a great game football is. And as president of the all-powerful G20, the coming year will see India make its biggest ever international outreach. This is truly India's moment in the international scene. It's only appropriate, therefore, that India Today magazine, which is now in its 40th year of publication, is putting its shoulder to the wheel to speak, to widen our readers' international perspective. Dr. Jaishankar, I'm happy to inform you that this is the first of the series of country conclaves that India Today magazine plans to organize in the coming months and the year. And as I was speaking to him, and I mentioned this to him, he said, you've done State of the States, State of the Country, and now you're doing State of the World. And I think he put it brilliantly. Thank you so much. It is also apt that we are kicking off this series by looking at India-Japan relations and how to enhance them. As Abha had said, both countries are celebrating 70 years of their diplomatic engagement. But, and there's a big but, despite all that, the reality is underwhelming. Dr. Jaishankar, you had pointed out in your incisive book titled India's Way that despite the 7 decades, these two Asian giants have a very limited history of policy exchange, leave alone any other matter. But the imperatives confronting the world have prompted both countries to redefine their relations in the past decade or so. Today, as we know, and as we stand here, the global order is in the process of dramatic changes, uncomfortable, some caused by the US, that is reshaping its outlook, an aggressive China, a belligerent Russia involved in a debilitating Ukraine war, a volatile Middle East, and in all that, the rise of India. All this on the backdrop of a global economy which is on the brink of recession after being devastated in the past 2-3 years by 2 calamities. One, a supposedly natural one, the COVID threat, which is on the decline, but its effect is still being felt. The other man-made, the war in Ukraine, which is only escalating, and its impact is only likely to get worse. So, with the power balance in Asia irrevocably altered, India and Japan are compelled to find ways to strengthen and heighten their engagement, not just in security and economic areas, but also in technology, strategic, and even culture. These developments, and to put it very briefly, have seen Japan and India become part of the Quad in terms of geopolitical engagement. Defense ties have heightened, and business and investments have grown rapidly. All this bodes well for the relationship's future. That it has plenty of room for improvement is without doubt. And just to give you an idea, India was Japan's 18th largest trading partner, and Japan was India's 12th largest trading partner in 2020. Total trade was $20.5 billion last year, with the balance heavily tilted in Japan's favor. And just to put that figure in perspective, the total trade between Japan, the total trade that Japan had with China was $372 billion in 2021, which is 19 times the size with what they had with India. What is encouraging, though, is that direct investment from Japan to India has been increasing. Japan is now the 3rd largest investor in the Indian economy, and it was pegged at around $1.5 billion last year. In March, Japanese Prime Minister, Minister Fumio Kishida, and Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the 14th India-Japan Summit set an investment target of $42 billion for the next 5 years. So in this conclave, we will look at all aspects of India-Japan partnership, whether at the geopolitical level, security and economic issues, and even the cultural aspects. We have put together keynote speakers and panelists who are top experts and the best names in the business with the purpose of setting an ambitious agenda for the future. We are honored that Dr. Jaishankar has agreed to deliver the keynote address, and he will be speaking on the promising way forward in relations between the two countries, apart from other issues that he would like to raise. Dr. Jaishankar, of course, requires no introduction, having been a distinguished diplomat, including being a foreign secretary and serving in key assignments in the US, China, Sri Lanka, Singapore, Japan, Russia, and Czech Republic, just to name a few. Now, he is one of the world's most erudite foreign ministers who believes in giving as good as he gets and holding the Indian flag high wherever he goes. Dr. Jaishankar, may I now request you to deliver your keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a very warm round of applause. Dr. Jaishankar.
Mr. Raj Chengappa, Ambassador Suzuki, dear friends. First of all, let me say what a great pleasure it is to join you this morning, and I heartily commend your initiative because I do think that events like these would promote greater awareness about foreign policy, about international relations in the country, and also probably bring sharper focus on individual important relationships. So a great idea. Please keep it up. Look forward to seeing more of such events. Now, the first one in the series of what I was told was with Japan, and I've had the privilege of being associated with this relationship now for more than 25 years. It's good to see before me a number of colleagues who've been part of this journey. So I know that many of them would empathize with at least some of what I'm going to say to you. I would like to make essentially 10 points today about the relationship. The first point is that Japan and India have no negative history. And I say this because today a lot of international relations is being shaped in different parts of the world by what has been described as a return to history. So, in fact, if anything, Japan is viewed in India as having a positive role, as in many ways having contributed to the achievement of our independence. So, to the extent that there is any historical factor in the relationship, it is a positive factor. The second is that, like much of the world, or at least much of Asia, Japan is perceived in India as a model in terms of the transformation of a society towards modernity. That how Japan has embraced modernity while preserving its culture and its identity, its heritage, its traditions, I think is something which is very singular. It is something which is which many other societies, certainly India, has taken note of. Not just now. Perhaps today that debate is stronger in India, but over many years it has been an exemplar of harmonizing modernity and tradition. Related to that, I should also add that, in any society, important relationships will always be the subject of political divide, especially in democracies. And the India-Japan relationship is one where there's actually a very deep national consensus that parties from the right to parties from the left have historically consistently been supportive of the growth of this relationship, and that also to me singles it out. So the point I would make is that in an era where there's much greater global rebalancing, where countries today are bringing not just their capabilities but their cultures, their perspectives, their heritage onto the international stage in order to democratize the international order. I think the relevance of Japan to India's prospects is even more than it was before. Now, my third point. For many years, for many decades actually, this has been viewed largely as a bilateral relationship. Not just a bilateral relationship, largely as an economic relationship, and particularly as an ODA-centered relationship, an official development assistance-centered relationship. So, if we look at the relationship right till the 90s, I would say, it is very much a relationship that is centered around projects, around ODA support, essentially around finance and project development projects in the country. And in that sense, actually, it was a relationship where global strategy of either country had relatively little impact. And in many ways, you could argue that the period of the Cold War also created certain strategic limitations to the relationship. So, like it has happened with many of our other partners, the end of the Cold War opened up possibilities in the 90s. Opening up possibilities doesn't necessarily mean that they can be exploited quickly, but at least the doors were beginning to be open. So it has been, all said and done, a very harmonious relationship, a friendly relationship, but if we are honest, in many ways a relatively limited relationship, limited in its scope, in the intensity of the relationship, and especially in its strategic implications for the rest of the world. My fourth point, the business side. Japan has a very long business history in India. It's a business history which actually goes back to the 19th century. And interestingly, Indian businesses also have that long a history in Japan. There have been Indian businesses which went in there a few years after the Meiji Restoration. So we've had about 150 years at least of strong, sustained business. Even if, you know, I'm discounting the earlier era of trade, which of course goes back many more centuries. But the point to recognize is, while there was a footprint, sometimes actually not a small footprint, it was never a deep footprint. You had many Japanese companies here, but they didn't scale up in the way in which they have done in other geographies. And there's a very instructive comparison if you look at Japanese businesses in China, but forget China for a moment, look at Japanese businesses in ASEAN. If one was to look at Thailand or Indonesia or Singapore, I would argue that Japanese business has actually made far more serious investments there than they have done in India. There were a number of reasons for this. I think partly the enabling environment did not meet Japanese expectations, which essentially meant that the Indian system didn't particularly make an effort to get Japanese business in. There were infrastructure issues. There were, in some respects, cultural issues. And to some degree, Japanese businesses came up against domestic Indian business, competing in the same sector. So the combination of all of this actually has made what has been a history of 150 years a relatively limited economic player, and that's partly in evidence in the trade figures, Raj, that you shared with us. So now you will ask, what has changed? And I think the changes have been in evidence over the last 2 decades. Perhaps the first change, I would argue, is that Japan started approaching India with a strategic outlook. And for this, I would say that Prime Minister Shinzo Abe was particularly and personally responsible. That he was very non-traditional in his approach to international relations. He was clearly trying to prepare Japan for a bigger role in the world, to secure its own interests more nationally. And I would sort of gather from both his actions as well as conversations which I've had or which I've been party to, that in his view, a Japan which goes out in the world needed more partners, reliable partners, and India fitted the bill. Now, this has broadly coincided with a period when India's own view of the world was shifting, the post-Cold War period, when India starts improving its ties with the United States, with Western countries in general. So broadly, sort of a stronger strategizing on the part of Japan comes to meet a greater, I would say, a rebalancing in Indian foreign policy. And that's really begun, and I use the word begin, an era which is to me an era of change. Now, the other change has been on the economic side. Now, here we have seen a very visible pickup in Japanese investments. Japanese investments in infrastructure, but Japanese investments in business as well. But it's interesting to note that the greater investments have not automatically or sequentially translated into greater trade, because the nature of investments, as far as I can understand it, are such that they're not, Japan is still not using India as a platform to manufacture products back to Japanese market, which it is doing in China, which it is doing in ASEAN. So if you look at the Japanese investments in India, it is still somewhat different from Japanese investments in China and ASEAN, and that is why the trade figures are much flatter than the investment figures today. But that said, I think it should also be recognized that Japan has been responsible in many ways for triggering multiple, I would say, revolutions in India. The Maruti revolution, which actually was a lifestyle revolution in Indian society. The metro revolution, which really was an urbanization revolution in Indian society. And I'm very confident that when the bullet train gets going, the impact of that. I mean, I was in Japan when the metro was under discussion, the Delhi metro was under discussion. And nobody at that time could have really imagined what an impact metro would make, not just on Delhi. The fact that it is today become the driver of urbanization, of efficient urbanization in the country. Now, the issue today is, can we really raise the game? Can we take our relationship to a different level, strategically, economically, systemically? And here I would say the Modi government and the Prime Minister himself, they certainly are trying to make that difference. You can see that in the personal commitment of the Prime Minister to this relationship, the chemistry that he had with Prime Minister Abe, and that he seeks to continue with Prime Minister Kishida. The fact that we are today promoting exchanges at different levels so that there is actually greater systemic interface and greater systemic comfort between the two countries. Now, there have been some notable developments here, and each one of these hopefully will go forward in order to move the relationship. Part of it is actually creating a better climate for Japanese investments, Japanese business, encouraging greater Japanese participation in infrastructure, trying to bring our human resources into play. We have concluded a specialized skilled worker agreement whereby in a certain number of professions, 22 if my memory serves me right, workers who are trained for the Japanese market can actually be eligible for employment there. There are today greater technology tie-ups which are happening. We are looking at sunrise sectors like 5G, like EVs. So you can see the relationship today actually make that effort really, as I said, to raise the level of the game and respond to the requirements of the future. Now, having said that, I would go back to the big picture. I do believe today the strategic compulsions on the two countries are much stronger, that the two countries are united in their desire to secure a multipolar Asia. And that would be, to my mind, realizable only if major countries like India and Japan work together closely to ensure that the diversity and pluralism of Asia is fully reflected in terms of the nature of power dispersal. The second point I would make here is that our maritime convergences are particularly strong. This is an area which I expect in the coming years to perhaps see challenges and stresses, partly because the global commons is left more and more to fend for itself. So that era where the United States shouldered the responsibility predominantly may be behind us, but there's no alternative solution readily in sight. So it's one certainly domain where India and Japan have a natural convergence, and I think those collaborative possibilities are whether it's visible in the Malabar exercise or in our agreements to deal with domains like IUU fishing. Those are areas where I think you can see greater willingness to work together. And finally, I do believe that the Quad will have a positive impact on the relationship. Now, that in a sense is a dynamic, because Quad itself would not have happened if India's bilateral relationships with the US, Japan and Australia had not improved radically in the last 20 years. So the Quad is partly an aggregate of these improvements. But once the Quad has come into being, the cooperation which emanates out of the Quad, I think, has a reinforcing impact on each of these relationships. And I'm very confident, looking at the energy and interest in the Quad, that this will certainly help to charge up the relationship. So if I were to conclude, I would like to do so really with a set of questions rather than assertions or statements. I do want to make it absolutely clear that there's a huge appetite in India to grow this relationship. That whether it is the politics, the strategy, the security, the technology, the culture, there is no domain where there isn't room to grow, and I think we need to make that effort. But a lot of that will also depend on the openness of Japan. It will depend on how international Japan will be, how much Japan itself sees India's growth as a strategic factor in its interest, how much each one of us are willing to do to get out of our zones of comfort to build this relationship. I think these are today legitimate questions before the relationship, before this audience and the debate on the relationship. Obviously, it's a relationship about which I'm very optimistic. I see huge possibilities, but I also have seen enough of the relationship to appreciate that realizing those possibilities will require continued effort, will require leadership focus, will require systemic dedication. So I would at this moment call it out as work in progress, but work in progress moving in the right direction. So maybe on that note, if I could stop and...
Let's give the Foreign Minister a very warm round of applause for this. He was precise, lucid. He looked at the past, the present, and the future, and set the agenda. Dr. Jaishankar, and he's agreed to take a few questions from me, so thank you very much, Dr. Jaishankar. Let me start with what you said about the Quad, where you said relationships had enhanced and, the coming together of this. The spirit of the Quad was supposed to be security, but...
Sorry, I disagree with you there, but...
Yeah, I was coming to that question. That's what, we can talk about that. But this feeling is that partly because of COVID, this has moved to other issues of development, of health and security. So there's criticism that the Quad has avoided its main plank of containing China, countering China, and has now become something like the Asian Red Cross. Would you agree with this?
I think you underestimate what Red Crosses do. Look, let me say this as someone who's been involved not just in the change of our ties with Japan, but with the US and with Australia. You cannot nobody builds a relationship on one dimension. If a relationship moves, it moves on multiple fronts. So I disagree with the view that, as I said, I disagree with the view that Quad is fundamentally security driven. I think Quad is actually eventually a kind of a convergence of the interests of these four countries who are in four corners of the Indo-Pacific. And that set of interests, to me, is broad and open-ended. I mean, if you look at areas where Quad has moved, I mean, it could be from, let us say, from digital to health to education to maritime security to connectivity. So this, this is frankly, this is polemics in a way. It's like transposing. See, there was an era where the treaty walas defined the world. They still cannot believe that there is life without a treaty. So they are forcing a treaty on a non-treaty situation and say, if you're not conforming to this, you're not meeting a benchmark. The point is, something like Quad is a reflection of a completely different era. It's an era where four countries have decided that they are in a position to work together and contribute together. And sometimes, as I said, Red Cross makes a difference. Remember, the first time Quad came together actually was in a Red Cross situation, the 2004 tsunami. Okay? At that time, where was the deep concern about China? So So, let's not lose track of history. Let's not force a debate, which doesn't do justice to something which is a bigger effort, really.
Now, of course, China, Japan has concerns about China. We have serious concerns about China, particularly on the aggression, about its aggressive intent on our borders. If you take a look at what your your Chinese counterpart said, Wang Yi, recently, he called the Quad the five eyes of intelligence, similar this thing, and he saw it as a sinister move that US was stoking tensions between China and India relations. And, is that something that you subscribe to, the view that this is largely US intended to strengthen?
Do I subscribe to a sinister view of Quad? I mean, first of all, Quad is 4. Five
Right.
eyes is 5. So I learned my basic maths
Right.
in 2nd grade.
Well, he was talking about the alliance that was there between Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and the US and UK.
I mean, everybody is entitled to their views. We are very clear about ours. I think the Quad is the Quad. And I don't think the Quad should be confused for something which may exist, which may have a different history, different background, different players. I think that kind of transposition, that's part of political argumentation.
Are we stepping too gingerly on the issue of containing or countering China on the Quad? Therefore, the AUKUS comes. We don't want to be India doesn't want to be part of that security alliance on that front?
Raj, don't be so defensive about the Quad. I'm doing the Quad because it's in my interest to do the Quad. I see merits in the Quad. I have benefits out of the Quad. I don't have to go and apologetically explain Quad to countries who may have a different view. If they have a different view, that's their problem. I am very clear what it is about. And what it is about, please look, by now we've had 2 Quad summits. We've had multiple meetings of foreign ministers. They have put out outcomes. And please look at those outcomes. And there is an element of Red Cross in those outcomes. So look, I think today it's very important not to allow your view to be defined by competitors. It is equally important not to allow new developments to be straitjacketed into old history. I think these are 2 challenges which the Quad faces. I think we should be confident about it. I see no reason to be apologetic about it. To my mind, it's a new kind of diplomacy. It's also, it shows in many ways a different way in each of these countries, the 4 countries, of how they are approaching the world. Because Quad has required each one of them to do their foreign policy a little bit differently. So these are well, not straws in the wind, they're stronger than straws in the wind, but these are actually changing trends in international relations. So I would strongly contest any effort to demonize it or to straitjacket it or to define it in terms which make you kind of defensive about it.
Sure. I was just looking at the fact of China, and you didn't use the word China at all right through this entire answer that you had given me. And so let me also ask this question, because as we've said, there are common concerns that we have, and Quad was partly supposedly supposed to counter China or contain China. Arvind Kejriwal, the Chief Minister of Delhi, yesterday said that even though China continues to be aggressive on the LAC, as
we're talking foreign policy.
Yeah, well, he's coming to foreign policy, and his question was, why is that? China, we've had the aggression in Tawang recently. Why is that India's trade continues to grow with China? In fact, it's grown from, he claims, from $65 billion to $95 billion. Why are we rewarding China? That's Kejriwal's question.
You want a serious debate or you want a Kejriwal question? Because the two are very different. So
let's just have a quick answer on that.
No, I'll give you a serious answer.
Right.
Because I think, this is posturing.
Right.
Look, what had happened after the 1990s, as we opened our economy, we opened our economy, which we should have. I don't think anybody sensible would dispute it. We opened our economy in a manner in which we did not use that openness to strengthen our SME sector. They actually were deeply affected, impacted, negatively impacted by that openness, because they found themselves unable to compete with imports which were coming in from other economies which had greater scale, bigger scale, and greater state and systemic support. So I would argue that this era, what we call proudly as an era of reform, was also an era where we did great injustice to our SME sector. We did not build our supply chains. We did not support our domestic vendors. So what you saw in many ways was a hollowing out of many sectors. I mean, there are specific sectors which actually moved out of this country and went northwards. So what has happened, when somebody says, why are there imports coming out of China? There are imports coming out of China because for 30 years, you did not give your industry the kind of support and protection which you should have. It's only now in recent years that you have started to do it. Now, you cannot reverse in 5 or 10 years what you have done over 30 years. So today, for example, if you look at the PLI, the production-linked incentives, it is actually encouraging manufacturing to come to India. But yet you have schools of thought in this country, I don't want to take names, you know who I mean, who say, well, we shouldn't even be manufacturing, our strength is in services. Now, a country like India cannot pass up the manufacturing option. In fact, when I spoke about Japan being an exemplar, one of the things which Japan has done, look at the SME sector in Japan. Look at the domestic supply chains in Japan. So there may be those big Japanese companies which all of us know, but behind that are thousands of smaller Japanese companies who actually support them. Now, there are lessons to be learned from that. So, this is not a question of suddenly I have a difficult relationship with a country, how do I switch it off? That's why I said that's not a serious remark. That's an, you could say, well, you know what I mean.
Well, since we are on that subject, Rahul Gandhi, also, I don't know whether you consider a serious remark or non-serious remark, talked of the fact that India is hiding the Chinese.
You're trying to make my Monday morning?
This question, and then we'll move on, that India is hiding the fact that China has been, has taken territory in the LAC and, wants us not to, to take on China. What is your view on this?
Today,
yeah.
You have yourself a fairly deep knowledge of the security situation. Today, you have a deployment of the Indian Army on the China border that we've never had. It's done in order to counter Chinese deployments which were scaled up massively since 2020. Now, if we were in denial, how is the army out there? Because the army didn't go there because Rahul Gandhi asked them to go. The army went there because the Prime Minister of India ordered them to go. So, look, at the end of it all, I understand today, politics is politics, okay? People will say things. They may not be credible. They may sometimes contradict their own positions, their own behavior. All that could happen. But the fact is, what is finally the proof of the pudding? The proof of the pudding is that the Indian Army today is deployed to counter any attempt to unilaterally change the LAC. So that's your answer.
And you're saying that's a fitting reply that India is giving to China?
No, I'm saying that is the obligation of the Indian state and that is the duty and commitment of the Indian military. That we will not let any country, or in this case, China change the line of actual control unilaterally. So, I think it's fairly obvious. I think most of the people of the country see that. So, you can make your polemical points, I think people will treat it as politics.
Let's move to another area, and you were recently there at the UN Security, UN Security Council, where you addressed a session on counterterrorism.
Mm-hmm.
What is the kind? Japan is equally concerned about it, has been a partner with us. What can India and Japan do in terms of helping each other to counter terrorism? What is our position? Do you look for them in terms of intelligence, in terms of software developments, technologies that can handle? And you mentioned one of the aspects of that was, the kind of misuse of technology to foster terrorism. The 4 things that you said over there, one of that was that. Do you see any cooperation that India and Japan can have on terrorism?
No. Look, terrorism is a very complicated field because actually what happens in terrorism is everybody develops their capabilities, and countries get into, you can say, sharing or informing or assessment, exchanging relationships. So I wouldn't necessarily single out terrorism. It could be broader than that. But when you have a good strategic relationship with any partner, then part of that is really to shape your, to have those exchanges, and then the systems get comfortable with each other, and there are benefits that flow from it. But the fact is that while we are, of course, both Asian countries, we are located at 2 very distinct sub-regions, which each have their own challenges. But in this day and age, look, you never know who's helpful where. I mean, you'll be amazed at the countries, with whom we work sometimes. So I would look at it much more in terms of fostering that kind of systemic comfort, rather than necessarily narrowing it down to terrorism.
Now, on the subject of terrorism, India and Pakistan relations touched a new low with the strong language used by your counterpart, Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto. Your comments on the fact that of the way he spoke.
Sorry?
What do you say about the way he spoke? And
I think my ministry has said very clearly what we think about what he said. So,
which is, I mean...
No, which is out there. I think we've said what we had to say.
When you upset the way he spoke, the way he said everything that, talked of India and the way he talked of our Prime Minister?
Well, let's put it this way. Our expectations levels with the Pakistanis are never very high.
Okay. I know, we come back right to Japan. In terms of the fact that we are the G20 president, as well as Japan as the G7 presidency, how do you see us working together on some of the key issues of the world? Do you see some of the big things that we could take up together? We are the, G20 president, and Japan is the G7 presidency. Of course, G7 is represented over there, but is there ways we can work together to collaborate this?
Well, yes, because look, the G7, after all G7 members are G20 members. So together they are, more than a third of the G20 membership, and because they work as a group, they obviously are able to put their points of view across very, very strongly. So my sense is that when we look at the state of the world, look at issues today of debt, look at issues of digital challenges, health challenges, connectivity issues, there are, reform of multilateral institutions is something which Japan is as committed as we are. We are actually partners when it comes to some aspects of it. My sense is there will be a significant convergence between what the G7 under Japan is trying to do and what the G20 under India is trying to do. Our effort, we want to run a G20 which is very, very broad-based, which takes in as much inputs from as many parts of the world as possible, so that what it produces is actually serious and relevant and, in a sense, meets the demands of the day. So my sense is that you will see India and Japan working very closely on this G7, G20 Connect.
Now, one of the issues is the global value chain, and this is my final question to you. India had hoped that the China plus one means India. What can, and Japan seems to, as you had mentioned earlier, look towards ASEAN countries in terms of investment, in terms of manufacturing, not looking at India. What do you think could turn the relationship on this? What is it that we can do ourselves, and what can Japan do to ensure that we become a greater part of the global value chain and be, seen as an alternative to China in some senses?
This is a fundamental question which has arisen, not just for Japan and India, not just for Japan, but for the entire world from the COVID experience. The COVID experience actually taught us what happens when there is over-concentration in a particular region. And I'm not saying this as a political point, any region or any country. If there is over-concentration, you have actually multiplied the risks. So you had COVID. Now COVID shut down a certain geography, and then the entire world was impacted. Okay, today it is COVID. Tomorrow it could be something else. It could be a massive climate event. It's very, I would say today the global economic security requires actually a much more decentralized globalization. It needs multiple production sectors. It needs redundant, resilient supply chains, more reliable supply chains, multiple supply chains. So the effort of the Modi government today to build up greater manufacturing in this country, to my mind, actually captures this moment when there is a demand in the world also to see more centers of manufacturing. And it's in, if you have to, every country will de-risk today its future by having multiple relationships. It can be in manufacturing, it could even be in food, it could be in health. So I see a new conceptual, a very pragmatic basis today why India, Japan should actually get more strongly into a supply chain relationship, both for their own mutual good as well as a contribution to the world. And in fact, we have an initiative along with Australia, three of us, to actually look at how to build more reliable supply chains in this part of the world.
I know your time's up and you've got to attend Parliament. Thank you very much, Dr. Jaishankar, for this. Let's give him a very warm round of applause for this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Minister. Thank you, Raj. Could I also request Faisal Ashraf, the Managing Director at Mitsui & Co., to join us on stage to felicitate and present a token of appreciation to the Speaker. Thank you so much, Honourable Minister, for joining us today and sharing those remarkable insights. We'll just take a moment before beginning the next session. Could I now invite Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing at the India Today Group, to introduce our next speaker. Mr. Hiroshi Suzuki, the Ambassador of Japan to India. Raj and Mr. Suzuki, welcome you both on stage.
Well, after that fascinating session with the External Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaishankar, who was candid as usual, willing to take all questions that were there, let's come to our next very important guest, Mr. Hitoshi Suzuki, of the Japanese ambassador to India. Thank you very much. I am told you've just taken your credentials from the government of India, a month old, but you've been a veteran diplomat, served in various important capitals, and also, very importantly, Executive Secretary to the former Prime Minister, Mr. Abe. Mr. Suzuki, if you could just give us your thoughts on how you see India-Japan relations progressing, and what do you see as the key priorities that you set for yourself? Please go ahead. Would you like to speak there or wherever? Yes, please. Thank you.
Dr. S. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister in absentia, Mr. Raji Chengappa, Group Editorial Director of India Today, Mr. Arun Priye, Founder of India Today, Ambassador Sujan Chinoy, it's good to see you again after so many years, distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen. Suprabhat, मेरा नाम हिरोशी सुजुकी है. मैं भारत में जापान का राजदूत हूँ. पिछले महीने राजदूत का पद संभाला है. At the outset, I would like to thank India Today for organizing such a wonderful event. And it is my great pleasure to be a part of it and be given an opportunity to speak before you. And I would also like to thank a number of Japanese companies who have given generous cooperation to make this event possible. Dr. Jaishankar spoke so comprehensively and in so much detail that I think he's done a great job for me. So I have little to speak or add, but I think he spoke with such an insight, with such an overview for a long span of time. So let me just supplement what he said, concentrating on recent years and hopefully to look ahead a little bit. First and foremost, huge congratulations on India's becoming the presidency of the G7. The world attention is now focusing on India, and India's theme of one Earth, one family, one future is very relevant to today's changing international situation. Now, frankly, the international community faces a number of difficult challenges, so India's leadership for world's prosperity and more development is critically important than ever before. So in this context, Prime Minister Modi told President Putin in September this year that this is not the era of war. Now, based on the recent international situation, everybody thought that in the last G20 Bali summit in November, that it would be, frankly, next to impossible to get a consensus on the leaders' declaration. However, it was issued by consensus, including the line which said, today's era must not be of war, which is very much in line with what Prime Minister Modi told President Putin 2 months ago. And in my view, India played an important role in issuing this critically important leaders' declaration. So next year, India's responsibility is of great importance. And as India's friend, Japan stands ready to cooperate with India as much as possible so that India's G20 presidency and G20 summit in September next year will be a great success. Japan, for its part, will become the presidency of the G7 next year. Prime Minister Kishida will host the G7 summit in May from the 19th through 21st in Hiroshima, which is his hometown. So it is only natural that given the difficult challenges that we face in the international community, the synergy between the G20 and the G7 is more important than ever before. Now, Japan-India cooperation on the international fora is important. Let me give you another example. UN Security Council. India is concluding its 2-year non-permanent seat tenure this month. And Japan will be, in turn, coming in as non-permanent member beginning next January. And we try to cooperate as closely as possible so that, for example, Foreign Minister Dr. Jaishankar just went to New York to chair the open debate. You mentioned counterterrorism, but he also chaired another important UN Security Council open debate, which is along the lines of a new orientation for reformed multilateralism. And Japan, for its part, we intend to hold an open debate centering on the theme of, rule of law, which is a very important principle in the UN Charter. So here again, the synergy between India and Japan is extremely important. So I am so happy to be here to serve as Japan's ambassador at a critical juncture when Japan-India cooperation and collaboration on the international fora is so much more important than ever before. Now, as you've kindly mentioned, I have served Prime Minister Abe for 7 years and 7 months as his executive secretary. And as such, I have seen two visionary leaders, Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Abe, up close on how they respected each other and how they joined hands together to make Japan-India partnership skyrocket to a whole new dimension. The two leaders held 15 bilateral summits and I have been privileged to sit in on all those 15 summit meetings. Unfortunately, Prime Minister Abe was assassinated, but he is here in my heart always, and I am determined to do my best to further develop the special partnership between Japan and India, which is both strategic and global. Now, since I served Prime Minister Abe for a long time, I can speak for him on the importance of Japan-India partnership. He always said Japan-India relations is the bilateral relationship with greatest potential. He was convinced that Japan and India should be in the lead to secure peace and prosperity of this region and beyond, because Japan and India are the greatest democracies in this region. He was convinced that Japan and India should take the lead because our both countries share the fundamental value of freedom. So we should be in the lead for prosperity and peace in the region and beyond. He believed that Japan and India should take the lead because we share the key guiding principle of rule of law, so that we should be in the driving seat to secure peace and prosperity in the region and the world. This was his long-held conviction. So as early as 2007, when he visited India in August, he gave a speech in the Indian Parliament entitled "The Confluence of the Two Seas." And he articulated his vision, which in later years became as the free and open Indo-Pacific. Now, in 2013, Prime Minister Abe became Japan's Prime Minister again. And the next year, 2014, Prime Minister Modi became the Prime Minister of India. And the two visionary leaders really propelled our special partnership to a whole new dimension, which is strategic and truly global. Prime Minister Abe also strongly promoted the framework of Quad in order to really advance strongly his vision of free and open Indo-Pacific. And as you noted, the first summit of the Quad was held in September last year at the White House, and the second summit meeting was held this past May in Tokyo, chaired by Prime Minister Kishida. Now, next year it is India's turn to host the Foreign Ministers' Quad meeting, and although nothing is decided, it is my high hope that India, after successfully completing its G20 presidency next year, India will come to host the Quad Summit the year next, which is 2024. That is my personal strong hope. Now, Prime Minister Kishida very much wants to build on the achievements attained by Prime Minister Abe and Prime Minister Modi. He visited New Delhi in March this year, which was his very first overseas travel after the COVID pandemic. So this fact eloquently shows that he attaches highest priority in further promoting our special partnership. So, looking ahead, we have a number of high-level political visits. In terms of annual mutual visits by the leaders, next year it is Prime Minister Modi's turn to visit Japan. And very naturally, Prime Minister Kishida is expected to attend the G20 summit in September. So there will be another occasion for both leaders to meet and give new impetus to our special partnership. So, and not only at the leaders level, but Japanese Foreign Minister Hayashi, he is also looking forward to visit India. First, on the occasion of the G20 Foreign Ministers meeting, which is only 3 months away. Actually, you're going to host the Foreign Ministers meeting on March the 1st and 2nd. But, he will have a second chance to visit India because, as I said, India is going to host a Quad Foreign Ministerial meeting. So, twice in 1 year for the Japanese Foreign Minister. This is a golden opportunity to really also flesh out, under the guidance and the vision of the leaders. The two foreign ministers have great occasions to really flesh out the details for senior officials to work on. Now, there are many important areas where Japan and India can further develop our important partnership. Prime Minister Abe really attached importance on strengthening our cooperation in the defense and the security area. Now, I guess the reason is obvious. With the advent of the new century, and particularly in light of what's going on in the world, the need for strengthening our cooperation in the defense and the security area is more important than ever. This is, I guess, self-evident. So it was important that we had Foreign Ministerial 2+2 in Tokyo back in September, and the four ministers really engaged in frank exchange of views from strategic point of view, and they agreed on the future orientation of our cooperation going ahead. So that was a great achievement. At the same time, the bilateral joint exercises in all three services of land, sea, and air are progressing, and this is very important. And come next year, there will be a first joint exercise by the jet fighter aircrafts of Japan and India. First time ever. In addition, we have multilateral framework of joint exercises such as Malabar. So it is important that not only at the leaders level, ministers level, we have policy engagement to set the vision, set the orientation, but on the ground, in there, on the high seas, all three services are engaged in joint exercises. So this is very, very encouraging, and I'm sure Prime Minister Abe will be pleased with the current progress. Now, looking ahead, Japan attaches importance in supporting India in its efforts to try to diversify its defense procurement. It is India's own endeavor, so we fully respect the India's requirements, but at the same time, we want to be as helpful as possible. Now, economic relations is another major pillar of advancing our special partnership. Now, much has been said already, but I just want to add that Prime Minister Abe often said, strong and prosperous India is in the best interest of Japan, and strong and prosperous Japan is in the best interest of India. So, as you can see, our economic relations are mutually complementary and mutually beneficial. Right now, there are about 1,450 Japanese companies investing and actively doing business on the ground. And, you can see many names. They have become household names. Maruti Suzuki, the most notable one, and also, Daikin, also household names. In order to push this trend forward, when Prime Minister Kishida came here in March, the two leaders agreed to hoist a new target, which is a 5-year, 5 trillion yen investment and financing. At the yen-dollar rate at that time, which roughly translates to $42 billion for the next 5 years. Now, henceforth, there has been a couple of major new investment announcements made by Suzuki, made by Toyota, made by Nippon Steel already. So there has been a very encouraging new developments already triggered by Prime Minister Kishida's new commitment. So we are contributing to Prime Minister Modi's vision of making India and make for the world through encouraging very active and still further Japanese investments to come into India to invest and manufacture on the ground in India. At the same time, in order to further promote Japanese investment, it is necessary to work both ways. So the Japan Chamber of Commerce in India annually compiles its proposals to enhance business environment in India, which is, I've seen this, very comprehensive. And in recent years, we have made intensive efforts to make this proposal a two-way communication. Not just compile our requests and put it, and that's the end of the story. That's not the way. We want to engage in two-way communication so that Indian side can deepen understanding of what our requirements are, and vice versa, Japanese companies will be able to deepen their understanding of what are the Indian rules and regulations, and what are the Indian policy visions, and how these policy visions will be implemented in the coming months and years. So I have high hopes that in 5 years' time, this new target will be met. I'll keep my fingers crossed. Now, the flagship project in the economic area, of course, is the high-speed rail. The work is vigorously underway between Mumbai and Ahmedabad. And beginning tomorrow, I will travel to Surat and see with my own eyes how the work is progressing. I have already seen an impressive visual, which is taken by the drones. And if you have seen it, I really recommend you to take a look at it. This is very exciting. So I am much looking forward to my visit from tomorrow and actually see on the ground the current progress. And this is a huge, huge project. So as you mentioned, or Dr. Jaishankar mentioned, Delhi Metro 20 years ago was in a way a revolution. So in my mind, this high-speed rail will also usher in another revolution when it is complete. So there are many challenges, frankly speaking, but I want to hoist high in my team and the Indian team the spirit of one team, one project, so that we can, work together, combining our wisdom, our efforts, so that we can meet the vision of Prime Minister Modi. Now, there are other important areas in the economic area. Climate change, of course, is a very important challenge. And in January next year, in mid-January, Japan is going to organize Japan-India Environmental Week. And we intend to present a holistic approach. It's not just a seminar, but it's a combination of seminar, exhibition, and business matching. And of course, we'll have online inviting all the states in the union so that we'll be able to give new impetus in this critically important area of climate change. And still further ahead, in February, high-powered business delegation is going to visit New Delhi. This will be chaired by top-level Japanese business leaders, and they will engage with their counterparts in FICCI. So I am hoping to utilize this juncture to stimulate further Japanese investment into India. Now, northeastern part of India is also a very important agenda for both of our countries. And Prime Minister Kishida, back in March, he agreed with Prime Minister Modi on the importance of sustainable development and connectivity in the northeastern area. So I am looking forward to chairing what is called Act East Forum with Foreign Secretary Quatra in the early months of next year, so that we can actually, push forward various projects on the ground. Now, I'm speaking too long, but it'll be remiss if I didn't mention cultural exchange and people-to-people exchange. What I particularly attach importance to is the exchange of young people, because they are the future of our relationship. So I am glad that as part of the 70th year anniversary events, the organizing committee held what is called the Idea Song. Now, what they did was they selected 20 people from Japan and another 20 people from India, and they traveled from New Delhi to Varanasi. And they created small groups, and they discussed day in and day out. And their theme was, what is the innovative way to meet the challenges of the communities of the Indian and Japanese societies face? And they presented their final analysis in the International Convention in Varanasi. And, it was an amazing success. So even Prime Minister Modi referred to this when he visited Tokyo in September, and in his meeting with Prime Minister Kishida, he gave a very high appraisal of this project, and he expressed high hopes that this could be continued in one way or another in the coming years, leading up to our 75th anniversary year. So, as ambassador, I would like to work with my Indian friends and Japanese friends to see to it that this will continue in a creative way. Also, Japanese language education is important. The need is obvious. When Prime Minister Abe visited Gujarat 5 years ago, in the leaders' declaration, the importance of Japanese language education was mentioned. So they agreed to further promote Japanese language courses in high education institutions and to create more Japanese language teachers. So as ambassador, I want to encourage our joint endeavor in this area as well. And also the world is really competing for IT human resources. India's IT human resources are the top in the world. So there is no need to say the importance. But between Japan and India, there could be additional areas such as caregiving, such as agriculture, which in Japan until today are not really utilized its full potential. So recently, Japanese local prefectural governments are beginning to show interest, such as Fukui Prefecture had an early success in inviting caregivers to their elderly home. And I've seen the video clip by NHK, and it's a wonderful success. The Japanese elderly people are so grateful by the warm heart by the Indian caregivers. And they're saying, oh, thank you very much. I'm so happy with surrounded by Indian warm-hearted people. Another example is Kochi Prefecture. They would like to see more highly talented Indian people to engage in agricultural sector. And I think there are only two, but in recent months, the governor of Kochi Prefecture met with them to showcase the high potential in this area. So all in all, Japan has a system called Specified Skilled Workers, SSW, and Technical Intern Training Program, dubbed as TITP. So I want to harness these systems so that more potential could be realized in many parts of Japan, so that this kind of new people-to-people exchange will be beneficial for both sides. Now, this month of December concludes the 70th anniversary of the diplomatic relations between India and Japan. But, this is not the end. This is the beginning for exciting next year when you chair the G20 presidency. And the success of your presidency is critically important for the entire world, for various challenges, the climate change challenge, the food crisis challenge, various difficult challenges that we face in the international community. So I have high hopes that today's event and the success of today's event will greatly contribute to further enhancing our audience's understanding of where we stand each other and what great potential our special partnership will have on the entire world. So thank you very much for organizing this important event, and thank you very much for having me in participating this important event. Thank you very much. Dhanyawad.
Ambassador, do stay with us for a moment. We would love to show a token of our appreciation. Could I welcome Mr. Alok Kumar on stage, Chairman, President, and CEO at NEC?
The Japanese ambassador said that he has to leave in a rush. So just to say thank you very much, Ambassador Hiroshi Suzuki, for this. I think you've got your plate full. You've covered all the various bases. I just have one small question about it, is that it's in the news that Japan has raised its defense expenditure by 2% of its GDP. It is to counter the threat of China. How can Japan and India, on the defense front, you'd mentioned the cooperation that we could have, how could this lead to greater defense relations between India and Japan? Do you see that as a big potential?
Thank you very much for your question. Recently, the Kishida administration has taken a historic decision to really fundamentally reinvent the Japanese defense policy. And what you mentioned is our new goal in 5 years' time. So in 5 years, in year 2027, Japanese government intends to, roughly speaking, double its defense expenditure. But this is not for country specific. This is to make Japanese security policy, defense policy more relevant to the drastically changing international situation. And each country will take its own decision. But if you look at many European countries, they have also reviewed their defense policies in a fundamental way. And they have, a number of countries have already announced that they will significantly increase the level of their defense expenditure. So in a large context, the recent Japanese government's decision is along the same orientation. But then again, the situation is different from the European front and Japanese theater, and also the approach is different because Japan doesn't have any multilateral alliance like NATO. So for Japan, of course, we have Japan-US Security Alliance, which is the only security treaty alliance we have. But at the same time, we want to create sort of a policy synergy with like-minded countries like India, like a number of European countries, like France, like Germany, like the Netherlands, also the UK, and I need to also mention Australia, New Zealand. So this is a multifaceted diplomatic engagement that we intend to do. And in previous exchange with Dr. Jaishankar, you raised a question that is Quad a security undertaking? Seen from the Japanese view, it is distinctively different from security undertaking because some countries try to portray that it is an attempt to create Asian version of NATO. Completely wrong. That's not what we are doing. Prime Minister Abe's vision, as I said, was to realize free and open Indo-Pacific. And in order to realize his vision, he came up with the idea of creating the framework of Quad. So in his mind, Quad was always a forum for cooperation to realize free and open Indo-Pacific. Not a closed undertaking, not an undertaking to antagonize anybody. That's not the case. That was the original intention. And for Japan, we intend to pursue that vision.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. We've run out of time. Thank you very much. Let's give him a very warm round of applause for coming here, and we wish India-Japan relations all the best.
Alok, if I could welcome you back on stage, please. Just give it to you. Thank you so much, and let me just remind our guests of our official hashtag. It's the Indo-Japan Summit for all the key takeaways from those incredibly insightful keynotes today, both from the Honorable Minister as well as the Ambassador. I'd like to thank our sponsors, presented by Maruti Suzuki, powered by Mitsui & Co., Tech Partner, Toshiba, Innovation Partner, NEC, Celebration Partner, Suntory Whiskey Toki, and co-chaired by the Embassy of Japan. While both Mr. Suzuki, the Ambassador of Japan to India, as well as the Honorable Minister for External Affairs, have set the broad context and outlined some of the key parameters that will help to drive those relationships between India and Japan and continue to empower growth here in India with regards to investment, infrastructure, and more. Let's now get deeper into some of those topics and conversations. In order to do so, we welcome on stage our next set of panelists to discuss the new silver bullet, infrastructure, how to build an entire ecosystem for JV infrastructure projects, including a major ancillary sector for rail transport and more. Our moderator for the next session, Siddharth Zarabi, Managing Editor, Business Today Television, joining us here on stage to welcome the speakers. Faisal Ashraf, MD, Mitsui & Co. Alok Kumar, Chairman, President and CEO, NEC Corporation of India. Bharat Joshi, Chairman, Joshi Konoike Transport and Infrastructure Private Limited, and Mangal Dev, Head, Hitachi Rail Systems India and South Asia, and Director, Hitachi India Private Limited. A big round of applause, everyone.
Good morning. May I request everyone to take their seats. A very warm welcome once again to all of you. It's a wonderfully crisp Delhi morning. I think it could have been a little colder, but as we can see here, we are on track for what is one of the best sessions and panels that I have moderated in the recent past, a Power Pact panel. And the audience too has a lot of luminaries. I can see Mr. Vishnu Prakash there and several others. And as we get settled here, I'm going to request colleagues to close the door right behind, to close the entrance to the hall so that we can get everyone aligned. Let me do the formal introductions once for the panel here. And this panel justifies the topic being infrastructure, the new silver bullet. And I have with me Faisal Ashraf, the Managing Director for Mitsui and Company India, Alok Kumar, Chairman, President and CEO of NEC Corporation in India, Bharat Joshi, Chairman of Joshi Konike Transport and Infrastructure Private Limited, and Mangal Dev, the head for Hitachi Rail Systems in India and South Asia, as well as a director at Hitachi India. Very warm welcome to all of you here. The subject, infrastructure, a silver bullet. Infrastructure is something that India needs, and we have been on a pretty decent journey, and that journey will not stop, at least not in the near future. And infrastructure for the companies that make these wonderful technologies and the products that help us build our infrastructure, and infrastructure for the common person means two different things really. For the common man, it would manifest in better airports, better railways, better roads, highways, less traffic jams, cleaner air, water in the context of India, power, availability of power which is uninterrupted and of good quality. And these are the companies that really make it happen. And what I'm going to do in the half an hour or so that we have for this session is to get all the four panelists to make quick opening remarks, like maybe just 1.5 minutes, to set up what they would like to talk about. And I will start with Faisal on my immediate left for his opening remarks. Faisal, over to you.
Thank you, Siddharth. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting us here. So very quick response. I think you referred to infrastructure manifested in the common man's engagement, and there is no doubt that there has been very significant improvement, development over the last decade from a common person's perspective. But from a perspective of where India is on its infrastructure life cycle, on its infrastructure journey, I think we are not even 1/3 of the way there. So how do we navigate the next 10 years? I know in infrastructure we think in terms of 20, 30, 40 years, especially the Japanese infrastructure community will take a very long-term perspective. And I'm really keen to hear the views, yourself, Siddharth, and the other members as to how do we do this. But just to conclude my 1.5 minutes very quickly, your title is the silver bullet, right? And I looked up what it means, and it means a simple, magical solution to a complex, intractable problem.
Okay.
Right? And my only submission is that I don't think there is a silver bullet insofar.
There's no magic really.
there's no magic wand. I think we have to put our nose to the grindstone and just keep on executing till that number happens.
That's a wonderful point. And he said something that we should all take note of. We are 1/3 of the way, and I'm going to come back to him on that. Mangal, I'm coming to you. Should the session have really, instead of saying silver bullet, said the bullet train, the solution to all of India's infrastructure problems? Go ahead, Mangal.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for inviting me into this very prestigious panel to discuss on the infrastructure. And I'll very quickly jump into, as you talked about, India needs not only the metros, where Delhi Metro became the pioneer in setting every city in motion to have metro systems of heavy, medium and light capacity, but also it's important that in addition to the main line, we see some very very, very important and prestigious projects of high speed, crisscrossing the country, starting from Mumbai to Ahmedabad, which itself is very, very challenging. But I think it's the need of the hour for India to, take itself to the next level in terms of the mission and the vision of the country to be a 5 trillion economy. And therefore, railway is going to play a very, very crucial role. And today what I see is, one of my comments is that, India needs to bridge infrastructural gap, in a big way. And that is one of the key driver of economy to 5 trillion US dollar by, very, very soon than later.
That's a good point, bridging the gap. And with him, again, I would like to contest this. Is it just about bridging the gap or creating infrastructure that will survive for 25 years? Faisal was talking about the Delhi airport and Jewar example. I'll come back to you on that. Alok, I'll come to you last because I want to get Bharat in on this. And Bharat, a lot of people have spoken about the bullet train and have spoken about the cost and saying that, you need to get your priorities right. But isn't the bullet train an example of great technology transfer? And if you set that as the sort of guiding beacon, you will get and do other projects equally quickly. And with that, your opening remarks, really.
Thank you. Look, I couldn't agree more, but it's more than merely that. The External Affairs Minister earlier this morning alluded to two things. The first was a discussion or even a debate on the first, metro project in this country, the Delhi Metro, which was built with JICA, Japan International Cooperation Agency funding. And this was precisely the kind of debate which was in some ways, sort of facile, are we too poor for this, are we ready for this and whatnot. And the finest examples of infrastructure in this country have happened, of course, with Japan and within transport infrastructure.
Absolutely.
And what we've seen with the metro is that once it was demonstrated to be useful and to be seminal in the way urbanization developed in this country, it expanded outwards. Now, virtually every state capital has their own metro coming up. The second quick example is of JBIC, Japan Bank of International Cooperation, which was one of the founding and funding partners of what was at the time called DMIC, Delhi Mumbai Industrial Corridor. And that was such a fabulous success at scale that now it's called the National Infrastructure Fund. Yes, so National Infrastructure Development. So it's not just DMIC, there's several corridors. So what we find is that the Japanese are able to demonstrate that, hey, this is possible in India, Absolutely. And then we expand it outwards.
Absolutely. So while there may be alphabet soup, let that not take away from what has really been done. And I want to tell you, I would request everyone in the audience to think for themselves, what was the first example in terms of infrastructure, both physical or soft infrastructure, that they experienced, which was built in cooperation with the Japanese. For me, I'll start that by saying a bridge connecting what used to be called Jamuna Par, Delhi, and what is now called Lutyens, Delhi. That's many, many years back. And if you would drive a bike, those days you would start from home with a white shirt, and by the time you reached wherever, you would reach with a black and white shirt. The front was black, the white was still at the back. Alok, the collaboration point that Bharat spoke about, would I be right in getting you to reflect on this on your opening remarks, that more than 3 decades, Japan has proven to be an all-weather friend when it comes to infrastructure in India?
Absolutely. And I think, the minister opened the morning on some similarities of India and Japan. I just want to pause for a moment and all of us to reflect upon this. India is a society that is in hurry. We are a generation that is in a hurry. We want to get there faster than anybody else has been there on this planet. And where I'm getting with that point is that, therefore, it's no surprise that we as a country are at the same point of nation building today that Japan found itself 40 to 50 years back. And there is huge amount of learning that we can draw from how Japan built its country and what is needed in India. So I just want to broaden the aperture a little bit to say that infrastructure just doesn't mean putting rail tracks and making bridges and making airports. It's also about how do we improve the user experience so that the amount of time that an average individual spends in getting by, for example, from a place A to B, improves. Getting through airport, it's a nightmare in India. Can we automate it? Can we make it faster? Can we make it simpler? Can we make it easier for a common man? And this is where we as a company, as a corporation, needs to really invest our energies around. And I think Japan has a humongous amount of learning to bring back to India.
Absolutely, and it's not just funding, it's about the process and the way things are done. When I was studying for a business degree, one of my first industrial visits was to the Maruti Suzuki plant, and I got to see processes which helped me write a case study which got me good marks. Faisal, but coming back to the one-third done, what is left to be done still?
Well, let me try and simplify it from my mind, because this is a huge topic. And I don't want to go into numbers and statistics at this point in time, but broadly speaking, especially if you look at it from a per capita consumption perspective, per capita consumption of infrastructure, we have perhaps reached 1/3 of the infrastructure life cycle over the last 100 years. It's taken us about 100 years, maybe a bit more, to reach this 1/3. And I don't think, I think there's a fair amount of consensus that the next 1/3 will probably take the next 10 or 20 years. And this, for me, is very critical. And the reason why it's critical, I just wanted to...
Why do you say, sorry, I'm going to interrupt you here. Why do you say that it will take far lesser time?
For the simple reason that we are now a society which is looking for outcomes, which is looking for delivery. The last 100 years, there's been massive tectonic political, physical changes. So obviously, you know, the initial infrastructure development, railways was started by the English who were here. So obviously things moved at a different pace. Industrial revolution was taking.
Right.
Now everything, all these technologies are in place. They can be deployed. The template on which they are deployed is standardized. There are fantastic examples of, this panel was discussing about the Noida Bridge is what you talked about. The Delhi Metro was a reference that Dr. Jaishankar talked about. All this has already happened. So the template for delivery is available, and therefore the speed at which the next 1/3 will happen, I don't know. I mean, I'm not an expert in this to say whether it'll happen in the next 10 or 20 years. But if I have to take a position off the top of my head, I see the next 1/3 happening over the next 20 years.
Okay, great. Next 20 years, that's a great point, and it tells you what Faisal said really about how ambition and capability is going together. Bharat, I want to come to you on this point, something that Nitin Gadkari, the Minister for Road Transport and Highways, keeps saying in our events, in interviews to me. He always says, "Paise ka sawal mat pucho. Don't ask me about money. There is no dearth of money. It is about execution capacity." And what Faisal said, would you agree with him that in terms of execution and delivery, we are now at a point where we can aspire to do it far faster?
Yes, I mean, in a word, yes. I'd agree with both, with Faisal San as well as the Honorable Minister, because the execution capacity has just gone through the roof, and the kind of projects that we are delivering in this country, both in the government sector as well as the private sector, is, you know, tremendous. I mean, it's easy to forget, you know, the amount of cynicism that accompanied any announcement or any project till very recently. And now, you know, the proof is very much felt, you know, in the delivery of these projects. So that's one. The second is, and again I will, you know, allude to what the External Affairs Minister said earlier this morning from this very dais, about how, you know, we see the big projects or the big names in terms of, you know, the Sogo Soshas or the big Japanese corporations, but they're backed by almost a family, a kairetsu of SMEs who very ably, you know, are able to enable an intricate web and a network of value chain behind them. So I think in some ways, that is now happening, that's maturing. And I think again, deriving from Faisal Khan's point, that is part of what will accelerate the change. And the other half, and this is now a little bit Alok Khan's subject, of this phenomenon of tech acceleration, how technology and digitalization accelerates everything. So whatever we've seen in the past will happen at a much more furious pace going forward.
Mangal, may I come to you, not just on the railways, but newer areas of cooperation that you might see manifesting, especially in the drive towards a low-carbon future. I don't imagine it being zero carbon for a country like ours, but at least low carbon.
Thank you. So I think, the impetus is rightly so in the climate and environment, and in Hitachi, of course, we are aligning towards doing innovation and implementing these kind of strategies in together with the Government of India and also the private sector. In railways and otherwise also, we see railways have taken a phenomenal step to move from diesel traction to electric traction. And this conversion or electrification has been done on a very war footing basis. We have completed almost 80 to 90% of electrification in a very short time. And what it has led to is a lot of energy saving, that you can feed back. So when you run an electric train on an electrified network, you are not burning the energy during braking system, but you are feeding this back into the system. So this hugely adds to saving energy and using energy back into, therefore, this is the biggest and the largest step. The second is the new technology. We have moved from, now I'm going to be a little more technical, the IGBT system, the semiconductors, which are playing a big role in becoming energy efficient in managing the energy that is being utilized on trains or on the electric vehicles that we will see very soon. So the technology moving into IGBTs and then the silicon carbide technologies, which are much more efficient. Of course, the pressure on semiconductor manufacturing will become very, very important. And how do we manage that? And the Government of India is rightly investing into creating capacity for that. From the design, innovation and manufacturing. So not only in the railway sector, but also I see that in the water management, in making sure that the operational and maintenance of the entire piped network system in any Delhi for water, or even managing the sewage, where we can reuse and recycle the water and keep our rivers clean. I think there is a lot of impetus in bringing the digital technologies in solving the climate issues. Right. So these are some of the areas which I can highlight at the moment.
Alok, I'm coming to you, and whenever we talk about infrastructure in a very generalized sense, it's mostly physical infrastructure that's spoken about. I don't know how many people in the audience are aware that around 2 years back, we managed to connect the Indian mainland to Andamans. And the company that did the fiber optic cable, Alok, is NEC. And it's not just about road connectivity, it's also about digital connectivity. On that, what I want you to tell our audience is how difficult is execution. Faisal spoke about how things are getting faster when it comes to the overall thing. But in terms of the execution part of the challenge, what would you say?
Well, a short answer to this is it's really difficult.
It is really difficult?
It is really difficult to execute in India. And I'm trying to be brutally honest over here, because if we are not staring at the mirror, we'll not find a solution. I think India is a very complex polity. There is federal government, there is state government, our infrastructure the word infrastructure that we call, has many subjects in it. Some of these subjects are central subjects and some of these are state subjects. And, for a Japanese company, or for that matter, for any company, even for an SME, the rules of the game is different at different levels. And if the rules keeps changing, an organization needs to be that much more nimble, that much more resilient to be able to successfully execute projects that are centrally funded, centrally governed, and state-funded, state-governed. The big point I'm trying to make is that while at a G2G level, at a government-to-government level, there is a very, very strong understanding between India and Japan and how Japan wants to support India, I think we need to do more work in permeating that understanding and that sense of urgency down into the front line of the country where all the execution happens. And a part of this is not intention. So I don't want the audience to be confused that I'm alluding to the intention is not there. The intention is always there. But I hold a principle which says while growth can be described by many formulas, my pet formula is growth is equal to intention times ability.
Okay.
While you may have a lot of intention to do things, if you don't have the ability to do it, you're not going to go too far. And I think the challenge in execution in India is that we need to build ability at the ground level. Ability of project governance, ability of institutions that are responsible for making sure that those projects gets executed. It's not about funding anymore. I 100% agree with Mr. Gadkari that it's not about funds. India today can attract as much fund as it can, but it needs to get invested, executed properly. And I think the government and the private sector need to think collaboratively and cooperatively as to what is the ecosystem we build, where projects that can get funded irrespective of wherever from gets executed with a certain sense of urgency. And I think that is the biggest challenge that we have as a country.
Faisal, do you agree?
Yes, I do. I mean, there's nobody's case to not agree. And the execution of mega projects is a challenge. The complexity, the regulatory complexity in terms of the central government, the state government, and the operating level bodies on the ground is not going to go away. I think we, as players in the infrastructure space, will have to develop playbooks to be able to execute here. But having said that, are there ways in which the difficulty can be kind of mitigated by a kind of a public-private partnership template? So, I agree with that. Again, there is no silver bullet for it. We have to sort of get down, engage, put our nose to the grindstone and execute. But I just wanted to allude, if you just give me a moment more, to another point that was talked about, and that was consumer expectations and what can be done perhaps with, if I may call it, a low-hanging fruit. And I think one of the themes of this discussion was railways. And I believe the Indian Railways knows this, but the Indian Railways, insofar as the consumer interface is concerned, is sitting on huge value in the form of what it can do at the railway stations and the land banks that are there. I think it's a low-hanging fruit relatively. And the reason why I say this is because the capability of Japanese companies, or the capability of the Japanese development over the last 5 decades, it can bring tremendous amount of value here, whether it's consumer-centric businesses, retail, massively improving the consumer experience, and in that process create new value, provide new employment. I think that's a low-hanging fruit relative to the hard infrastructure development. And I guess we need to focus on these low-hanging fruits.
That's an important point. I'm reminded of someone who's not here, who actually runs a school which trains people in the Japanese language to be able to work with all the Japanese companies in India. I'm coming to you, Bharat, and the question that I really have is, digressing from just talking about pure infrastructure, how much of a cultural fit do you see enabling the India-Japanese partnership and cooperation that we have seen over the last so many years?
So we are in a very fortunate position to work as joint venture partners with Japanese companies, and we also have a very cordial relationship and a working relationship both with Mitsui-san and NEC-san for many years. So Mangalji, maybe you should consider something. beyond the veneer of a huge amount of, incongruity almost, there is a huge bedrock and a huge depth of shared values, shared fundamentals. The really important stuff that matters to people is just so, intuitively there.
Give us a few examples if you can.
The way we think about hierarchy, the way we think about, the things that really matter in a personal sense, the way we look at, honoring ancestors. I mean, it sounds very superfluous, but actually, all of these things percolate to how we behave out in society, out at work, and so on. But look, there are also dissimilarities, which actually, to my mind, are excellent. Because, when you're partnering with somebody, what you're looking for is a fit. They should ideally bring some strengths which you lack, right? And you should perhaps also be able to offer strengths that they could do with. So, I mean, look, all the brands which are here, on the dais and, the sponsors and so on, are examples of hugely successful Japanese or Indo-Japanese companies. So Maruti Suzuki, is it a Japanese company? Is it an Indian company? I would argue both equally. And I think that is the ideal marriage of the Japanese way of working in a very methodical and precise fashion with the Indian ability to navigate the dynamic, volatile, uncertain, rapidly shifting landscape. And look, what a fabulous world-beating product and a brand they've come out with. So culturally, it takes work, but I think there's still enough in there to not... I think people get frightened away without understanding necessarily how well it can come together. But look, I'm hardly the person because everybody else here has so much more experience, and Faisal-san himself has lived in Japan, so so he could perhaps speak for an hour on this alone. Thanks.
Yeah, Mangal, I'm coming to you. It's easy for a lot of people to connect with US companies, big brands, consumer, lifestyle, media, social media. But not a lot of people would connect with Japanese brands because you are ultimately industrial powerhouses and may not really be, you're not in telecom when it comes to users, for just as an example. Given the long sustained relationship and the investments that we have seen, what kind of money do you see the Indian infrastructure ecosystem being able to absorb over the next 10, 20 years from Japan for a variety of infrastructure? I'm not confining it to only one kind.
So when we look back, I think one of the biggest sector which has absorbed a great amount of ODA fund, the India being the largest recipient of the ODA finance, and one of the biggest sector that has gained, hugely is the metro rail. And, this example is, very well executed because Delhi set a template not only in the governance, a 50-50 joint venture between the state and the center, which takes care of the central policy and the state policy. We typically have these issues, state subject and center subject. I think that is phenomenal, and this is growing. So there is no stoppage to this kind of momentum. The second is, this high speed has created a new template. I see, I have seen the metro, now I see the high speed, and I think this could propel India to follow the Maruti Suzuki model, because this is going to bring a huge technology transfer, the way we plan projects, the way we look at risk and challenges, both in terms of cost and time. Because in the Japanese system, what is very important is that let's spend more time understanding the ground situation and have a proper planning, maybe do some pre-design work and just, keep the last amount of time to implement on the ground. Whereas, so if we make this phenomenal shift towards that, I think we heard that, what is missing, what is the difference between the two cultures? I think this is, for me, this is one of the biggest gap that exists, and I think we are making progress because this not only needs patience and also a kind of belief that we can deliver the project in the given time.
Right.
We jump to start the project on the ground before having done
the preparatory
work.
One quick follow-up on that example you gave, and you spoke about Maruti Suzuki as well as the metro success. Explain to our audience, because not everyone will understand just the term technology transfer. Maruti Suzuki, among so many other side benefits, led to the development of an auto ecosystem. SMEs, no one knew those companies. The company that manufactures the windows and the glass shields for the car, there was no company doing that in India. What will the bullet train ecosystem lead to in your view?
So when we talk about bullet train, when it was conceived, so there was a huge requirement that we should use Japanese companies to do the civil construction. Now, after renewed approach and, much more detailed analysis and looking at the credentials of the Indian companies executing the civil work, I think a large number of civil companies have benefited. So we have now a set of large companies and medium and small companies participating in the execution of the civil work. So
but won't someone say civil is just the basic work, anyone can do it? What about high technology?
Civil is the most important. It is the foundation. It is the foundation on which the entire system will stand. So maybe when we look at a building, maybe, even the buildings are becoming very high tech, but railway, one of the most strongest foundation is the civil. What you see on the ground, there is enormous inside the ground. And when you have to, look at high speed, a train, a system running at 300 plus kilometers per hour, the system has to create a stable, both in terms of vibrations and harshness and noise, that it can add to the ambience and
you can't have animals crossing the track.
Yeah, so even for the crossings, it is very well conceived that from, it's an elevated viaduct. And therefore, there are a number of opportunities for them to cross over. So, what it's going to add to is this. The second is the operation and maintenance is a huge subject, in the railway. What Suzuki saw creating distributors and the maintenance in every city, every town, everywhere. So, the equivalent of that is the operation and maintenance of the civil or the electrical or the systems and as well as the trains. So the whole training and transfer of technology will happen, by which we are going to augment a complete skill set to be able to manage these high-tech trains. So this is a great example of transfer, and by this it would mean that we can then start to manufacture those components in India. Maybe not in the very beginning, because we need to maintain certain level of sanctity, that we can execute the project in time. But when we get into the operation maintenance, and the railway system goes up to 40 years, the trains can have a mid-life of 20, 25 years, and then refurbish for another 20 years. So this is going to create a huge supply chain of the spare parts in every area that the railway will take.
I'm glad you gave us that extended reply, because it was important to understand. Faisal, you wanted to come in?
I couldn't agree more with Mangal. I work for a company which is involved directly, even as we speak, in civil projects with a dedicated freight corridor, and laying the foundation, including constraints in land acquisition, etc., are big delay factors. And I think we should focus on the civil, because the electrical, the tech that sits on the civil is relatively available, relatively easy to do after the foundation is laid. So I agree with that completely. But if I can come in, kind of converge or fold in a lot of conversations that the other panelists have talked about.
Yep.
I think one of the key factors in terms of how Japan operates in India with Indian companies and how Indian companies operate with Japan. On a lighter note, and I'll apologize to some of my Japanese colleagues here who may not get this reference, but there are two games happening here. There is a Test cricket going on and there is T20 going on, and it's going to continue. And the worst thing that we can do is to bring a T20 game to a Test match or a Test game to a T20 match. And we have done that. So I think the real partnership is to bring the best of Japan, bring the best of agile Indian global practices, and kind of combine that into a unified delivery. And I think that is where huge potential remains to be garnered and put on the ground.
Bharat, on that same note of the future, looking at it in a positive sense.
I think in some ways we've barely scratched the surface. Prime Minister Kishida just earlier this year doubled right away the amount of investment that would occur over the last 5 years in India. It's some 5 trillion yen over this duration. So that's about $1 trillion yen a year.
But do we have the absorptive capacity for that?
In a word, yes. And I think not only can we meet this target, we can also surpass it. There will, of course, remain some challenges in the execution. And I think some of the answers might be in involving more fully the Indian private sector. And I think the understanding at the governmental level, I think if we reach that on the private sector level, I just come back to the point I started with, that we are sort of just scratching the surface. And the future, to my mind, is, just blindingly optimistic and positive.
Okay. Alok, I'll let you have the final word on this panel today as we wind up. And this is to take your thoughts here for the viewers on the digital infrastructure bit. One of the biggest projects that we are now looking at is the open network for, and some call it as a project that is aimed at certain e-commerce players. But leave that aside, what do you really think it is going to lead to?
Just before I get to that answer, see, I firmly believe that, the role of technology, or for that matter, for any infrastructure, should be to make the society more productive today than it was yesterday. And if that infrastructure and if that digital investment is not driving that, then I think that's money getting wasted. I think, the digital revolution that is currently happening in the country, there are many things that our citizens are experiencing that they have not experienced the basic, but they have leapfrogged into something else. I'll give you an example. Aadhaar card. It's for many people it may be seen as just a number that goes in your pocket, but for us who have powered the entire Aadhaar card infrastructure, for us it's giving a voice to a citizen. It is now slowly becoming the basis on which your identity, your subsidies, your way of how you are growing and progressing is dependent on. We've just launched a project, in 4 airports where, through a program called DigiYatra, which was in news just about a week back, where your face becomes your identity. You walk into the airport and based on your facial recognition, you don't have to touch anything. You don't have to go to any counter, no kiosk. You are automatically checked in and your face becomes the boarding pass to get to the... Now, these are revolutionary experiences that our citizens need to have. Imagine the impact that the airports will have, the amount of traffic and throughput it can handle. And in doing that, the serpentine queues that our citizens are able to avoid, which means, again, going back to the point I was making, we are in a society which is in a hurry, right? So we've got to create infrastructure that answers to that challenge. It is not about just putting a rail track. It is not just about putting bridges. It's about efficiency of throughput. It's about how quickly can we get our citizens to experience what they want to experience. And it is their right. So I think digital will play a massive role in compressing the time that this geography, this country needs to become a superpower. And, I was just going to add to that. Somebody in the beginning of the panel, we were talking about, how fast are we going to multiply our growth. India reached the first trillion of its GDP in 36 years. The third trillion was reached in 11 years. The fifth trillion is supposed to be reached in 3 years' time. That's the momentum and velocity with which we are moving. right? So I think digital is here to play that role. It can be the magic glue, the super glue that puts it all together. And that is critical in making sure that India truly reaches the place that it deserves to reach.
We've just been given a few more minutes, so I want to take that one last topic that was on my mind throughout this panel. And this is, while we talk about infrastructure, world-class infrastructure, the B2B part of it, there's a consumer part of it which is also important, which is the ability of the Indian user to pay for it. And we have seen that also becoming an issue for many projects. Mangal, I'm starting with you. Is there a sort of question mark over unit economics when it comes to certain kinds of infrastructure, both the physical and the digital in India?
So definitely, the cost of building infrastructure has to be paid by someone. And what I see is that, you talk about transportation, mobility, the interconnectivity, seamless connectivity, multimodal transfer, using digital as the backbone, creating a mobility as a service, I think is an answer which will not only make sure you can seamlessly travel, pay at one point for the entire journey, through the one card, that is being devised for the entire country and is being followed. But also, when you look at the green and environment and, look at the energy consumption, I think one of the biggest sector in the railway will be how to reduce the energy consumption. And if these two things, I think, will make the entire experience more affordable.
More affordable. Bharat, to you, and last to Faisal, of course, on this.
So we work mostly in the B2B space, right? So our freight trains carry finished cars for Maruti Suzuki, for Toyota, which is an affiliate of Mitsui-san in some ways. We carry containers across the country. We also work with NEC on the logistics data bank, which recently crossed some 5 crore, 50 million containers. And yes, I share this concern. I wish our customers would pay us more. But having said that, you have made a good point about unit economics, because the scale of India is possibly unmatched in most sectors. But, we are hoping that as we get richer, we see the manifestation in both not just the purchasing power, but also the purchasing willingness, So, thanks.
Alok?
Look, the age-old, definition of demand economics. If there is demand, there will be supply, and you will get the price. The question is that, are we crafting the right value proposition that a customer is ready to pay for? This is not a customer's problem. This is our problem. We have to unbundle the challenge of project execution and infrastructure and everything that we talked about. And we have to take it to the lowest common multiple and say, in what shape and form do I deploy the right technology at the right place at the right cost so that they get paid for it? Of course, in doing all of this, we have to take a long-term view. Somebody has to pay for it for a long term so that, the gestation period and the payback comes through. But I don't think we should work with a notion where we say that, oh yeah, we are bringing great technology to you, but the customer is not ready to pay. No, I think you just can't cheat and cut and copy and paste, because we are a different country. We are hugely, the span on economic, per capita income is huge in our country. And if you have the right value proposition designed, I think the consumers will pay for it. You have to be able to craft it and articulate it well, both of the jobs that we don't do very well in our country.
Faisal, the last word on the panel today to you.
Yeah, thank you. The short answer, can the consumer pay for high-tech, expensive infrastructure? My view, the short answer is yes. And, we can go into all kinds of details as to how do we deploy and how do we create a value proposition that the Indian, whichever segment you look at, the Indian consumer can pay for it. I don't think we have the time. This is the occasion. But I'll just use one example, which is a very recent example, and that's the electrification of mobility, right? There was a traditional view as recently as 3 years ago that lithium-ion batteries or electric mobility in India is down the line. But what is the reality? And that argument was based on the fact that you first need to invest in charging infrastructure and then the transition from internal combustion engines to electric mobility will happen. But if you look at two-wheelers and three-wheelers, the use case of use by day and charge by night is in place. And we make batteries, we make lithium-ion batteries in India. So I'm coming to you from on the ground. We can't meet the demand. Wow. Electric two-wheelers, electric three-wheelers, the poorest of the poor, they are able to afford it. And today, perhaps for the first time in 35 years, people here who are probably as old as me will remember that we used to have a waiting list for buying scooters, two-wheelers, in the mid-80s. Today, there's a waiting list for electric vehicles. People are waiting to buy electric two-wheelers and electric three-wheelers, so consumers can pay for it.
I'm glad that I came to Faisal last because he gave us a wonderfully appropriate example of what the future really means and how policy and private sector capability needs to come together. Thanks to the entire panel for their wonderful views, and a round of applause for all of you. Thank you very much. Abha, over to you.
Thank you so much. Could I request Mr. Manoj Sharma, CEO Publishing India Today, to share a token of appreciation with our guests. I'm going to come. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Our hashtag, for those of you making copious notes, says Indo-Japan Summit. We hope you enjoyed that conversation. I'd like to take a moment to thank our sponsors today, presented by Maruti Suzuki, powered by Mitsui & Co., tech partner Toshiba, innovation partner NEC, celebration partner Suntory Whiskey Toki, co-chaired by the Embassy of Japan. Our next session looks at the India-Japan partnership, the game changers. To moderate this session, I'd like to welcome on stage again Group Editorial Director Publishing at the India Today Group, Raj Chengappa, and Senior Editor, India Today Television, Geeta Mohan. They'll be welcoming our next guests and introducing the two keynote sessions. We're almost ready for you. Raj, Geeta, could I welcome you on stage? A big round of applause, everybody, as we welcome the next set of speakers to really discuss the India-Japan partnership, the game changers, and the way forward. Very warm welcome, Raj, Geeta, with on stage Sujan R. Chinoy, former Indian ambassador to Japan and Director General, Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis, as well as Kyoko Hokugo, Minister, Economic and Development, Embassy of Japan, India. Can I have a big round of applause, please?
I think it's still good morning and welcome to this session after that, brutally frank session on infrastructure and the new silver bullet. I think we have to bite that bullet and listen to what they said and act on that. And we have again two very brutally frank conversations going to happen here. Sujan Chinoy, the former Indian ambassador to Japan and currently Director General, Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis, brings a whole range of experience, on-the-ground experience in Japan, apart from the fact, strategic and other issues. So, Sujan, welcome to this thing. And we have Kyoko Hokugo, I hope I've got that right, Minister, Economic and Development at the Embassy of Japan, India, and she's going to talk about the economic relations. And this session, let me also welcome Geeta Mohan, our Foreign Affairs Editor, and we're going to do a double-engine thing on them. So let's invite Sujan Chinoy to deliver a quick 10 minutes as to how he sees the perspective, the game changers that he sees it. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Thank you.
So look, I was given 20 minutes, but it's now 10 minutes, and I better actually, behave like the Shinkansen itself, taking off on time, arriving on time. Let me begin by firstly thanking you, Raj, Chengappa, for this invitation. This is, in fact, a very opportune moment, and for the ones that are still having their, tea and coffee, frankly, for me, it's like tea, coffee, or me. So I would rather that you choose me over the tea and coffee, but I leave it to you. Now, there are 4 main reasons why it's very opportune to look at India-Japan relations today. First off, it's the 70th anniversary, no less. Secondly, we are all coming out of the ravages of the pandemic. We are in a global economic recovery phase. And it's an opportune moment to look at how India and Japan can connect, especially with regard to trade and investment ties. The third reason is the conflict in Ukraine. For several questions have been raised about whether this actually impacts on our strategic partnership in any manner. And let me begin by disabusing the naysayers straight away. It does not impact on our special strategic and global partnership. There's enough space in this relationship for us to be able to navigate our way forward in a most understanding manner. And the fourth point is that it's the post-Abe period. With the passage of that, colossus from the stage of India-Japan relations, a number of questions have been raised about whether we can actually keep up the momentum. And I'd say there are fundamentally 3 good reasons why we should say that the momentum will not be affected. First off, this relationship, though it was, greatly nurtured by the leadership in India at the level of Prime Minister Modi and in Japan at the level of Prime Minister Abe, the relationship is much bigger. It goes beyond that. And it's anchored in our shared values and our ancient civilizational ethos and much more. The second reason is that we've now got Ambassador Hiroshi Suzuki as the Japanese ambassador here, and he brings continuity to the relationship. The third very big reason is that Prime Minister Kishida himself is a former member of that great team that achieved so much over the past decade. He himself was Foreign Minister of Japan for 5 years, and I've seen him work up front very closely. Our civilizational relationship is anchored in ancient times, and we share so many of these deities as well, like Benzai Ten and Kangi Ten and Sho Ten and Kichijo Ten. These all translate variously into Shiva and Ganesh and Saraswati and Lakshmi, etc. But for me, Japan has a very personal, special place in my heart. I began my association nearly 45 years ago with Japan. I was not in the Foreign Service at that point of time, and there was an essay competition in my university, in the Gujarat University, in which I decided to participate. One had to write an essay on Japan and its ancient history and culture, and lo and behold, I got the first prize. It entailed going to Japan as an exchange student, and that really changed my life. I spent a few months at the Otemon Gakuin University in Osaka. That's the oldest unbroken students' exchange program between the two countries, which began in 1971 and continues till today. Exposure to Japan, literally at the age of 20, left me reeling. I mean, I was truly taken up with what technology could do to a country that had risen phoenix-like from the ashes of the Second World War and achieved so much. And when I went to Japan in '78, Japan was really at the peak of its economic development. It was riding high as one of the biggest trading nations in the world, and the only place in Asia where you could see skyscrapers. Today you can see them all over. It was also the only place in Asia that could be counted as a piece of the West. for its times. And when I, therefore, went to Japan, I was also given a Daruma doll. I don't know how many of you know that the Daruma represents Bodhidharma, who went from the Mamallapuram area of Tamil Nadu in the 5th century AD. And when I landed there and got the Daruma doll quickly painted in one eye, as we are required to do. The other eye is required to be painted in when one's wish is fulfilled. And so I could actually, having preserved that Daruma doll, I painted in the other eye only in 2015 when I went there as ambassador. I gave an interview to the Yomiuri Shimbun. I still have the cutting, dating back to 1978. And I was asked what would I wish to do with my life, and I said, I want to, watashi wa gaikokan ni naritai desu. And I want to come back, I want to become a diplomat, and I want to come back to Japan. And that's why I painted in the other eye. Listen, I want to mention how different I found Japan when I went in 2015. In 1978, Japan was, to my mind, a very confident country. It was, as I said, riding high. It had achieved so much. The economic growth rates had been at a peak level. There was great all-round prosperity. But when I went in 2015, I found that Japan was slightly different. It was different because the society had aged, economic growth rates had plateaued, and I think foremost for the people of Japan was to keep things steady, on course, notwithstanding the rising sort of threat of a big economy like China, one that had created tremendous interdependencies with Japan, and notwithstanding the fact that North Korea was also acting the way it is known to act with its missile and nuclear tests. I also found that the Japanese people had not lost any of their touch for excellence, perfection, research and development, innovation, their fabled hospitality, but the younger generation was not quite as interested in the world beyond Japan. I did notice that as well. And that was a far cry from what I had seen among the students in the 1970s. So that's something that I noticed. And Japan obviously was no longer Asia's largest economy. By the way, it still is the world's second largest developed economy. And that's something that stands in its stead. Now, Japan is, as a game changer, let me come to a few points there. It's been a tremendous game changer for many countries. After the 70s, when China began to open up, modernize, engage in its open door policy, Japan was not far behind the United States in normalizing relations and played a very big role in the emergence of China as a global manufacturing center. Most of Japan's supply chains and supply lines began to implant themselves in the very fertile soil of the Chinese economy. And so many of the tremendous changes that you see today in China, it's also thanks to Japan and its generosity, its largesse. For Japan has been very forthcoming in helping China for many years, at least until 2018, I think, through ODA, but with also vast dollops of trade and investment ties. On the other hand, China has been fairly extractive in this relationship, squeezing the last bit out of Japan, forcing it to always, ride that guilt of the past, and no amount of redressal by Japan seems to be enough. Japan is also today wary of putting all its eggs in one basket. It obviously has been looking at a China plus policy, and India is seen as a wonderful alternative to China. The Japanese government and industry both regard India increasingly as integral to any risk mitigation strategy. Now, it's also, I must caution you here, it's also not as if, as part of a major relocation policy, it's not as if all Japanese companies are dying to leave China or dying to come to India. This requires a lot of hard work. And that's where I think I would echo the sentiments expressed in a previous panel, that there's much work to be done at this end. We have a lot of investments coming in, as you are aware. But when we take a look over the last year and a half at the relocation of Japanese companies, we find that as part of their US dollars $3.2 billion aid and assistance package, most of which was meant, of course, for relocation to Japan, we find that of all the companies that left for third country destinations, most of them went to Southeast Asia. Very few came to India. In fact, in that first phase, I found only 2 companies coming to India. And to me, it means that we need to take a page out of the Chinese book and the Vietnamese book in order to see how best we can cultivate the Japanese companies. And what I have to say also applies to Korean companies. So let's put it this way, that good political relations does not necessarily translate automatically into very, very deep and abiding trade and investment ties. Conversely, political friction, geopolitical difficulties, such as what we see between Japan and China, is not enough to actually translate into a cutoff in economic ties. The world is far more complex and interdependent today. And for India, Japan is a brand. It stands for, perfection. It stands for Kaizen, which is this constant innovation and improvement, or Monotsukuri, the synthesis of technological know-how, and merging that with the spirit of Japan's best practices in manufacturing. And so this is something of great relevance to India. The standardization of our technologies, the skilling of our labor force. And I must tell you that in my capacity as the advisory patron of the Indo-Japan Friendship Society of Gujarat, I have also contributed to the creation of the first ever Japanese garden in India. That's in Ahmedabad. It's outside the Ahmedabad Management Association. We call it the Zen Kaizen Garden. I had requested the Honorable Prime Minister to inaugurate it, and he very graciously did that last year. Any one of you visiting Ahmedabad is welcome to visit that, and we will not charge you a ticket if you contact me, even though the ticket is only 50 rupees. But one of the earliest examples of Japan as a game changer is to be found, as has already been said, in the automotive sector. When Suzuki came to India nearly 4 decades ago, they fundamentally transformed the landscape of not just automotive manufacturing, but manufacturing in general. And I think India has never looked back since, insofar as the automotive sector is concerned. Today, India is itself one of the largest automotive hubs in the world, and also a very big major exporter. Some manufacturing today in India by Japanese companies also sees products going back to Japan, not to speak of other parts of the world, including Mexico. That's like taking coal to Newcastle, selling cars out of India to Mexico, you know that. I also want to mention the railway sector, because the Prime Minister himself said in 2017, during Prime Minister Abe's visit there, that this sector is fundamental to further change that we want to see in the vast railway sector in India. India is expanding its railways in order to keep up with its rapidly expanding economy. And we have to be mindful of safety and other standards. And it is this great association with Japan, this piggybacking tandem with Japan, that's going to get us those fantastic standards of safety and security on our tracks. And whether it is high speed or whether it is, normal railway tracks, we need the Japanese there with us. By the way, when I went to Japan in 1978, there were very few foreigners there. In the workforce, there was practically no presence of the Chinese, the Vietnamese, the Filipinos. In 2015, much to my bewilderment, I realized that the workforce in Japan was rapidly expanding to include the Chinese, the Vietnamese, the Filipinos, and India, while claiming to be the HR capital of the world, wanting to provide workforce to the rest of the world, was absent. And that is how I cottoned on to this idea of working on the technical intern training program. It was not really an internship, it was the job market in which Indians could also come in, provided the structures were in place, for 3 to 5 years, work in the Japanese space, imbibe all those good practices, come back to India, as I thought, and become the nuclei for further change in India. And that is how today, with great satisfaction, I look back and see that we have the specialized skilled workers program in place, having contributed to it right from the very beginning. The other big thing that I found was the possibility of using Japan as a game changer in healthcare. So about a year before we actually publicly announced our Ayushman Bharat program, I had been actually working with the Japanese system, including Ambassador Hiroshi Suzuki, Mr. Izumi, etc., in the Prime Minister's office, to see how best we could actually bring them in, because Japan has fantastic experience with geriatric care, for instance, with trauma care, and reducing the carbon footprint of healthcare in general, hospitals especially. And therefore, I think we've done well to have them come on board as our very first foreign partner to link up with the Ayushman Bharat program. Japan is present, as you all know, in virtually every flagship program, too numerous for me to mention. People have spoken about the metro, people have spoken about many other areas. But I do see that there are areas like disaster risk reduction, where Japan has fantastic experience, and no wonder that Japan is one of our key partners in this coalition for disaster-resilient infrastructure. But apart from that, safe drinking water, water treatment solutions through employment of Japanese technology called Jokaso technology, these are very significant. May I therefore now make one or two small additional points? The one big thing that we need to learn from Japan is its formidable ability to skill its workforce to near perfection standards, which is why the Japanese technology comes at a certain cost, because it's also free of risk. I noticed that it's impossible to send all our young people, the millions that we want to skill in India, to Japan. You can get bigger bang for the buck in India if you were to bring in Japanese-style skilling. And this idea that we worked on when I went there in 2015, and it really gained traction in a year or so, was the idea of Japan-India Institutes of Manufacturing. So let me say that success has many fathers, but then I'd like to claim to have been integral to the setting up of the gyms as well. My idea was very simple, that if we could get in, the Japanese to come in India and request each one of the private sector companies to actually contribute something to that end, we might be able to achieve something. So actually I wrote a letter to about 500 Japanese companies. Many of the CEOs can check their archival material. They will see that I wrote letters left, right, and center. Of the 500 odd letters that I wrote proposing this idea, there was a 10% response. And I was extremely happy with that, because 10% was very good. 50 Japanese companies agreeing to look at this proposal. And in a matter of a year or two, we were able to get that to a head start. We have gyms now all around India. Suzuki has been leading in this, others like Daikin and Nimirana, and several other companies around India. They've been training thousands of people in the Japanese way of manufacturing. Japan is at the cutting edge also of artificial intelligence, big data, Internet of Things, and these are areas that we should be looking at. How do we connect this intersection between Society 5.0 of Japan and Digital India and Startup India? Japanese companies, as you know, have invested billions of dollars in Indian startups. And we've also got the Japan-India Startup Hub, which was launched in October 2018 during my time in Japan, as the interface between the industries on two sides. So we must do more to, say, link up with Hiroshima, for instance, which has cutting-edge manufacturing technology. It has an IT corridor, but it lacks in IT software industry, and that's where we can come in to partner them. We must also look at forest management. It's not something that's been mentioned so far, so let me add that. The Miyawaki forest technology of Japan is critical to our work at a time when we are looking at improving the environment and reducing the risk of climate change. I'm happy to say that I'm looking at it very closely in my capacity, my additional capacity as the Think 20 chair for India during India's G20 presidency. And I have a number of task forces to guide, one of which will, of course, look at all that we can do in terms of lifestyle for the environment. Prime Minister's great idea of making every individual responsible for the environment. And I think that's also something that is the epitome of Japanese philosophy, where there's a personal responsibility towards nature, towards all sentient beings. The Shinto idea itself is in harmony with life as a concept that has been proposed by the Prime Minister. I see no difference there. Living beings, non-living beings, nature as Mother Nature. So let's not underestimate Japan's potential. Also for Sagar and for our blue economy. I would propose that in the fisheries cold chain, we should actually look at this offer that was once made to me when I was there by the CEO of Sushi Zanmai chain of restaurants. Japan loves tuna, but there's also, a great depletion in stocks, tuna stocks in the waters around Japan. And the Japanese at one point of time were proposing that they would provide the technologies for our fisherfolk, especially off the coast of Tamil Nadu, and that we could actually fish the tuna for them. So I think there are advantages there. In the cultivation of seaweed, today you find seaweed being actually cultivated in India for the pharmaceutical sector. And what better guide can you have for the seaweed industry than Japan, which uses this as part of its great culinary tradition. Last word will be on defense and security ties. We have, an AXA, an acquisition and cross-servicing agreement. And let me tell you that India is one of the few countries with which Japan has been ready to ramp up its defense engagements. I think it's a privileged partnership in that sector, full of trust, mutual trust, full of shared values, a very clear-cut vision about where we want to take this partnership. We are the only country outside the United States with which Japan engages in ground forces joint exercises. I am happy to say that I pushed that very hard during my time there. And the first of the Dharma Guardian exercises, albeit at a platoon level, started during my time, and it's continued since. So I think that's something we must work on, not just the maritime theater, which is often spoken about. We also invited Japan for the very first time to participate in our Milan exercises. Everybody's heard about the Malabar and the Quad being, two flip sides of the same coin. But there is also the great Milan exercise, a multinational exercise that we host. We hosted it for the first time outside the ANN command. We did it in Visakhapatnam, that's the Eastern Command, which has a much greater and frontal outlook towards the Indo-Pacific. We will have the first of the fighter aircraft exercises in the near future. But the point I want to make is that all this does not necessarily mean that Japanese industry will come into India in the defense manufacturing space. Japan's manufacturing in defense is essentially for its own needs. It exports only about 4 to 5% by way of its defense manufactures overseas. So most of what Mitsubishi or Kawasaki produce, or Hitachi and others produce, is for their own market. Secondly, they are used to G2G. They are not used to the rough and tumble of the arms tendering process, such as the type that we have in India. And the key question here is that, will the Japanese industries be keen on coming to India to actually participate in that rough and tumble space? They have no experience there. But we must encourage them to come because they have the best of technologies, and were we to get the Japanese to step in through JVs or TOTs and things like that, it can fundamentally alter the future trajectory of our own Atmanirbhar Bharat in defense. We've made a small beginning at the level of DRDO and its counterpart ATLA in Japan in things like unmanned ground vehicles and robotics. And drones is another area where a great deal of interest is being shown by the two sides. So let me simply end by saying that we are on a sound wicket today. Ties between India and Japan are, as has already been put by others, an exemplar for the rest of the world. We have no bilateral differences. We have enough space in our relationship to discuss issues on which we may not have perfect symmetry and convergence of views. And together, I have no doubt that we will build an Indo-Pacific that is free and open, transparent, inclusive, and that does a great deal of good for the rest of Asia. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause. Thank you so much, Ambassador Chinoy, for that comprehensive opening address. I now invite Ms. Kyoko Hokuga, Minister Economic and Development at the Embassy of Japan in New Delhi.
Thank you very much, Geeta. Thank you very much for inviting me here, and thanks for Mr. Raj Chengappa, and of course the Ambassador Chinoy. I'm so glad and honored to be with this in this session. So today, I think many people have already talked about the whole range of the Japan-India relations, and I would like to point out just several points. So in the current India-Japan relation, which is special strategic and global partnership. So I'm in charge of economic affairs, so mainly in economic issues. But I'd like to firstly point out just one in about the rather political side, which is that India and Japan has shares common values like freedom, democracy, or human rights and rule of law. So this is a very, very important thing, and we are acting hand in hand in many areas, like in United Nations or in other international fora since a long time ago. And especially this year and next year is a super important timing that India is assuming the G20 the presidency, and Japan assumed the G7 presidency, and we coordinate very closely and to make the G20 and G7 both in a successful outcome. And this coordination, we have already some kind of tradition for example, in the Quad, and this is also quite important framework for us. And how it comes out right like today is that the story was already talked by other people like my ambassador. So I just would like to point out that in this framework we have already some concrete cooperation. Like in the sector of quality infrastructure, or maritime security, or counterterrorism, cybersecurity, or humanitarian assistance, and disaster relief and recovery assistance. So there are a wide range of things that we are cooperating already. And after the pandemic, we even strengthen and widen those cooperation to global health security, or climate change, and critical emerging technology. So in this framework too, Japan-India cooperation is quite important. And I would like to touch upon the economic aspect. And as already said, that there is already 5 trillion yen target for next 5 years for the Japanese investment in India. And in order to achieve this target and attract more Japanese companies to come to India, the business environment in India is crucial, and Japanese Chamber of Commerce and Industry in India prepares the proposal for India business environment enhancement every year, and they submitted this year's proposal to DPIIT very recently at the beginning of this month, and those proposals will be discussed between Japan and Indian side, and our embassy also takes up some of these proposals to negotiate with Indian government to improve the business environment here in India. So this is a good timing, because India appears a very attractive country of destination of investment among Japanese companies with this huge potential. So we should grasp this timing to attract more Japanese businesses to come to India. And with respect to the development cooperation by government, somebody pointed out, Japan is the top donor for India, and India is the top recipient for Japan for a long time. So we have a wide range of cooperation projects, and quality infrastructures is, among others, what Japan considers very important. And a symbolic project is, of course, the high-speed railway project from Mumbai to Ahmedabad. And what has already done is the, for example, Delhi Metro is there. And Delhi Metro corporation people is now contributing to the construct other metro projects. And the Japanese way is now diffusing all over India. So I'm very happy to see that. And not only the kind of huge projects, but we also assist local development via smaller scale projects like agriculture or forest management or producing merchandising goods using local products in rural area. And especially we put focus on the development on Northeast region. And looking at the importance of Northeast region, which is located in the center of Indo-Pacific area, we consider that the development of this region is geopolitically and strategically important from the viewpoint of realizing free and open Indo-Pacific. As India is taking Act East policy, and which is now inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi, Act Fast in Northeast, and aiming at the synergy between that policy and our cooperation, India and Japan organized Act East Forum since 2017. And there, during the 6 meetings that we have done, we have continuously reviewed our cooperation and discussed their direction to go in the future. And under this forum, Japanese road improvement projects in Meghalaya and Mizoram are underway, and some other road projects are under consideration. And we hope this will result in better connectivity within the region and with surrounding countries like Bangladesh or Myanmar, and consequently the economic growth of the region. And from the viewpoint of connectivity of Indo-Pacific region, we think the road connectivity with other surrounding countries is quite important. And Northeast region, which is landlocked, can get access to seaport in India Sea through Bangladesh. It may give the region a big chance to much easier transportation and trade opportunity. Then there may be also a chance to create value chain with Northeast and other area of the world, and this environment would attract foreign investment to Northeast, including that from Japan. In this way, we would like to help creating good environment for business in Northeast and strengthen Japan-India cooperation at the same time. And another aspect, what I would like to say is human exchange. So to deepen the relations between the two countries, human exchange is the most important thing. Now, Japan and India are in a good timing for promoting it. As Ambassador Chinoy have pointed out, Japan is in have the aging population and lack of youth human resources. And in India, many talented young people are there. So we could complement each other with receiving Indian young people who could work in Japan while giving learning opportunity of Japanese technology. So it is well known that the very high qualified Indian IT professionals, but not only in the IT sector, Indian have potential to work in many areas. And as Ambassador Suzuki has pointed out, we would like to provide more opportunity of training and employment in Japan in the areas of caregiving or agriculture. And we already see some successful cases happening in Fukui Prefecture and Kochi Prefecture. So the Japanese government provides scheme called Specified Skilled Workers, as well as Technical Intern Training Program, and to help these movement in each prefecture to call Indian young people to work in their locality. And Japanese government would like to promote further these programs, which could serve people-to-people exchange between Japan and India. And now I would like to say a little bit about Japanese language. In order to live or work in Japan, it is much better or even necessary to have Japanese language skill. So for those people who come to Japan in the framework of specified skilled workers or technical intern training program, Japanese language education is indispensable part in their training. And I say in the other way, if more Indian people learn Japanese, more Indian people will come to Japan. So Japanese language education has big potential to push human exchange between our two countries. So Japanese and Indian government have been cooperating promoting Japanese language education in India, which with opening training course for Japanese language teachers and founding Japanese language courses in universities. But the number of learner of Japanese language in India is 36,000 in 2021 compared to more than 1 million in China, which has around the same number of population. So there's a big room to make progress in this aspect. So I think we can do more for people-to-people exchange between Japan and India, and when the world is opening up after this COVID pandemic. So there are a few points that I wanted to raise briefly here about Japan-India relation today. And of course, for example, Dr. Jaishankar and my ambassador and Ambassador Chinoy pointed out there are the many areas of cooperation, and in all areas we have to push forward. And I'm here at this very important and where we have a lot of work and timing, and but I'm very happy to work for even better Japanese-Indian relations, and thank you very much to give me this occasion, and I would be glad to learn from this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the opening address. Spoken like a true diplomat, covered all areas, but we'll begin now the conversation with Ambassador Chinoy, given that he served in government and now is a part of a very important critical think tank in a gray area, so to say, Ambassador Chinoy, given the fact that he works very closely with the government. As somebody who served within the government as the ambassador of India to Japan, the previous conversations that took place, there were some who really put forth the point of how investments from Japan are difficult. There are difficulties in execution. As somebody who served in government, how did the government of India, in its present form, really look at clearing out or ironing out these problems for investors who are looking to India and looking at India?
So let me begin by simply stating the obvious that under this government, a great deal has been done for Japanese companies to provide them the right kind of entry points, setting up a special Japan desk, etc., in the government of India, and getting the states to cooperate, getting everybody to be on the same page. And as and when there are issues that Japanese industry takes up with, the government of India, every effort is made to iron out and resolve these issues. Having said that, and having lived not just in Japan, but also having spent a lifetime dealing with China, as you know, my primary professional career was spent dealing for more than 20 years with China, 10 of which I have lived in China. And I've also lived on the east coast of China, where Japanese presence is at its maximum, whether in Shanghai or in Zhejiang or Jiangsu. So what I gathered was that countries like China, for instance, or Vietnam, for that matter, have special carve-outs for those that matter. And I, for the life of me, could never understand why we would want to have policies that are equally applicable to Japan as to Timbuktu. I would say that if you know which side your bread is buttered, go the extra mile, do what it takes to create some special, carve-outs for Japanese companies, especially where you badly think and need them to be as part of your own, upscaling your industry. So I think time has come for us to look very closely at what we can do extra for Japanese companies, for that matter for Korean companies. The Japanese will not be the sole benefactors of what we try to do, but we do have to make a slight distinction between the countries that matter and those that may not have the same wherewithal to come and be part of our landscape. And so let me close on that.
All right, but
do something extra for them,
but
so that you're competing in real earnest with not just China, but the others that are soaking up that investment that relocates as part of a risk mitigation strategy. When the Japanese look at China plus, look at the region beyond, we've always traditionally had to deal with one impediment, a perception issue. For most Japanese, the comfort levels ended with Southeast Asia, with Myanmar. Asia ended there. Today, there's a sea change in their thinking, and India is front and center in their vision for Asia, for the Indo-Pacific. So you have to seize this opportunity.
But I'd like to take the same question to Ms. Hokugo. Would you agree with the ambassador, or is there a difference in alignment of India's nimble foreign policy as opposed to a federal structure where your investors or Japan really has to look at state governments as well and work with state governments? Does that become an impediment? I give an example of the high-speed rail project, where land acquisition had become one of the biggest problem areas for the Japanese.
Yes, it is true that you're in a federal system, and for Japanese businesses, for example, they should be located somewhere in some state, and then they face suddenly not only the national level regulation, but also the state level thing, and which is different from state to state, and sometimes it changes, and sometimes not clear. And of course, that's a challenge for the Japanese people to understand or to cope with. So of course, it depends on the country by country. The system is of course different from one to another, and India adopts this federal system, and maybe the Japanese people can adapt with that. Of course, it comes sometimes as be seen as an impediment, but.
Sujan, I'd come to you in terms of the fact that, and Kyoko-san had mentioned this, the connectivity with the Northeast, looking across Myanmar and Thailand and seeing a road connectivity that is there. But in terms of our contribution, there seems to be a sense that things are not moving fast enough, one. And two, there was even talk of a Asia-Africa growth corridor, and where India, Japan were supposed to collaborate on this. That seems to be more like Japan doing it rather than India. What are the issues that we face in terms of execution and implementation? First you, and then subsequently we can ask Kyoko-san to give her viewpoint on this.
So as far as the Act East policy is concerned, and now, the intersection between our Act East policy and, Japan is known as the Act East Forum, which was set up in the month of December 2017, if I'm not mistaken. Now, personally, I would like the focus of this Act East Forum. This is what you call gratuitous advice that I'm giving, Raj. But the point is, focus more on what we can do to capitalize on Japan's presence in the Northeast per se. At a much later stage, we can talk about, connectivity beyond. But I wouldn't want to mix up the two. The greatest benefit that I see would be in having Japan simply come in per se, in building roads, infrastructure, etc., the highways that are being built there. I think Highway 50, 51, you name it, there are several. And more than that, how can we use Japanese technologies to ramp up the, agro-processing sector in the Northeast, where evacuation of produce is very difficult. And what can we do to improve, for instance, orange production, last mile village development, capacity building, empowerment projects, including for instance, women in the villages. That's where I think the great advantage of Japan lies. For me, the Kaladan project and how to connect to Thailand and beyond, and because then you are looking at a far more geostrategic landscape, where the intersection of interests may not always be final. For instance, when you look at the Belt and Road Initiative, India has a view, Japan has a view, the Japanese government has a view, the Japanese industry has a view. And you might find that on Belt and Road, there are areas where Japanese industry and Chinese industry have a history of working together. And frankly, to each according to his own. I mean, you cannot wish everything your way. We have a fundamental principled position on the Belt and Road.
But the larger point of us being...
So now Afro-Asian, if I may just...
execution.
Yeah.
I think one of the complaints is that we are not, executing fast enough. And whether you look at Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, there are projects that are there as well, but we're just not moving on that direction.
So for me,
what is the thing that we need to do?
Solution is very simple.
Yeah.
On all things, you must have specialized people, and you must have continuity. If you have this kind of revolving door system in which people come and occupy a position for 2 years, 3 years, deal with Japan, deal with this, deal with that, next minute you see them, they are dealing with a totally different field, not much is going to be done. You please create the right kind of incentives for people in government at the central level, at the state level to specialize and be around for a long time. Give them that continuity. This is what I have seen in countries like China and Vietnam, where 10 years later, you still have the same, deputy mayor or somebody dealing with you, offering you facilities. We don't have that system. A certain anonymity creeps in the moment there is a change in incumbency. And you start all over again. As far as Afro-Asian, Asia-Africa Growth Corridor is concerned, let me just put it this way, that it's a jolly good idea, which was also later overtaken in part by the great momentum that we saw in the vision of the Indo-Pacific. So it was kind of subsumed. It's not as if it's extinct, but it became one of the sub-tracks or relatively minor themes in a much broader vision of the Indo-Pacific. Secondly, Japan operates in Africa in a space that is slightly different from that of India. India's partners there are the low-income countries, least developed countries. Japan's typical model there, riding high on its technologies and areas of excellence, is not necessarily in the LDCs and the most needy in Africa. So the footprint is different. Trying to combine these two footprints, they may look similar, but one belongs to the leopard, the other belongs to the lion, or a jaguar or a jaguar, as you would say. They look similar. They have the same rosettes, they have the same spots, but the paw marks are different. So
Kyoko, do you look at us as the Indian tiger or just a pussycat when it comes to all these projects?
I totally agree with Ambassador Chinoy that we have to concretize the projects as it is, and that's what we are doing in the Northeast region, for example. And of course, we are also drawing the big picture as well, but of course this is just not just, but we are under the discussion. This idea is under the discussion, and if this big picture becomes more and more reality, and of course in making it reality, maybe there are several parts that doesn't match, and if that happens, then we have to rethink about it. But of course, most important, and what Japan has been doing for a long time in the world, is that do what the very concrete projects doing until the end, and achieve the kind of what we projected at the beginning. And I think we are doing that in the Northeast region. And for example, the buckwheat project, the mushroom project, and forest management, and of course road construction. We have to think about, of course, a road after the frontier, what will happen. But we are, of course, doing those projects which we think it's good for the development of those regions, and we would like to achieve until the end all these. And about the India-Africa corridor, what I recently hear is that Japanese company stationing here in India have the appetite to export to Africa, and this is a bit different thing, but this flow it may be another kind of India-Africa relationship, and with some cooperation with Japan. So I'm looking for that.
Could I just add a little bit to that, little soundbite? I think we need to leave this part to industry that understands each other's strengths best. There was a time when we tried to get the two sides together at the industry level, rather than broad strategic vision all the time. Let the dollars and yen and rupees speak for themselves, because they have a natural proclivity to find each other through that thicket of or the fog of international business. So that's one point. The second point is that companies like Panasonic, for instance, shifted some of their base for Africa to India. There are others also who are quite willing to look at it. We could do a lot together in the training space in India. We have a lot of projects going on in Africa where we want to, apart from the lines of credit that go beyond US dollars 10, 12 billion, we are looking at training and skills development. Now that's where we can actually bring a certain confluence of India and Japan acting jointly in India to bring people out, not just under the ITEC program, but also under some kind of a bilateral program. That would really be a win-win situation.
We'll shift focus to strategic and China issues, but before that I'd like to go back to Kyoko. Kyoko, in terms of investments and companies looking at India, it's not recent, but my conversations with companies from Japan also, a lot of people would say, a lot of them would say that distance is a problem, culture certainly is. Back then they used to. Is that still the case? And when you look at, or Japanese companies look at India, what's the kind of threat assessment that they do? Do they look at the social issues, certain inter-religious or inter-caste clashes in certain states? Do they become a problem? I'm asking you this because Maruti had suffered at the hands of the Jat clashes in Gurgaon, coming from that. So, and there were Japanese who were stranded in the Maruti factory when those clashes really took place. So, are these considerations of Japan and Japanese companies, the security scenario for them in India?
I don't know about the Maruti Suzuki's the systems, but to be very frank, I think among Japanese people or Japanese companies, normal Japanese companies, the idea of India, business in India is a bit in their feeling a bit far away than business in ASEAN countries or in Chinese, because there are many cases in Vietnam or Thailand or in China, so they are a little bit familiar with, maybe they hear from their counterparts about how the business in China or how the business in Vietnam, but there are much less number of companies already doing business in India, and that's one thing. And so for Japanese companies who wish to do business abroad, first consideration maybe China, but recently, I don't know, maybe in Vietnam. So, and India comes a bit lower in that rank. That's, I think, the reality. So I think I would like to change that. I really would like to change that. But of course, there are many companies knowing that India has a big potential, huge market with young population, and there's much room to develop. And that's fascinating part. And we need to appeal that, and we have to promote more how the life in India looks like. And I think many Japanese people would like to go, but they never think about it for the moment.
No, just to add, I think you made a very important observation, Kyoko-san, and one of the things that we've been trying to do post-COVID or during COVID was to be the China +1 and we be the one, not Vietnam and not the other ASEAN countries that's there. How does India actually, capture this opportunity? How can we, what is it that Japan is looking for India to do? I mean,
I'm looking for the answer of that. Please tell me if you have a good idea.
Right.
Could I chip in on that?
Please,
and Geeta I think wants to take some China questions from you. So
before you get there, when I was there, I was often told by Japanese industry that please do something to solve our genuine problems. And I said, what is that genuine problem? And so one turned out to be, for instance, lack of access to Japanese food around India.
It is true.
And secondly, in places like Gujarat, where they have a huge presence, growing presence, not just Suzuki in Hansalpur in Mehsana district, but also elsewhere in Gujarat near Sanand, for instance, you have other Japanese companies. Is this business of not having any bars or restaurants where people can go and have a normal time? And so I actually explored while I was there this whole idea of sending refrigerated containers from Japan to India through the Indian Postal Department, where they could actually online order their sushi and other food and enjoy it in whatever remote part in India, in tier 2, tier 3 cities that their factories have come up. And as far as, say, a state like Gujarat is concerned, I did try to put in a word. Permits are available, but permits also mean that you can only access, a drink or something like that in your homes, in the privacy of your homes, which is anathema to a Japanese executive who would love to go out with his friends and have a good time after a hard day of work, So you've got to create these niche areas, comfort zones for them. And which is why I said take a page or two out of the book of, yes, China, Vietnam. By the way, Vietnam and Thailand offer only niche area, landscape for investment. If it's electronics and phones and stuff and all in Vietnam, it's automobiles in Thailand. India is the only one that can offer that full spectrum of areas for investment. So let's get started on that.
Okay. Let's move on to the...
Yes,
please go ahead.
One thing, I said I'm looking for the answer, but one answer is that the youth engagement, when the people know India from the younger age, they may have much the closer feeling to the India. So as Ambassador talked a little bit about the Ideathon, which is carried out by the Japanese Commerce and Chamber of Commerce and Industry and some Japanese association, that those kind of real engagement between Japanese and Indian young peoples are very, very useful to create the future Indian, Japanese, India, like Japanese businessmen who loves India and who wish to go to India.
Okay, we are running out of time, but do I have permission to ask just one question on China? Coming from TV, you'd think it's a hawkish line that I'm taking, but not. Now, what happens with China is India is always open to criticism from various quarters, the Indian government, on why is India doing business with China when you have problems at the border. Now, India and Japan are more aligned on this one area where both the countries closer to China, have problems with China, and yet do a lot of business. Is there more understanding of the China situation when it comes to India and Japan as opposed to all other countries or even people and parties within the country?
You're asking?
Yes.
So, let's put it this way. In a globalized economy, it is not for the asking to cut loose and sail away whenever there is a problem. You just can't do it. That is the nature of a globalized economy. You have allowed your industry, essentially, as distinct from government and armies and militaries, to take a view about who produces what at the best possible price and in terms of supply chains. This is granted for all private sector around the world. Over time, these supply chains have evolved in a certain geography or another geography. And so I think these are separate matters. I think in my remarks, I did say that having excellent political level or strategic ties does not automatically translate into equally excellent trade and economic ties. And conversely, the absence of convergence at the political level does not necessarily mean that you will not have, deep economic ties. So Japan, China is a fine example of, having cumulative investments today. Japan has roughly $120 billion worth of cumulative investments in China. Even now, a couple of $1 billion every year go to China. India has $38 billion worth of Japanese investments cumulatively. And their trade is humongous. As you know, it's like $320 billion. And ours is $20 billion. So when you decouple, you must also be ready to accept the pain of decoupling. And especially if you do not have in your own landscape the necessary facilities, capacities, technologies. All this takes time to build. Now in healthcare, we have seen how we were able to, not just India, but the rest of the world, sought to decouple from a certain geography. It was a question of life and death. And we've been able to actually achieve so much in healthcare. From zero, we've gone like a Ferrari to 100 kilometers an hour. We're producing everything now. But to do that takes time. It needs an intense study by our chambers of commerce on what are the areas where we could actually, over the next 2 or 3 or 4 years, if we do have the HR, we may not have the investments. If we have the investments, we may not have the technologies. And so how do you bring all that to fruition? And with whose help? Is it going to be simply the government of India? Will it take partners to do that, like Japan?
I think last word for Kyoko-san on relations with China and Japan and the fact that you'll continue to engage despite having this thing. What is the lessons India can learn from that kind of thing? Should we be, as Geeta was saying, clamp down on China, or should we, how do you manage it?
Well, I totally agree with what His Excellency said. The business decision is done by their own and not with the diplomatic relations or country-to-country relation. It's we cannot really stop or something. And of course, we means government has sometimes changed policy to, for example, regulate the sensitive technology to not to be the spill out to the other countries. And that changed some environment of the business. But otherwise, I think we cannot really regulate or whatever to the business people, because they are free and they are free to do the business wherever they would like to do. So, of course, government needs to think about what should be kept safe in. And we are trying to fix that law in with economic security promotion law. I think that was adopted this year, and maybe another revision will be done next year. But in that way, we try to avoid some kind of dangerous the situation. But otherwise, of course, the business are doing what they would like to do.
Raj, I want to add one more thing. You can do it much more in the investment space and much less in the trade space. In investment, as the government of India has done, post Galwan 2020, etc. They're also checking on ultimate beneficiary owners, etc., to see how FDI is coming in, what exactly it entails for control of industry in India. So you can control the investment space, as India has successfully done, to keep out of your economy interests that are directly inimical to your sovereign interests. But in trade, it is much more difficult to do that.
A very important point and takeaway, that sensitive technology information governments are trying to control and ensure does not get into Chinese hands. But on every other front, China is a dominating force. Thank you so much for joining us, giving us a perspective of what governments should do and what governments are doing. Thank you, Ms. Kyoko and Ambassador Chinoy.
Thank you so much. If you could just hold on stage for a moment. Mr. Bharat Joshi, Chairman Joshi, Konoyoki Transport and Infrastructure, could I please invite you on stage to offer a token of our appreciation to the panelists? And now for one of my favorite topics, finance. A yen for Japanese investments. The potential for Japanese companies to invest in Indian startups and other key sectors. Joining us to take this conversation forward, Kanav Monga, MD, Virgo Corporation. Suzuki Takashi, Chief Director General, Japan External Trade Organization, JETRO. Mayur Shah, Head Business Development, Beyond Next Ventures India. Kenta Yoshida, Director, MUFG Bank, Ganesha Fund, and Toshihiko Kurihara, Chief Representative, the Japan Bank for International Cooperation. Gentlemen, if you could join me on stage. I'm Abha Bakaya, your moderator for the session, Senior Editor, Business Today Television. If I could request you all to settle in and take your seats, and we'll begin. I want to start off because we have a very diverse panel here today, really incorporating all aspects of finance and investments and trade between the two countries. It's a hot topic. It's a very attractive market. It's a relationship that, while has been ongoing, has enormous potential to scale. What are the different aspects? Of course, we're going to be talking about fintech and digitization, but beyond that, what are the various aspects of finance that we can explore? I want to start off by really getting everyone to introduce themselves for a moment. Karan, let me begin with you.
Hi, my name is Kanav Monga. I'm the managing director of Virgo Corporation. We've been associated with India-Japan business for the last 4 decades now. One of our first businesses was in the space of telecom way back in the early 90s. Thanks.
Good day, everyone. My name is Takashi Suzuki. I'm Chief Director General of JETRO, Japan External Trade Organization. We are a Japanese government organization which is promoting any business between India and Japan. Nice meeting you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mayur Shah. Don't ask me why. I ended up writing my thesis in Japanese, and since then 25 years on the Indo-Japan space. I represent a Japanese venture capital fund called Beyond Next Ventures. We have $220 million asset under management, and we have been actively investing in Indian startup ecosystem and look forward to your deliberation today.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Kento Shida, just call me Ken, and representing MSC Ganesh Fund. MSC is one of the largest Japanese bank, and we just set up a new fund here that is the $300 million investment only for India startups. Yeah, and I'm a part of sourcing team. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Toshi Kurihara. I am a chief representative of JBIC's New Delhi office. Japan Bank for International Cooperation is a government-based, policy-based financial institution. We are a sister institution to JICA, but we are more commercial-based, PPP, public-private partnership-oriented institution. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, gentlemen. Kanav, let me start off with you, because we were talking about the various opportunities for investment and really the points of attraction for Japanese investors into India. What have been the kind of elements that they look forward to? How robust has been the environment? What have we seen so far, and why is the time so ripe now?
So in the finance sector, I think India and Japan relationship, the watershed moment is yet to come. There are steps in the right direction. India and Japan now have a financial dialogue at the highest level between the two governments to talk about financial collaboration. But I think the fundamental point here to note is that the current per capita GDP in India is at about $2,300. This is going to go up to approximately $3,200 by 24-25 as is projected internationally. And I think that is when India will truly become a consumer-centric economy. And that is when Japan will truly come on board, where they will make in India for India, see the market opportunity here, and that will leapfrog Japanese really making in India for the world. So I think the next couple of years in terms of financial collaboration is really the key area for India and Japan.
Kenta, would you like to come in there as well and talk a little bit about the kind of opportunities that you're seeing and what you feel the environment is looking like, why it's conducive at the moment to attract further investment?
Yeah, it was just yesterday's Nikkei news saying that this second quarter, Japan's the income from abroad is surpass 50 trillion Japanese yen. And it's also saying that these 10 years, it's increasing almost 3 times. And now it's almost 10% of the Japanese total GDP is those Japanese companies abroad, the dividend or interest into Japan. So that means Japan is really depend on those Japanese business overseas, and they are always looking for the opportunity in overseas market. And of course, India is such the big country, big market, and the big business opportunity. They are really they're thinking about what to do in the Indian market. So of course, this financial services one of the most key role to support those Japanese business activity in India. But on the other hand, I have to say that the perception from Japanese business to India business is not so much, how can I say, enough. They should know more about India, and maybe India should know more about Japan. And this event itself is 70th anniversary for two countries' friendship. And of course, we have the Maruti, Suzuki. They are, this year is 40th anniversary for their, launching the joint venture. It is one of the most successful joint venture between Japan and India, Maruti, Suzuki. But still, I have to say, those are the mindset of Japanese companies towards Indian business has to be diversified or updated. And only the solution, actually, it was already discussed in the previous session, the people-to-people exchange. And it could be a students or young generation exchange or even the researcher exchange. Japanese companies in India now are 1,400. But in China, there are more than 13 to 15,000 Japanese companies in China. And Japanese nationals in US, more than 4 lakh Japanese nationals are in US. And almost 1 lakh Japanese in China. But in India, only 9,000 Japanese. I am one of them. And Indian nationals in Japan, they are now 36,000. But we have Chinese in Japan, more than 8 lakh Chinese people. And even Nepalese, almost 1 lakh. So I have to say we have such a small basis for mutual understanding and communication. So this is why JETRO is the trade and investment promotion organization. But now we diversify the focus more into the people-to-people exchange or even the core research project between two countries, institutional exchange or the corporate institution exchange. This is one thing. And of course, there are more reasons, of course, for kind of the stagnation of the business relation between two countries. I hesitate to say, but to mention a kind of protectionism of Indian trade policy, which sometimes disturb those newcomers to India. And most of the case, they are the SMEs. Because those Japanese SMEs would like to start their export business to Indian market, and after convincing themselves, they will invest in the production of factories. This is their, kind of the usual approach. But most of the case, they are facing the difficulty to export their products to India. This is one challenge. So ultimate challenge is how we can diversify Japanese business mindset. And of course, we would like to work on the Indian authorities to more the open trade for the Japanese newcomers. And that is my comment. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Toshihiko, can I come to you on what you feel are going to be some of the areas specifically when it comes to finance, digitization, and other opportunities?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I would like to introduce JBIC's role and functions to expedite Japanese business potentially here in India. Actually, India, through our annual survey, JBIC has already conducted the 34th annual survey for Japanese manufacturing companies very recently. And the result is very encouraging for India, that India was just promoted to the #1 targeted promising country all over the world for Japanese manufacturing companies. That would be very encouraging for us to support the Japanese business to come into this market. And then JBIC has mobilized actually 8.5 billions for India since COVID first wave. And then our financing mainly targeted to the Indians PSUs to expedite even indirectly for Japanese companies to work with such PSUs or Indian banks and companies. But from now on, this year, we've seen a lot of missions and research people and then business people to come to India. We are very busy, as Suzuki-san and Kanabu-san, everyone is now busy to receive such missions from Japan all over India. that would be very nice to have. Then the potential areas for us to work with India is very broad, but I would name something very particular. One is waste to energy. Japan has excellent technology to gather such urban waste or even agriculture waste to change them into the energy. And then semiconductor is very ambitious area for India now, but Japanese companies has excellent semiconductor manufacturing machinery to support the India to manufacture domestic semiconductor, which is now going on. And JBK invested NICDC, as Bharat Joshi mentioned, National Industrial Corridor Development Corporation's number one industry city, Dorera Industry City in Gujarat, has just signed a MOU with Vedanta and the Foxconn's joint venturing companies to start the initiative. This is very epoch-making. And the other thing is, of course, EV battery business is another opportunity for Japanese companies to support and contribute for the less carbon community and then society in India. Finally, I would also name the hydrogen business, which India has established the national hydrogen policy. Japan has excellent technology in this hydrogen business, which we would collaborate between the two countries to boost the less carbon economy further. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayur, do you want to jump in there?
Yeah, I mean, the question is that why the potential is not reached. But first of all, it might be good to recollect where we stand today. In the morning, Mr. Chengappa mentioned that Japan is already the third largest FDI provider to India. If you look at number 1 and 2, they are Mauritius and Singapore, which are usually a pass-through destination. And if you go back from the data, or DIPP data, from 2000 to 2020, even there you'll find Japan most probably in the top 3, mostly third only. Even some of the Singapore investment also gets diverted from Japan. So it's not that Japan is not doing. Consistently, there is a flow. Predominantly, this flow, 70% of it goes into Make in India activity. And that also explains why during COVID time, the investment was low because service industry was growing much faster. Japan is also the only country where cutting across the straight ideology, as our Honorable Minister had mentioned in the morning, Japan is the only country where you have a dedicated industrial townships, 12 of them in 8 states, starting with Gujarat to Rajasthan to all the way to Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and in between. Japan also has participated not only on the Shinkansen, on the DFC kind of project, but is also helping a lot on the skill development. So when I see in my 25 years of journey, I feel Japan is actually even not so visible on the brand level, but it's already very much integrated. Now, 2 points that comes out from what Suzuki-san said and Kurihara-san mentioned, what holds for the future. A very important Nikkei news of yesterday, which mentioned that the global income is now becoming one of the significant part for Japanese economy as well. From a macroeconomic perspective, Japan still continues to need at least 8 to 9% of foreign exchange earnings going forward for their own economic benefit, and nobody kind of disputes that India has that potential. How we achieve that is the question to be asked. And the second point Kurihara-san mentioned, and I really love the JVIC survey. It is a very exhaustive survey that is undertaken every year when they ask Japanese companies question, what do they feel about the investment environment in particular country? Now, India has been consistently either number 1 or number 2, and again it has become number 1 on the long-term horizon. So if you open any company's annual report at this point, they would mention in the medium to long term, we would love to go to India. But that doesn't convert into investment. What converts into investment is the immediate interest in the market. And that's where I was very stunned to read this 34th survey, because in 2012, only 22% of companies had answered that they'll be interested in current Indian size of the market. Now it has gone to 47%. So there is a kind of potential interest as well that is growing up, and that probably augurs well, which will also bring into more investment. Thank you.
Kenta, let me come to you now on this opportunities in the startup space, really, and the kind of, we've seen a lot of challenges, but we've also seen a lot of opportunity when it comes to that segment. What are you looking for specifically now? Are there particular sectors, segments, that you've dissected or that you feel are more attractive?
Okay, so before going to the sector, let me, how can I say, recap, why India is ready for startups investment. And I don't have to repeat an India story, the populations, young generations, and also a huge consumption, so everyone understands already. And in addition to that, we have, India stack, so, we are ready for digital infrastructure. So we have seen many consumption growth in Japan, which happens in 1970s, 80s, and China, Korea, Southeast Asia. But in India, that is happening right now with the digital infrastructure. That makes a big difference, in other countries. And plus, everyone knows that India is the third largest startups investment country. So if you see the quality of startups, I'm so satisfied. Quality is so good. And having said that, this year is making India more attractive because if you see the stock market, that is we are seeing market corrections. The unprofitable tech companies lost 70% market cap in this year, but that is great for to investment. I mean, that is a worst moment for exit, but great for investment. And so I would say this year is in buyer's market in India, and that creates for example, if you see the valuation, of course we can invest in the better price, of course. And plus, the startups who can raise this year is already screened. So you don't have to check, because, if they can raise this year, that's always, make a significance. Great. And plus, as we know, the FTX, we know, we have to spend more time for DD. So, DD's quality is getting better. The last year, it was just a quick DD, but this year we can spend more time for DD, more careful DD, I would say. And plus, longer duration for fundraising. So, as we know, Japanese companies sometimes take time to make a decision, so that we have to miss some opportunities last year. But this year we can spend more time. Usually 2 months, 3 months. Last year it was just 4 weeks. So those how can I say, changes makes India more attractive. And having said that, my focus is consumption, and repeating about consumption with digital infrastructure. That happens in, for example, consumer finance. We just invested Krechby, which is the P-loan digital lender, but we are seeing many growth in the consumption. That happens unsecured loan, P-loans, auto loans, mortgage loans. Many things are happening. So yeah, so that's the sector we are focusing right now. Thank you.
Mayur, the market has really been changing. So what are your insights as well?
Yeah, thank you very much. We are a Japan-based venture capital fund, and typical business is to invest and divest. But when we consciously looked at India, we thought beyond that, what can we do? And the hypothesis that we entered into is that typically, when you compare India and Japan, then the analogy used is software and hardware. What we thought probably we can do is, we can look at the engagement in a different way. So we coined a new hypothesis saying idea into scale. Now, why do I say this? Because India is the cusp of disruptions, where everyday open innovation is disrupting a lot of industries, creating newer market, and in turn creates opportunity also for the Japanese companies in India for the problems that we have in front of us. And it is actually a very interesting time in India's history at this point. And it reminds me my days when I was writing my thesis in Japan. And current phase in India is very similar to early stage of Japanese high economic growth. And I'll tell you what exactly was that. That whenever problem is seen, then people then in Japan and young people now in India don't leave it to government or large corporate to solve them. They want to solve it by themselves. They want to make a business out of it. And giving the demographics advantage that India has, this is going to continue for long. Now, how Japan fits into this play? Now, we know that when it comes to manufacturing, and it's not just like, producing hardware, but minute planning, which we heard in the first session in the morning as well with, Toshiba, NEC, Mitsui, the Bharatbhai deliberation. So that is something that can help Indian startup immensely. And that collaboration can actually take Indian startup to global level, or Japanese company can leverage their network to bring it that solution to even enhance their offering into India. Typically, we are focusing on 3 sectors. Climate change, we feel, is going to be a major theme going forward, which affects not only on the mobility, but also in the agriculture side of it. The health tech, introduction of UHI is going to be a game changer, and we feel from nutrition to insurance, and the young demographics and how India provides healthcare will create a newer opportunity of open innovation for investment. And the third one is the digital infrastructure. How do you reach out to the consumer? Because that is one area that Japanese companies have not been able to crack it. So if we can find innovative solutions and those startups and can leverage for some of the Japanese companies, that will be great for us. Thank you.
Kanav, do you want to jump in? You had some interesting thoughts earlier as well as to how the CBDC would play into all of this.
Yeah, I think India and Japan are natural partners, and financial sector is one area that they have been lacking as far as collaboration is concerned. But the one area that I feel there is tremendous potential is the central bank digital currency. The Government of India, Reserve Bank of India, has already announced the digital rupee. They've already taken on board 3 private sector banks. They are moving full-blown as far as pilot scale CBDCs are concerned. Japan, on the other hand, has also announced a digital yen to be launched by 2026. They've got 3 banks on board to do that. I think if India and Japan can really collaborate, which is a new area coming up in the world. Currently, Singapore is the innovation hub as far as CBDCs are concerned. I think this is one area with the financial wherewithal that Japan presents and the India innovation that we have. India currently is ranked 42nd on the Global Innovation Index. We were ranked as low as 80 in 2015. So we've really come a long way as far as innovation is concerned. Japanese companies per se are not considered to be the most innovative as far as new technologies are concerned. And I think if both the countries really partner on specific areas in the financial sector, there is a tremendous opportunity that they both can address. One other point that I want to mention in terms of financial wherewithal that a lot of us don't know here in India is in Japan, in the top 100 companies listed on the stock exchange in Tokyo, 20% of their equity is lying in cash on their books of accounts. That's the wherewithal that the Japanese have in terms of financial sector. And I think with India expected to be rising as far as the per capita GDP is concerned, there is just an unbelievable amount of opportunity that we all in this room perhaps can look at in terms of financial sector collaboration. One other point that I want to mention historically here is that if you look at the 1980s and how Japan and the US collaborated in the financial sector, at that point, Sumitomo Bank actually went and invested $500 million in Goldman Sachs and actually went up to own 12% of that investment bank. That was the one watershed moment as far as collaboration between Japan and the US was concerned. If we can actually clinch some kind of a watershed moment, Japan as businesses are known to follow each other. And that one moment will actually create the Maruti Suzuki opportunity that they created in the auto sector, in the financial sector going forward.
Takashi, when it comes to outward FDI as well, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, outward FDI from India to Japan. Yeah, and of course, the digitalization in Japan is already mentioned, but still we need more digital transformation in our domestic industrial society. And we are super aging society, so healthcare or elderly care, any social care related service from India must be the huge opportunity. And also, the Kurihara-san mentioned about the hydrogen or renewable energies. There are, the huge company like Adani or Reliance. They are making trillions of rupees investment already. And I think those are the big names. The Japanese corporate can have the kind of the joint project, and maybe they can take them to Japan. Because recently we see some the hydrogen projects in Japan, so there must be the opportunity. And of course, the semiconductor is one of the most interesting the items for the future collaboration of the business or industry. The Vedanta, somebody already mentioned, they visited 2 weeks ago to Japan, and they made lots of discussion with those Japanese corporates, and they are really committed. And we have a good machinery company in Japan. Or actually, we are facing the shortage of those semiconductor talents. So I think that this kind of the collaboration between India and Japan also can happen. But I dare to introduce a rather negative or the kind of the bad aspect of our current relation between India and Japan. Recently, my colleague in the office working on the survey on global R&D between India and other countries. And still this analysis is going on, but I'd like to introduce a tentative result in IoT fields. And we surveyed numbers and players of core research papers and core patent application. The result is 34% of the total is between India and Europe, and 28% India and China. It's a bit surprising. And 24% for India and US, 12% is for India, Korea. And guess, what about India, Japan? Only 2%. And these patents, and the interesting thing is that these patents made between India and other countries is mostly registered in Europe, US, Korea, not India. So this may mean those other countries than Japan take advantage of Indian research capability for their own domestic market or own business in their country. So I think this kind of the global trend, the Japanese company, now we should follow. And we have the mega banks, which has a huge network with those Japanese companies or SMEs. I'd like those the financial institute to work on those Japanese companies to understand how those other countries are using India for their global business. This is my comment. Thank you.
Kanav, I think you have a point to add.
So, Kurihara-san and Suzuki-san both mentioned about semiconductor and hydrogen as the next potential partnership between the two countries. I think the fundamental challenge here in India is that there is a dearth of private sector capital. And when we talk about projects such as the big semiconductor project announced by Vedanta, or even green hydrogen projects being created in India, the fundamental challenge here in India that we face as private sector enterprises is availability of capital. Now, if you look at hydrogen, the Japanese for certain have the technology to produce that. But in production of hydrogen, one of the most critical components is land. You need to store that green hydrogen that you've created somewhere. India can certainly offer that. But the fundamental challenge again is capital. Where is the capital to create these large-scale projects in India? And this is where I think this topic is very interesting, of financial sector collaboration, where Japan can really hold India's hand in availability of that capital for these large-scale next-generation projects. And the same thing currently, Vedanta, it's out in the news, has already made a public announcement about dearth of capital or dearth of belief in the project here in India. So this is again where if Japan can really handhold India and provide that private sector capital, the potential is tremendous between the two countries.
I think the question was, outward investment as well, right? The first part. Well, I think Suzuki-san was so right, and so was Kanav-san about the deliberation. Few of the examples in the startup space, or at least unicorn space that we know. So one of the most unsung heroes of India in the unicorn, Zoho, is actually one of the big brands in Japan. You can see their advertisement everywhere. Lenskart purchased Owndays, which is one of the most sophisticated and very popular eyewear brands there. There is a grey orange that Mitsubishi Corporation took it to Japan. But I have one personal example. One of our portfolio company, two young folks from Rajasthan, who developed a solution. It was completely they were from the Rajsamand area. The solution that they developed would help conserve water for the agriculture. The company is now based out of Okinawa and now selling to 8 countries. And in Japan, this is considered to be one of the biggest circular economy product, because they are solving the problem of raw waste, converting into 100% biodegradable material, and then they are converting the polymers out of it, which is again conserving the water. So this is one of the example where I feel, when I look at the true potential of India, and when I see any problems in India, and when the young people's light shine up saying, oh, here's an opportunity, probably as a VC, we can try to see if this can have a global scale. And if there is something with Japan that we can do, probably would love to do. Maybe same with Yoshida-san in his investment at Mitsubishi. They have a largely huge fund of 300 million. Probably they'll also have the similar ideas.
Yeah, thanks so much. As a bank, we have strong relationship with many Japanese, of course, Indian companies in India. And we usually connect, startups with companies here. And for example, we execute MOU with Maruti Suzuki and MFC and plus Move, which is a startup company. So we are happy to connect with the big companies plus startups. And in addition to that, what I see in the market, what is usually, for example, let's take fintech. When the fintech gets certain level of growth, they want to go outside. Usually, they want to go to Southeast Asia or MENA, Middle East, North Africa. And as a uniqueness of MFC, we have 4 partner banks in the region: Thailand, Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam. So when the startups want to go outside, we can connect. Actually, we are connecting those companies. And plus, like India Stack, UPI, India is exporting the system to outside. Similarly, it's not have to be FDI. You can just export technologies, which is great. To outside India, Japan happy to accept. Plus, Southeast Asia, they also looking for those great digital infrastructure. Yeah, thank you.
Toshihiko, would you like to come in as well on the kind of challenges you perhaps see in this space?
Sure. So I would like to speak a little bit from the government to government perspective. Of course, as a panelist just mentioned, most Japanese companies are prepared to seek more in India. But the opportunities and the situations vary. And then some companies already invested billions of dollars level already. But some companies are more sort of willing to start small. And as Lisa mentioned, some India's big houses like Adani or Reliance or Tata would like to see the very ambitious project from scratch, and then sometimes request and okay, please bring your technologies and expertise, experience with your funding, equity funding, to form the joint venturing. So start big. Then some companies might have struggles to persuade the Tokyo's headquarters to start big. Then how to fill the gap is something what JBIC is discussing with Indian government. And then what we have we are initiating is to form the joint venturing fund between the Indian government and Japanese government. We just signed the MOU with NIIF, National Investment Infrastructure Investment Fund, under Indian government to form joint venturing fund to inject our equity financing to the very ambitious and potential projects in India to bring Japanese technologies, experiences, expertise, then we would realize that such Japanese private companies would bring some of the technologies without much capital funding. And then India-Japan Fund between JBIC and NIIF would bring the equity financing to that ambitious project. Such supplemental sort of actions is particularly necessary for Japanese industry because apart from Western companies or some other US companies, as I said, some Japanese company would need some time to accumulate the confidence to invest more. So we would like to fill the gap, and we would like to continue that actions through this G2G sort of initiative.
Okay, I think you've all covered a whole variety of points, but if we were to just summarize and perhaps get a closing comment from all of you, I think that would be great. Kanav, let me go to you first.
So, Kuriara-san mentioned about JBIC's collaboration with NIIF. Now, this is one of those areas that can really be path-breaking with India's plan for the Gati Shakti program of building infrastructure for the truly make in India. And every time there is an issue as far as gathering equity is concerned or secured debt is concerned. So I think Japan has started thinking on those lines now. The collaboration is working, steps have been taken in the right direction. I personally feel that the next couple of years are really going to be path-breaking as far as Japan-India is concerned. Japan has certainly realized that India is the true opportunity as far as the global stage is concerned. The world is facing geopolitical challenges, and no better reliable partners than India and Japan to really leapfrog the rest of the world and address the opportunity that presents itself in front of us right now. Thanks.
Takashi?
It must be the kind of the closing comment, but now I would like to raise the topic, the Japanese SMEs. We have more than 1,400 Japanese companies already in India, but guess what about the Japanese SMEs among those 1,400 Japanese companies? Only 20% are the SMEs. But if we see those are Japanese companies in China or Japanese companies in ASEAN, more than half of them are Japanese SMEs. Actually, this is a very unique point of the Japanese business in India. And Kurihara-san already mentioned about JBIC's, the mindset. And the JETRO is now really concerned how we can promote more Japanese SMEs to come to India. And we tried for a decade, but it's not so much successful. But recently I see the company like Vedanta, they, before COVID time, 2017 or 18, they acquire one Japanese small-sized company which is making a smartphone, the glass. And according to the MD of Vedanta, he told me that it was a sick Japanese SME. But the technology was good, and they decided to acquire that company. It's really strategic. And I know this is a bit controversial. The Japanese government organization, JETRO, is saying the companies should acquire the Japanese SMEs, but might be the good idea to regard such kind of the activity as a part of the collaboration. So we also see that type of, the Indian companies invest in Japan, type of the business can be one kind of the kickoff of the increase of the business relation. Thank you.
Mayur, what are you looking forward to the most in the next phase of this collaboration?
I'll just take the baton from him on the SME side of it because since 2006, I had a front row seat seeing 200 companies from Japan investing in India to rise to 1,500. In fact, to be honest, I have moved past SME now, honestly, in my assessment. The opportunity actually now lies, and it's very interesting to know that Japan has now got a minister in charge of startups. The impetus that Japan is also putting. And then there is another aspect to Japan, as he mentioned the Vedanta experience. It's highly innovative country. even if it's a stagflation, innovation never stopped in Japan. So there are lots of companies that are sitting on piles of patents and intellectual property, which Japanese government is now making open for the startups to use. And that's where we see a great opportunity for us. Where do we see it? We have a very healthy portfolio of these deep tech companies in Japan. And I'm selectively picking few of them to make India as their base for global expansion. Especially, let's say, if in the field of semiconductor. Now, one startup company that we have in portfolio that can reduce the water requirement by 95%. It is coming with a totally new technology. So there is a zero hazardous, the leftovers part of it. And as you see the Apples of the world, as they are expanding their footprint in India, they are also trying to reduce the carbon footprint on their way, even for the automotive industry, whereby 2050 globally and 2070 within India, they have to reduce carbon footprint completely. This kind of newer technology, spurred by this intellectual property that was created in University of Tokyo, can give a great impetus to India. So we feel that going forward, it will be interesting to even bet on the younger Japanese people who have the global ambition and try to see if they can make India as their base for global footprint. Thank you.
Younger is right, especially when we're talking about all these startups and digitization.
Yeah, so let me try to touch on some global perspectives, especially when I explain executives when we launched Ganesha Fund. And as MFC, we just divested the retail finance in the US, North America. We just sold Union Bank, Mitsubishi MFC Union Bank, and we just got $80 billion US dollars as a cash. And we divest from North America, and we want to invest more in Asia. So what this means? So if you see the global map, and if you highlight, the countries with, growing populations or GDP, growth, and many countries, around in the oceans. So this is just my opinion, but, maybe last decade or 2 decades was, the ages of Pan-Pacific, North America, East Asia, Japan. But this age, or maybe half century, if you see those countries, that is of course India, South Asia, plus Southeast Asia and Africa. Those are the regions, areas growing. So that is across Pan in the oceans. So I think the focus or shift is happening from the Pan-Pacific to Pan in the ocean. That is my opinions. And of course, I don't have to explain, but India can be the center for those global expansion. You can go to Southeast Asia, of course, Africa, and that is my sense. And just quickly, as for the difficulties of the Japanese companies of FDI, and usually, Japanese companies have, regional headquarters in Singapore, or, global headquarters in Tokyo. But I think, they cannot, understand what is going on, what is happening in India. And usually, they have some, how can I say, misperceptions, or, maybe they visited India 10 years ago, 20 years ago, they don't know, what is happening right now. So, for example, in MFG, every month, one chief executive is visiting India. And we are showing around, this is India. Now, this is how we consume, this is how we pay. So that is quite key. As long as, headquarters existing in Tokyo, Singapore, they cannot understand, so they have to come. And plus, this will be the ages of, India, Pan-Pacific, Pan-India Ocean. So even the regional headquarters should come to India. So that is my sense on the closing box. Thank you.
Fantastic. Toshihiko, your closing comments, and also in terms of policy signals or anything else that you would like to see to make things more conducive for further investment cooperation.
Thank you. I have only a few to say. First, as Suzuki introduced the fact India has only 9,000 residence experts only. And then we have to expedite more sort of down-to-earth discussion, interaction between Indian business people and Japanese business people. So we would appreciate for more Indian business leaders to come to Japan. Almost Japanese COVID is over, and India is already over. So as many Japanese business people are visiting, to India. We would like to expedite such interactions further. So we all five sort of should be the window for such discussion to start the relations between the two countries. And we've seen the many competitors from all over the world. Of course, sometimes the collaborators, but sometimes competitors from all over the world. The US and the European countries are more aggressive. They've already invested in India more. And then even after, in the midst of the COVID, the stock price of India had emerged from the bottom. And then it is high time for Japanese companies to catch up with this trend. And then we welcome any contact from any Indian business people to have any small discussion to find any rooms to start our economic relations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, all of you, for sharing your thoughts today, and lots of deep insights, which I'm sure we'll see taken forward as we go along and extend this partnership. Could I invite on stage Mr. Chandrasekhar Sibal, Head of Division Medical, to offer a token of appreciation to our panelists today. Of course, Mr. Sibal is from Fujifilm. Yeah, there he is. Thanks so much, and thank you. A big round of applause to our panelists, please. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And everybody, we'd love to invite you to join us for lunch. It's a 30-minute lunch break. We'll be back in here at 2 p.m. for our next session. Power Pack lineup continues, so do head straight over to Rani Bagh, and we'll see you back here in
It's raring for adventure. A fierce hunter. The new breed rises above all others. A new breed of SUVs, the advanced Grand Vitara, rule every road. It's hybrid by nature, a silent predator. The new breed rises above all others. A new breed of SUVs, the advanced Grand Vitara, rule every road. It's raring for adventure. A fierce hunter. The new breed rises above all others. A new breed of SUVs, the advanced Grand Vitara, rule every road. It's hybrid by nature, a silent predator. The new breed rises above all others. A new breed of SUVs, the advanced Grand Vitara, rule every road. It's raring for adventure. A fierce hunter. The new breed rises above all others. A new breed of SUVs, the advanced Grand Vitara, rule every road. It's hybrid by nature, a silent predator. The new breed rises above all others. A new breed of SUVs, the advanced Grand Vitara, rule every road. It's raring.
A whole host of avenues in terms of how we can extend this partnership and the various aspects that it can see as we move forward. I'd like to invite on stage Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director of Publishing, India Today Group, and Siddharth Zarabi, Managing Editor, Business Today TV, to introduce our next set of speakers.
Good afternoon. I know it's been a good lunch for all of you, and the session after lunch is always the most difficult. But to give me company for that session, I'm going to request Dr. Ajay Mathur, the Director General of the International Solar Alliance, to please come up on stage. I'll also request Mr. Shuchi Ito, the Managing Director of Toshiba India, to come up on stage. Vikram Kapoor, the Chief Growth Officer at Renew Power. Bharat Salhotra, the co-founder and president of Insights and chair of the Hydrogen Committee of FICCI, and Kapil Maheshwari, the president of Renewable Energy and Green Hydrogen Ecosystem Development at Reliance Industries. Hello and a very warm welcome once again. What we have on the panel is a diverse set of people who represent the best and the brightest of work that is being done when it comes to green energy. The format for the session, I know Raj Chengappa was supposed to also be here, but we've tweaked that a bit. What I want to do is to get Dr. Mathur to first sort of set the context for this in a short opening keynote. And subsequently, we will get on with our panel discussion. As you can see, some of the biggest names in this space, technology pioneers, and actual people who are implementing projects on the ground who know what the reality is. Dr. Mathur, I'm going to start with you. You want to do it here? Yeah, you can go ahead.
Siddharth, friends, it's a pleasure to be here, and especially to address a topic which is very close to my heart on how to bring India and Japan ever closer together. This is an important issue. Many years ago, we tried very hard to see how we could replicate the amazingly successful project that was carried out at one of the cement plants with a heat recovery unit which had been designed and manufactured in Japan. The unit worked and worked spectacularly. It worked so well that we at the Bureau of Energy Efficiency said that we could actually increase the energy efficiency requirements from cement plants, and they could achieve it simply by adopting this. So we did so. Well, of the 27 plants which could adopt this technology, 23 did. But all of them got it from a third country. Why? And that was the issue of price. So one of the learnings that I came away with was that there is a huge advantage as far as the design is concerned, as far as the manufacturing lines is concerned, as far as manufacturing management is concerned. That's as far as Japan is concerned. However, the issue remains one of creating manufacturing costs which users are willing and able to pay. As we look to tomorrow, we are looking at a number of technologies where Japan clearly is the front runner, particularly hydrogen, green hydrogen. Japan is the first country in the world to adopt a hydrogen strategy. There are over 162 hydrogen refueling stations, when the vast amount of the world is still grappling with the issue of how do we do electricity recharging stations. This is expected to expand further. We also see that as far as residential stationary fuel cells are concerned, over 300,000 units have already been installed in and across Japan. To manufacture the hydrogen that is required, there are somewhere near 20 electrolysis plants which already have been set in place. And the largest one is, if I'm not wrong, located in Fukushima, was the largest capacity installation at the time when it was set up, which was, I think, it is just when the pandemic lockdown started, somewhere around the beginning of 2020. We also note that not only is this a product of Japanese research and development, but that there are a number of Japanese companies, many of who are represented here, for fuel cells, Panasonic, Toyota and Honda for fuel cell vehicles, Mitsubishi for hydrogen power generation technologies, Asahi Kasei for electrolyzers, who have actually implemented these technologies. So not only is it available, it is available commercially. This suggests that there are a huge range of technologies that are already available. We also look at the research work that is occurring in the area of photocatalysis and look at that as an area where in the future we will start seeing a lot of development. I mentioned the issue of heat recovery in industry, but heat recovery, what is known as the ground-based heat recovery systems, that's something else in which Japan has taken a lead. And amongst the geothermal technologies, particularly the lower temperature geothermal turbines are concerned, again, we see that Japan has taken lead in this area. I would like to combine this with the kind of manufacturing expertise, the manufacturing management systems, which we all greatly value and greatly want to emulate, that have been put in place. This is part of Japanese culture. I look at the concept of motainai, and believe that the spirit of appreciating things and maximizing one's resources is inbuilt into the Japanese psyche. This has, in my view, helped in the huge energy efficiency growth that we have seen over the past many decades. Apart from photocatalysis, we see now that there is a huge bet that has been placed as far as R&D is concerned on solid-state batteries. This would be a momentous change, particularly if we can get long-life solid-state batteries. This would greatly address the kind of electrolyzer and heat management issues that we have with things like lithium-ion batteries and so on. But let us therefore look at these kinds of opportunities that occur. I'm greatly heartened by the fact that the number of battery technology patents that are filed every year in Japan is far, far, far more than any other country that we see in the world. In my area, the solar technology area, we see balance of systems, particularly inverters, as being something that, again, has been developed and are used globally. Today, I counted 6 amongst the top 10 companies that hold solar PV patents being from Japan. My colleagues will also talk about carbon recycling, but the fact that we can think of using gas and recycling or actually capturing the carbon dioxide that is produced and storing it, sequestering it, is again, the set of technologies that can be used for this is something that Japan has invested a huge bit. However, Japan also has a problem that it is heavily reliant on energy imports, largely because of the land availability issues that Japan faces. What this implies is that whether it is we are talking of electric vehicles, whether we are talking of energy conservation, whether we are talking of the development of solar PVs and wind energy, or of green hydrogen and associated green ammonia, these are all areas in which Japan has been taking a lead. I would like to point out that at the same time, can we have the next slide, please? That at the same time, we also see a lot of manufacturing initiatives which have been taken by various Indian companies. And as a result, they are often seen as the lowest cost manufacturers in the world. This, to me, represents a certain complementarity. And what is this complementarity? This complementarity could be in a number of areas. Next, please. We notice that the photovoltaic manufacturing that occurred in Japan is now, in a sense, not competitive as far as cost is concerned, but semiconductor production is. Therefore, semiconductor technology is something that is worth looking at collaborations in the future. Similarly, batteries and inverters, solar cooling technologies, green hydrogen, including the manufacture of electrolyzers, electric vehicles, and I would suggest trucks in particular, as well as solar mini-grids. Solar mini-grid is something I've not spoken about, but this is one of the most active areas of collaboration between Japan and India. There are at least 3 Indian companies who are today very active in the solar mini-grid business, and one of them has already a huge amount of Japanese investment in their equity position. What all of this suggests is that there is, therefore, a potential for collaboration between Japan and India. Next slide, please. Japan has excelled in new designs, new manufacturing configurations, and new management techniques. But it gets locked out of international markets because of the high manufacturing costs. PV modules is but an example of this. I started today by talking of the heat recovery systems, which is, in my own experience, a resultant of this area of, in a sense, both complementarity as well as of mismatch. This suggests that what has worked well is that the design of the product and of the manufacturing lines in Japan and manufacturing in India for the Indian market and for other developing countries makes great sense. In the subsequent sessions, we will have Mr. Bhargava from Maruti Suzuki who will be with us. We will have Mr. Java from Daikin India who will be with us. Both of them talk of the fact how they have captured the Indian market. In the case of Suzuki, 50% of the Indian car market is today in the hands of the Suzuki group, with designs that are made in Japan and the manufacturing is done in this country. This, in a sense, is where we are looking for direct investment or possibly joint ventures, as the Maruti Suzuki initially started as, for manufacturing Japanese designed products and for implementing the famed Japanese systems for manufacturing. These help in providing made-for-purpose products, whether solar semiconductors or solar mini-grids and everything in between, that people are willing and able to pay for. This approach would be further strengthened in the years ahead as the demographic trends in the two countries strengthen, creating a network of design bureaus on the one side and manufacturing facilities that complement those design bureaus on the other side. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Mathu, for that last slide particularly, which sets me thinking. One of the finest and most well-known examples of Indo-Japan manufacturing is Maruti Suzuki. And the market share that you spoke about, it was even higher in the years in the past. And that gives us a template for green energy. Manufacturing in India, Japanese design, Japanese technology, and definitely Japanese funding, which has been pretty liberal and generous, and in various other sectors. What I want to do now in the time that we have is to go around the panel and get them to speak about this, taking off from here. Mr. Ito, I'm going to come to you first and really ask you to elaborate briefly on the potential when it comes to hydrogen. And the reason I'm asking you is what Dr. Mathur told us about the way Japan is leading in hydrogen. We made a good start with electric vehicles, and in a session earlier today before lunch, one of the panelists informed us about the fact that there are waiting periods for electric scooters, something that shouldn't have been there. Given that, what is the potential for hydrogen-led development in India? Mr. Ito.
Okay, firstly, thank you very much for giving us these opportunities. My name is Ito of the Toshiba, India. Okay, hydrogen, so you are talking. So as in such a presentation, maybe energy storage is a key technology to India, because in India renewable energy is increasing. So coal-fired, unfortunately, cannot increase in this time. So that means maybe renewable energy will be increased, and also the total ratio of the renewable energy also increase. But the problem is renewable energy is uncontrolled energies. So in order to stabilize total grid, so if renewable energy ratio will be around more than 50%. In such a case, how to stabilize? This is almost also important. So in such a case, so for example, almost energies. So that means that in order to every time surplus energy, daytime many surplus energy from the PV. So some technology have to storage such energies. So there's 3 types of key technologies for such energy storage. One is a battery, and the second is a pumped storage hydro, and the third is a hydrogen. Hydrogen also shift electricity to the other energies, so like the hydrogen. So in this case, in Toshiba is maybe very unique company to have such a 3 key technologies. So that means that we can contribute to the Indian society in future, maybe after 5 or 10 years. So hydrogen is a important technology, but problem is maybe now cost is increase in how to show the economical. This is also in Japan also discussing. We can have such a technology and we can supply such a technologies, but unfortunately currently manufacturing cost is very high, expensive. So this is firstly. Toshiba is now in maybe, for example, Fukushima. So Fukushima, we already installed the Fukushima hydrogen plant. Toshiba is a role of the main coordinator of such a plant. But this is using the alkali type of the electrolyzer. Alkali and PEM is one of the very kind of the technologies. Maybe not only the Japanese, also in Korean, Chinese, Indian also can do such a technologies. Now in the Toshiba considers some advanced technology called solid oxide electrolyzer.
Yeah.
So that's that we are just developing such technologies. But it takes time because high efficient by using the heat. So very high efficient technologies. But maybe only 1 or 2 companies just now developing. So Toshiba is involved because in currently that competing with Chinese or Indian is very difficult. So then we can take. So in order to merge the hydrogen society, otherwise so that hydrogen supply chain is completed. Otherwise, it is difficult to show the competitiveness or economical.
Okay, all right. Thanks very much. Kapil, I'm coming to you, and the point that I really want you to expand on in terms of the fact that you have technologies available in Japan, and I was pleasantly surprised by the kind of hydrogen-led work that's happening there. What is the potential as far as India is concerned, and how do you yourselves see the ability to work with global partners?
See, first we need to understand, at this moment, whatever we consume or produce in India is all grey hydrogen. So, but that is around 8 to 10% of the global market even right now. So we are in market of around 5 to 6 million metric tons even right now. With the involvement and possibly more industries which will now go to net zero or ambitions to decarbonize, green hydrogen could be a main enabler because there will be sectors which doesn't have the ability to just have the decarbonization goals to be achieved by changing in their electricity patterns. So those hard to abate sectors are the one which would definitely require adoption of green hydrogen for that matter. Coming back to India and technology partnership with countries like Japan, I would say yes, Japan is far ahead in terms of usage of hydrogen in mobility application. They are far ahead compared to any other nation globally for that matter. But we would see those usage would largely be possibly in long haul vehicles. So, trucks or buses here in India, whereas possibly the major usage of green hydrogen from an use case basis would be in industrial feedstock and fuel.
And we already have some pilot project of a bus that's happening.
Yes, a bus,
in Nagpur.
You have hydrogen stations which are being put up in Assam to Leh Ladakh. You have hydrogen buses running. You have hydrogen cars also now being used by our own bureaucrats. So and of course some of them are from Japan. So I would say there is a good ecosystem what is possibly coming in India, and it's an opportunity which lies, if you see both the sites on India and Japan, which is very complementary in nature. Now I'll tell you why this is complementary, because Japan could be a little ahead in the technology curve, and possibly when we are talking green hydrogen, it's nothing new from an electrochemistry perspective.
Right.
Electrolyzers have been in existence. Production of hydrogen through electrolyzers have been in existence for decades now. So nothing new. What we are talking now is how do we bring down the cost? How do we scale up the efficiencies? And
Right.
how do we make sure that we are able to make use of that?
Bharat, taking that point forward, and also for our audience to understand, we are still on the way when it comes to electric mobility and green power replacing our dependence on thermal, and now hydrogen, green hydrogen. How significant is the potential that we have as a country?
Hello. Yeah. So, Siddharth, before I come to that question, let me just address a little bit on this hydrogen story, since that's really the flavor of the season currently. I think there is no doubt that that Japan is way ahead in terms of the technology, both on the electrolyzer side, on the green hydrogen side, and also on the fuel cell side. And I think the government in Japan has taken some major initiatives, like setting up the New Energy Development NEDO organization, which basically supports any new initiatives. I think there is some $2 trillion fund which has been set aside for green energies. And this year alone, I believe about 6,000 crores has been set aside by Japan for investment in hydrogen and fuel cells. In the Indian scenario, I think we are still a little bit behind. Of course, we have an energy policy which is beginning to come up now. This month, I think there should be another part of the policy which should be announced. What I see, one of the big challenges in the hydrogen space in India is, it's like a chicken and egg story. So the hydrogen producers, they feel there is no demand for hydrogen. And on the other hand, those who are looking, who are thinking of, like me, who are thinking of developing fuel cells, we see there is no hydrogen, there is no green hydrogen. So it's a bit of a chicken and egg story. And I think the one way to solve it is to set up these, zero emission valleys or zero emission areas in the country. And that is something that Japan and India can perhaps do very well together, to establish clear zones where there is a zero emission valley through the technology that the Japanese bring and being deployed here in India. The other aspect on the same subject is that, we are a large country, but we talk about, 10 buses being put on hydrogen or, heavy duty vehicle. I think it's totally out of whack, out of focus. I mean, we need to be talking about 10,000 buses, right? And that's where we would get the Japanese and the rest of the world.
But won't cost be an issue for that?
So it's a great point. I mean, let's talk about ammonia itself. Ammonia has always been traded in stock price, on stock prices, on the spot, you take a decision. But if we have to talk about green ammonia, someone wants to set up a plant, he needs a proper 10-year visibility on what is the buying price going to be. Some kind of a power purchase agreement or some kind of an agreement on the long-term sense. And I look back at the time when the Indian Railways decided to buy 1,000, 12,000 horsepower locomotives. Very different from buying 10 locomotives. We brought the price down dramatically. I was in the Alstom at those days. We brought the price down drastically to a price which was comparable to what Indian Railways were able to produce, with all the, without factoring the cost of the factory, blah, blah, etc. So I think as a nation, if we want to move fast on the hydrogen fuel cell space, on the hydrogen generation space, on electric mobility, we have to think a little bit in a way that is commensurate with the size of the country and get the rest of the world excited. And Japan is a perfect place for a perfect partner in that space. And we've had some great successes. Why should we not try to look at creating a Suzuki many more Suzukis with
Right.
Toshiba there, with Panasonic, looking at
Right.
large numbers. So that's the fundamental point I want.
I noted the point that you said that there is some policy announcement that is going to come soon. Vikram, I'm coming to you. Are we getting a little ahead of ourselves by focusing only on hydrogen when it comes to green energy in India? Because solar is obviously what seems to be something that will help us over the next decade or maybe more.
So Siddharth, I think if we look at the net zero maths, it's not an either or, it's an and, very clearly.
Okay.
Right? Not only do we need renewable energy, whether it is solar or wind, in a lot higher than what we do today. So if as a country today we do maybe 10-15 gigawatts every year, that needs to be scaled up to 40 to 50 gigawatts every year. We need green hydrogen as well, not only for domestic consumption, which I agree with the colleagues that it may take India a little bit of time to ramp up the domestic consumption curve, but we can be a net exporter. For the first time, India can leapfrog to be a net exporter of energy, at least in context of green hydrogen. And then we need other products as well, right? I mean, there is a huge demand today of high quality carbon offsets, right? Which many Western companies are looking for, and India could be a supplier for that. And that is where, I think the Japanese-India partnership makes sense at multiple levels, right? I think some of this has been talked about. Japan brings capital at scale and at a very competitive price to the table. India brings execution capacity at a very different scale and a very competitive price to the table, right? Today, there are not too many countries who can boast of 15-20 gigawatts per annum of execution capacity. That's required for renewable energy. That's required as an input for green hydrogen.
What about manufacturing capability?
Absolutely. That was my second point, that, most Western countries today are very, very actively thinking about delinking their supply chains from China. India could be a natural beneficiary, and India and Japan combination, where we leverage the technology of Japan and we leverage the large labor pool and conducive policies the government of India is setting up, the PLI schemes we are all aware about.
Right.
India could become a pretty significant, exporter of green manufactured products, whether it is electrolyzers, whether it is solar panels, name it.
Dr. Mathur, just to come and take off from the point that you made earlier during your presentation, India's biggest and largest corporations have announced forays into renewable energy in various forms, and it's for those individual companies to really go about that. But the larger question is that when it comes to the last 3 decades, I get the sense that when it comes to our shift from thermal to others, we have held ourselves back in many ways, when even the regulatory sort of framework has raised questions in private investors' minds. Is it because, if I may use that word, of the coal lobby and our dependence on thermal that we are not able to go forward and, take off from the vision that you just spoke about?
Siddharth, the organization I work with, the International Solar Alliance, was announced at the climate negotiations in Paris in December 2015. So almost exactly 7 years ago. At that point, the amount of solar electricity in the grid was less than 2%. Today, it is more than 11%. And the size of the pie has actually increased. The total amount of electricity sold is far more than what it was in 2015. This suggests that we have been very successful. Now, obviously, all the things that you said are true. But the fact remains that we are forging ahead. We are forging ahead by addressing those kinds of issues which are particularly true of developing countries. Because remember, you have to do this at prices that you and I are willing and able to pay. That's not always straightforward. Solar electricity for long years had been an electricity for the rich, no longer. Today, solar electricity is the cheapest form of electricity as long as the sun is shining. And according to the International Solar Alliance, in 3 years, 2023, 2024, 2025, battery storage would also become cheap enough so that solar plus storage provides electricity at prices that are competitive with fossil fuel electricity round the clock.
What will 11% become to by then?
We expect that one of the key changes that will occur by 2025, as I said, is that solar plus storage becomes cost effective. At that point of time, there is really no limit. So our expectation is that we will be in excess of 40%, possibly near 50% by 2030. Siddharth, the key challenge is something different. We are a country where the electricity demand is increasing. Now, the distribution...
And so have prices. So have prices in many places. There are, of course, states that are still keeping their distribution companies in a state of very bad balance sheets.
But the challenge is that as we move ahead, as the demand increases, the electricity distribution company asks us, so should we set up coal plant or should we set up a solar plant? Because coal plant gives me electricity round the clock even at night. A solar plant doesn't. This is a challenge. And these are the kinds of real-life issues which constrain the amount of solar growth that could possibly occur if the nighttime challenge wasn't there. But as I said, the nighttime challenge is a matter of time. It's a matter of 2 to 3 years before we break that barrier.
Okay, and breaking that barrier is obviously linked completely to storage. Mr. Ito, I'm coming to you. Dr. Mathur spoke about some of the things that have been achieved in the last 7 years. What is your own sense in terms of how the challenges that are faced by renewable energy of various forms in India can be overcome?
Yeah, India is, firstly, I think it's successfully developed the renewable energy policies. Because now PV, wind is one of the biggest supply country in the world. So that means, okay, but after that, in the increase of such a renewable energy, how to stabilize, how to keep the, maintain the grid fluctuation or something. So this is also important. Maybe currently in ratio is renewable, as I said, it's very small. But if larger, in such a case, how to stabilize the grid if renewable energy increase? So this is maybe next challenge to the India. So yes.
Okay, Bharat, I'm coming back to the same point and taking off from what Dr. Mathur spoke about. The inconsistency in policy seems to have reduced, at least from what we saw earlier on. You saw the big issues around gas, which no one now speaks about. What's your own sense about the policy prescriptions that are required? You spoke about something that may happen soon, but if you were framing the policy, what would you want, the top couple of points?
So I think the government is already working on some of these, which I'm going to mention. First one is, again, on the hydrogen space. I'll focus on that space. I do expect some mandates to come soon, mandates for industries which are very hard to abate in terms of their footprint. And that's becoming more important, not just from the India perspective, but also from the export perspective. Because many, the day is not far when the Europeans will not accept steel, or any other country will not accept steel from India because it is not green. So I think that's one mandate which is coming. The second area, I think we need to increase our, as I said, broaden our vision, think big. I think putting just 600 crores or 700 crores on the hydrogen mission is probably not commensurate with the demands and with the requirements. And again...
You're not using the word peanuts. I'll use that as the moderator.
All right, you have the liberty. And lastly, the one key issue with hydrogen is the storage of hydrogen. And sometimes it can cost up to 3 times to compress and store and dispense as it is to produce. So for a country like India, micro hydrogen grids, and I go back to my earlier idea of small regions or small districts, which are completely zero emission because of hydrogen. So the transportation of hydrogen is, I think we should put that somewhere aside. And we need to encourage, the government policy needs to encourage establishment of biomass-based hydrogen generation and production in the local arena. And we produce 700 million tons of biomass a year. We can start to convert that to biomethane, and from biomethane through multiple paralysis or
we could probably make a start with that big dump near Ghazipur.
I think, as well as one on way to Panipat, which is now, it used to be green in some time, now it's back to its old way. So I think these are some of the low-hanging fruits, and have our Japanese colleagues and friends come over and jointly identify, so that real action happens on the ground. Sometimes also the other part, the regulatory part and the legal framework, which is still beginning to evolve in the hydrogen space. The Europeans have done a reasonably good job on developing the legal framework. I think Japan is beginning to get there. It's still some time before Japan sets up a robust, solid framework, which is surprising because Japan is generally ahead in most of these technologies. So again, focus on these micro grids as a policy formulation, increase the ticket size, put in the mandates, encourage, widen the bigger base for fuel cell. Heavy duty cycle transportation needs to move quickly to fuel cells. The challenge, of course, there is that technology is evolving every day. Every day you read new technologies which are coming from the Far East and from the Far West. And therefore, to commit to a specific technology is a serious challenge.
Right.
Of course, the PLI scheme has, particularly for advanced cell chemistry, it opens it up. It doesn't say lithium ion, it just says advanced cell chemistry. A similar type of flexible approach might be needed in the hydrogen space as well.
We'll look forward to what the policy prescribes. Vikram, I'm coming to you and taking off from the point that Bharat spoke about. How satisfied are you with the current regulatory framework overall? Because there are multiple components of it when it comes to renewable energy, because it's different. The whole system, all of us have been sort of raised and fed on thermal power, and it's difficult to accept newer things.
No, I think there is no doubt that the regulatory framework is moving in the right direction. I think as an industry, we would not have been here in terms of 120, 130 gigawatts, like Dr. Mathur said, in a very short span of time if regulatory framework had not enabled it. And I don't see any reason why we can't replicate that, right, for other components of the green spectrum, whether it is green hydrogen or storage and so on and so forth, right. Bharat talked about some of the policy interventions which are required. I'll add one or two which would be required as well. I think mandates are essential, right? Because without that, the industry doesn't get started, right? Whether it is 5%, 10%, we need to get those things, and we can learn from what happened in the solar industry, right? 10, 12 years back. That's how it, and now solar power standalone is the cheapest form of energy in the country, right? So. I think we also need to, get our voice heard on setting of standards globally, right? Because, the definition of what is green hydrogen, for example, is currently being defined in, some policymakers in Europe are thinking about it, some policymakers in the US are thinking about it, and us as India would need to participate in those discussions and make sure that we put our point of view as a supplying nation. Right? Because if those policies get formulated in a way which are disadvantageous to us, then frankly, it hurts us, right? So I think that's the other big thing I would talk about. And I think the third thing I would say is that we have to enable innovative funding mechanisms, right? And the enabling policy around it for the scale of capital, Siddharth, is unprecedented, right? I mean,
give us some numbers if you can just throw off.
No, absolutely. I think recently at COP, recently concluded COP, it was pretty well, the consensus was that the world would need anywhere between $2 to $3 trillion to be invested every year from here on to 2030. $2 to $3 trillion every year from here on to 2030 for us to be having any chance of hitting that 1.5 degree. India alone can absorb about $300 to $400 billion every year from here on, right? So I think the scale is very different thing, and this money, this quantum of money is not going to come in automatically, right? Because the financial institutions have to, learn about the risks involved. Green hydrogen is a new asset class, right? Every million ton of green hydrogen requires $25 billion of capital, right? Now, no bank is going to come up with a check without, when all the risks around technology and so on and so forth are still to be discovered. But we can't wait, right? The world doesn't have the time and luxury to wait for another 5 years for all those questions to be answered before the financial institutions come in front, right? So you need a policy framework which enables that innovative financing mechanism.
What's a good policy framework reference globally? The thing is that the world is struggling with this. It's not like we're not alone, right? It's not like, and I would say that having spent a lot of time now in Europe, the US, and some of the other geographies who are thinking about it very proactively, including Japan, I think everyone is struggling with it. There's no silver bullet out there. And that's the reason I say that India needs to participate in those discussions so that those standards get set the right way, those fund flows are appropriate, and those sort of channel through into India as well. Right? So those will be some of the points.
Kapil, you represent the ambitions of one of India's largest corporations in this space, and you already publicly spoken about what you intend to do. Could you just sort of briefly recap that for our audience in terms of how you yourself see the potential ahead for this sector?
Let me just add to the discussion on policy and then start.
Yeah, sure.
What we all need is, we need to understand electricity has always been a concurrent subject in India. It's a matter of between federal and state, and that will remain, irrespective it's renewable or thermal. That is the thing. But what an investor need is certainty in the policies. Do I have certainty that for 10 years this is going to be the policy? I'm fine with making lower returns, but I'm not fine with fluctuating returns. I need some surety on what it needs to be taken. So I think, and India's green in February we announced a policy and a mission is awaited, and part of the mission could have what we are speaking on, the so-called GHCO, which is the Green Hydrogen Compliance Obligation and Mandates. But it's an audacious policy. I would say no other geography has the guts to say that we will allow banking for green hydrogen. Which other country? There's no one in the globe who has said that banking is allowed. We have provided ISTS waiver. If that happens or not, but the policy allows that. So it's a very, very forthcoming policy what was announced. Of course it has, which possibly in the mission can come. Now coming back to what coming back to your question, is we are one of the largest conglomerate in India, and we have a declared thing that we want to be net zero by 2035. Now a group which has varied businesses, and some of them could be, not so clean, like, refineries, etc. Getting to 2035 net zero is a very challenging task. And other than that, we've also come up, our chairman has given a vision of 1-1-1. So he is saying that India would be the #1 exporter of green hydrogen in the next 1 decade and supplying hydrogen at $1 per kg. And that's what it is for 1-1-1. Now for that to happen, we are possibly setting up a completely backward or vertically integrated value chain for every element in the ecosystem. So we are not only looking for production, so we're looking from an hydrogen perspective, the upstream, which is the production, the midstream, which is the storage and transportation, and the downstream, which is possibly would be the use cases within industry, commercial, heating, cooling, steel, fertilizer, chemicals, mobility, all of that. So that said, we are coming up, and we are already a winner in 2 of the Government of India's announced PLI scheme, one of which was on the solar modules. So this is for the first time in India, we would be coming up, taking sand and converting that to a module. So it's from, metallurgical silicon, polysilicon, ingot, wafer, cell and module, the complete value chain. Right now, what the country has is only cell and modules. So possibly that will happen. So our dependency on other geographies on imports of wafers or polysilicon can reduce. Second gigafactory would be for electrolyzers. The third gigafactory where we also win the ACC PLI was for the advanced chemistry battery storage. And the fourth one is for fuel cells. Now, there was one more element which was added to this whole thing was the power electronics. So these 5 gigafactories could enable us in the whole value chain as to on the manufacturing or the production side. And then comes another part of it, that how do we make capacities in India which are sizable to counter any other nation, from a perspective that we are then not dependent on we are not having the economies of scale. So we want to make hydrogen for India, win India, and possibly for the world when we say net exporter and talk of that. So we ambition to set up 100 gigawatt of renewable power plants and try and see how do we make it provide what we have all been speaking, round the clock power. So, when we spoke on what policies and all, and that's my personal belief, no amount of policy intervention, market will adopt it itself.
Yes.
When things come on a price point and cost, no amount of policy intervention can stop it or make it happen, because we have seen in renewable, Ajay would agree that from the time it was 15, 17 rupees to now, everybody is trying to adopt by itself. So those are things which will automatically happen.
That was a nice summary of what RIL intends to do. Dr. Mathur, as we wind down this session, just one quick point in terms of all this that we are talking about, private sector initiative, and I don't even want to go back into history when it comes to the subject about power being on the concurrent list. The center is where most of the generation risk is born, and the subsidy is given away by the states. But what kind of framework do you think we would require, let's say by 2025, if not later, to really ensure that targets like 111 are met and implemented successfully?
As has been mentioned, the first is mandates. So when users start using either renewable electricity or green hydrogen, that becomes the start of the chain. And these are users who are willing and able to pay. The second point remains that the electricity distribution companies are a key player. And therefore, we need to find policies where there's a convergence of interest. Let me give you an example. I know there's a very short time. In the state of Maharashtra, it takes, I think it costs 7 rupees 38 paisa to bring a kilowatt hour of electricity to a rural substation from where it is supplied to a pump. Making solar panel-based farms on the rural substations, you can get electricity at 3 rupees a kilowatt hour, a benefit of 4 rupees 38 paisa per kilowatt hour. And you supply it to the pumps during the day when the sun is shining. This is happening. Now here the Maharashtra State Electricity Distribution Company figures out that if all the electricity to pumps is provided this way, they'll not make a loss. So you see a convergence of interests. My short point is, renewables allows us to investigate these convergences of interest because of the very different cost structure. And this is where we need to focus on.
And that will probably make a huge difference when it comes to the overall environment. What we've not spoken about here is the beneficial impact that all of this will have on the environment across the country. I'm going to thank the entire panel for their time here with us and for sharing their thoughts on green hydrogen, and to you in the audience for being such patient listeners. A round of applause for the entire panel, please. Thank you very much. Abha, over to you.
I invite Manoj up here, please. Manoj Sharma, of India Today, to give a token of appreciation to our guests. Manoj is the CEO of Publishing at the Group. Well, any Indo-Japan summit would be incomplete without conversation around the auto industry and how we're revving up for the challenge going forward. The challenges, the competitions faced by Indo-Japan JVs, and whether making for India or for the world from India. That's the question. I'd like to invite on stage an industry veteran who's already with us. A very warm welcome, Mr. R.C. Bhargava, Chairman, Maruti Suzuki. In conversation with Mr. Bhargava, M.G. Arun, Executive Editor, India Today magazine. Arun, could I have you on stage? Yes, to go ahead and introduce our guests.
Thank you. Mr. R.C. Bhargava actually needs no introduction. There is no better person to enlighten us about the progress of our indigenous passenger car industry than Mr. Bhargava. Joining the then Maruti Udyog in 1981 as Director, Sales and Marketing, Mr. Bhargava, who had made a decisive shift from his life as a civil servant to become a technocrat, was instrumental in bringing out India's first people's car, the iconic Maruti 800, on December 14, 1983. India Today magazine, incidentally, also had its own role to play in Maruti's destiny and its tie-up with Suzuki. In January 1982, a top Suzuki executive read a story of a possible tie-up between Maruti and another Japanese firm. He did not want to let go of the opportunity of Suzuki itself partnering Maruti, and thus the iconic partnership was born. Today, Maruti Suzuki is India's largest car manufacturer, selling over 16 lakh vehicles in 2021-22, and is poised to sell 20 lakh cars this year. Please join me in welcoming Mr. R.C. Bhargava, Chairman, Maruti Suzuki. So thank you so much for accepting our invitation. I think the first and foremost question that I would have for you naturally would be, how did you make this partnership work? Because the partnership between Maruti and Suzuki, the iconic partnership, has been a kind of benchmark for several partnerships that followed, especially with Japanese and Indian companies. So what are the lessons that we could learn from this? Maybe we could start there.
The partnerships, any partnership would work if both partners have trust in each other. I think the most important thing is to develop trust. And fortunately, between Mr. Osamu Suzuki and Mr. Krishnamurthy, the late Mr. Krishnamurthy, and myself, we were right from the beginning able to develop this feeling that we can trust each other, which trust got strengthened as we went along, and he saw that we were as committed and as serious as he was about doing this project in India. So I think if you have trust and you have common objectives with the two partners, you shouldn't have different agendas. One partner shouldn't have an agenda which is different from the other partner. I think that's all it needs.
So that was those were the tough days, because to bring a car out into the market when you had no idea of how it will be received in the Indian market. So what were some of the initial strategies as a marketing director that you sort of initiated within the company?
See, when this project started, as I think a lot of you would know, it was not considered a viable project or a project which is likely to last for very long. It was somewhat of a political project. In those days, cars were not supposed to be produced in a socialist economy, and it was a public sector company, so we had everything against it. What made it succeed, I think, is the fact that there was a very strong motivation on the part of Mr. O. Suzuki, as well as Krishnamurti, as well as myself, that we have to make this a successful project for our different reasons. It's not important to go into them, but I can assure you, all three of us had very important reasons for not failing. The importance of a commitment to succeed is that then you look for options which are more likely to give you success. Most of us are very reluctant to change the ways we keep doing things. Change is not easily acceptable to anybody. And the fact that Maruti succeeded was because we changed a lot of ways of doing business, of manufacturing, of managing people. The whole way of thinking changed. And I think that ability to learn from the Japanese and to change and to make people accept change is the key to our success.
So in a conversation earlier with me, you have said how, as a director of marketing, you used to personally go to different centers across India and showcase the vehicle. That was the first time in which a car was, showcased in different parts. And, you wanted to have people participation. You wanted a lot of people to come, view the vehicle, feel it, and then go for it. Isn't it?
This Maruti 800, when it was introduced, was a very different vehicle from what people were used to in India. And the initial reaction of a lot of people was that this is too small, it is too light, how can this ever succeed? And so one of our tasks in the beginning, and my task as a guy trying to push the sales of these cars, was to convince people that despite its looks, this car was actually safer and quite commodious and would do everything which it needed to do. And so we organized these shows and we organized drives. People went up to high peaks, they went through the desert, they did a round of the country, and then they wrote reports, independent people. We had various kinds of competitions. And I think with all of that, the feeling that this would not be a car suitable for India disappeared. I remember in Calcutta, the journalist there said that, our potholes on the way to the airport will swallow up your car. In the monsoon, it'll never reach the airport. And when I went there next year, they told me that this is the only car which reached the airport because the rest would all stop on the way with water in the distributor.
And what's the kind of support you got from your partner in Japan when you started all these marketing initiatives?
See, everything, all the new practices we brought into India, and there's a whole multitude of those practices, otherwise we've not, were all based on what we saw and learned in Japan. Now, what our contribution was essentially in terms of understanding what the Japanese were doing and why they were doing it, and then to work out how to make that happen in India. Because Indian people, Indian ways of thinking, Indian reactions to certain, let's say, stimulus are different from what they are in Japan. Japan is a much more disciplined, much more logical kind of country. And it's not so difficult to get new things accepted there. In India, it's much more difficult. So that was our main task, that if you wanted something to happen, then you have to work out a strategy, a program of making it happen. Whole question of how to change this relationship between management and workers. Everywhere, management and workers are adversaries with each other. In Japan, they work together. And the great advantage is that instead of about 30% of people in a company being concerned with improvements and making the company grow, suddenly you have 100% of the people pulling in the same direction and making the company grow. But how to make it happen in India? And I think that's where we had to work in devising our systems and things to make it happen.
So you have seen over the decades various stages of Indian manufacturing. And you just said it is very difficult to make things happen in India. What are the things, where are just the areas where you could make things happen as far as manufacturing is concerned? And what is more left to be done?
See, as I said, the biggest change was to create this cooperative partnership working between labor and management. And this kind of approach to labor has not happened anywhere else in the country, even after 40 years, although people have seen the benefit. But I say people don't want to change what they are doing, so the existing system of management and working with labor continues. It hasn't changed. One of the things we learned from Japan is that they have this culture of Kaizen. Kaizen means that everything can always be changed for the better. In India, especially in government and the public sector, the culture is more of follow precedent. Now, we had to change this culture of following precedents and looking at what was done in the past so that we didn't deviate, to a culture where people were thinking that even if this system is laid down by the head of engineering or by the head of production, that maybe I can improve upon it. So this approach of trying to make improvements all the time, that there should be continuous improvements, was one of the big changes which came about in our way of thinking. In the area of component development and getting vendors working with us, traditionally there's a transactional relationship between vendors and the buyers. We converted it into a relationship of a partnership between the two of them, because very clearly it's evident to anybody who will think of it that the ability of a manufacturer to produce globally competitive vehicles essentially depends on the ability of all the suppliers to give components which are also globally competitive in terms of cost and price. Because 70% of what goes into the car comes from the suppliers. And if that is not globally competitive, we can't be globally competitive. If we become globally competitive, we will grow, and grow much faster than companies who are not globally competitive. If we grow, then our suppliers grow with us. So actually, my growth leads to growth of the vendors. And if the vendors grow, then they stand to gain, I stand to gain. So we convinced, and it's not difficult to convince them, actually, they understood this very easily, that it's in our mutual interest to work together in a partnership, each one trying to help the other to improve their whole area of production, productivity, cost, quality, and everything.
So convincing is always a very hard part. Do you think, I mean, you have been a civil servant before you took the plunge into corporate life. Do you think that being on the other side has helped you in your negotiating skills? Maybe you can tell us a bit about how you sort of ended up with taking up this offer from Mr. Krishnamurthy for Maruti.
No, being from the civil service had both pluses and minuses. The pluses were that in dealings with government and with the ministries, most of the people were there who were known to me. They knew me, I knew them, we were colleagues in a sense, so it was easy. I could walk into their rooms, whereas public sector officials can't easily meet even a joint secretary. And so I had that advantage. I had knowledge of all the government rules and regulations and systems. So in devising Maruti's systems of work and purchase and contracts and human management systems, personnel management systems. Knowing the government systems, I could see what we could do and what we couldn't do. So that was a big help, knowing how the government worked and what the government procedures were and how to keep the paper okay so that the audit would not raise objections and things of that kind. The disadvantage, of course, was that I knew nothing about industry. I knew nothing about manufacturing. I knew nothing about cars. And I was absolutely ignorant. But there, the advantage was that I had a very good teacher in Japan.
Mr. V. Krishnamurthy, who had first offered you the job at BHEL, which you carried on for a while before you were thinking of going back to the bureaucracy, but then the opportunity at Maruti came. Mr. Krishnamurthy had famously told you once that one good thing about you is that while everybody else sees a problem to a solution, you see a solution to every problem. So tell us a bit about that.
Well, those were days when the conflict between bureaucrats and generalists and specialists or technocrats was at more or less its height. And there used to be a lot of stuff going on in the field about how journalists were messing up and how technocrats should take over and things like that. So some years after I had joined BHEL and then Maruti, I asked Mr. Krishnamurthy, I said, look, I am a bureaucrat, I'm a journalist. Why did you ask me to join a job which was in an engineering company and which is really a technocrat's job? And this was the answer he gave me. He said, you're one of the few bureaucrats I've met who looks for a solution to a problem instead of finding problems with every solution.
Exactly. And you have been very, very vocal when it comes to the issues regarding manufacturing in India. Even after so many years, so many policy initiatives, Indian manufacturing still comprises around 15% of the GDP. It's almost at a stagnant around that. What are the lessons that we could draw upon from, for instance, from Japanese firms when it comes to boosting the manufacturing potential for our country? Because again, we are talking about the necessity to create millions of jobs in this country.
Becoming a country where you can do competitive manufacturing is something which requires the entire system to work in unison for a common objective. It requires government to do its part. It requires the entrepreneurs to do their part. Neither can do it alone. In India, I think we have had this unfortunate situation for a long time during the period when we have licenses and controls and all that. Some very wrong practices developed. And also the way we created these systems for managing public sector companies were not appropriate at all for any kind of growth or competitiveness. Now, the reasons, therefore, for this manufacturing not growing lie both in the government organization as well as in the attitudes of entrepreneurs. On the government side, I think, and I'm referring now to Mr. Modi's 8.5 years, he has made umpteen reforms which I wish had existed when we started Maruti. It would have helped us enormously. But we had to do without those reforms. But despite those reforms, as you said, there's been not much change in the contribution of manufacturing to GDP. So to a large extent that has been done, but what we need to understand is that reforms which are visualized and driven by the political leadership have to be translated into something which gets implemented on the ground. And who does that? And I think that's one of the areas where we need to think about the whole question of development of skills, development of knowledge amongst people who are to do development work. It's an area which we've neglected. I don't think the bureaucracy, and I can say from my example, I was not competent to run a company when I joined. I didn't know anything about it, but I had a teacher. I learned. But who teaches the civil servant how to do this work? Nobody. So I think that's one area of weakness. The other part is what I said earlier. Entrepreneurs have to be much more motivated to grow their companies to make them much, much bigger companies. If they're really motivated, then they look for different ways of managing their company. And I think we've shown in Maruti Suzuki that the practices which we have picked up and translated into India from Japan actually yield results. They're visible results. They're there and they've been there for 40 years. So it's not something which is a flash in the pan. So they have to be willing to learn and change. But change requires, as I said, motivation. You will not change otherwise. So both sides have to do their bit. Then I think we can grow. But if either side doesn't do the thing which they're required to do, I mean, government, okay, the bureaucrats become knowledgeable and things, but if the manufacturing entrepreneurs continue the way they are going, you'll still not get growth.
Land acquisition is still a very major a problematic area, which some earlier speakers had also mentioned. The states have to play a bigger role. In fact,
Sure.
you know, some of them are competing for investments, etc. But do you think there are still problem areas that maybe the states could address better?
Many of the areas can be addressed better because it's the attitude of the civil servant. It's not necessarily the IS, any civil servant who interacts with the industrialist. And a lot of interaction happens at the state level because after all the factories are set up in the state. So whether it's to deal with labor or land or electricity or water or sewerage or drainage or anything, it's all with the state. The attitude has to be different. The approach has to be different because the approach has to be to, if you understand that you need to develop industry in the country. That industry to develop has to be competitive. To be competitive, you need to reduce cost. How to do it? What is my role in doing that? If my role as a civil servant, I understand, and I try and help the industry reduce cost, things will become different. If my role is to find ways of obstructing and finding problems, then it will not happen.
So since you talked about cost, India, of course, is a very price-sensitive market, and Maruti recognized it at a very early stage, and you wanted to make an affordable car for the masses. How did the pricing strategy work then, and how does it work now?
When we started, the pricing, of course, was very competitive, and that's why the demand for the car was so much, and the first many years, there was a premium on the car. Over the last few years, because of various regulatory changes in the cars, the cost of cars has been going up. And the impact of these regulatory changes has been comparatively higher in terms of the percentage than on bigger cars because the cost of change is about the same. So it becomes a higher percentage on a lower cost car. In addition to which, state governments have also, for their own reasons of raising money, decided that they should levy one-time road taxes and things and increase them to collect more money for their exchequers. So the result of that has been that small car demand has slowed down, even declined at times. And that segment of the market's growth has actually not been there in the last few years. It's partly because, of course, of COVID and things. But generally, I don't see that in the coming years, if the same conditions prevail, that the ability of people driving two-wheelers to upgrade to a four-wheeler will very much improve beyond what it is today. It's going to be slow growth.
The auto sector is one of the sectors which is highly disruptive. And we have seen how battery-operated vehicles are also seeing a lot of demand. I mean, there's a lot of curiosity around it. Maybe it is not translated that much into sales. Maruti of course, has plans in the EV segment, but maybe not as much as others. I mean, where are the hiccups when it comes to electric vehicles? What are the areas of caution that you would like to address before you get in a full plunge into that?
See, electric vehicles today in India have many issues. Firstly, we have had some instances relating to safety. Okay, but assuming we can get that out of the way. Now, the only people today who are buying electric cars are people who have dedicated parking slots because they can charge the vehicle there. And I think it's entirely reasonable that if you don't have a place to park the car and charge it, you are not going to buy an electric car. So that itself reduces the market. The second issue relates to the infrastructure available. I'm not even talking of the public charges, I'm talking of domestic charges in terms of the ability of the state electricity boards to upgrade the distribution system, including the transmission distribution lines and the transformers, to take the much higher load which will come when more and more people take electric cars. The range and public infrastructure, let's leave that out. I'm just talking immediately of even, let's say, today 1% of the sales are electric cars. Let us say this 1% goes up to 10% or 15%. The number of cars sold will be substantial, especially in the more affluent localities where people have charging points and houses to live in. What will happen to the distribution system? Thirdly, of course, is from the point of view of the reduction in the carbon footprint. We are, as it is, generating 75% of our energy from coal. So if you really look at the emission of carbon from the well to wheel, as they say, it's not a particularly clean transition, because if you have coal-fired electricity and then use it in electric cars, then you're not doing very much to clean the atmosphere. So my belief is that in India, we need a mixture of not only electric vehicles, which some people will use, but we need to develop all the other CO2 negative or neutral fuels, like ethanol, like biogas, and even use hybrid technology to reduce the oil consumption, reduce carbon. All of them are required at this point of time, because electric vehicles are not going to become 50 or 60%. Keep in mind also the question of cost associated with the global changes in the price of lithium and therefore of batteries as the demand for lithium goes up. As it is with the global penetration of electric cars being 3% at present, lithium prices in the last year and a half have increased about 3 or 4 times. Now, if penetration becomes 30%, you see what will happen.
Right. So finally, to a lot of youngsters who are there in this group, as well as your listeners otherwise, what would be your word of advice, to the young entrepreneurs who would like to explore, say, partnership with Japan, to do some business, to invest, or maybe do as a startup? Some words of wisdom.
The opportunities for young people, startups, people starting new businesses, whether it's in manufacturing or any other area, are enormous. I think the motivation behind anybody starting is not to make a good living for yourself. That should not be the motivation for starting a business. The real motivation should be to keep growing and build a bigger and bigger industry. And that you have to learn how to do from seeing what others have done. Japan offers an enormous opportunity for learning. Not just copying, but learning and then seeing how to use that learning to do business in India. And I think people in India need to get out of the traditional ways of thinking if we are going to change our 70 years of pattern of growth and industrialization to something which is much more conducive to what we really need to do and what we are, I think, capable of doing. We have great capabilities. I think the youngsters today can do wonders. But they must be willing to change, to adopt new systems, to learn, and to have this ambition not to just become capable of living a very affluent life, but of actually growing a big business and having millions of people benefiting from that business.
Okay, sir, thank you so much. I'm sure that your words will go a long way in furthering ties between Indian companies and Japanese companies. And thank you so much for sharing all the experiences with us. A big round of applause to Mr. R.C. Bhargava, Chairman, Maruti Suzuki.
Thank you, Arun. Thank you.
Could I also welcome on stage Raj Chengappa to felicitate Mr. Bhargava for us. Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing at the India Today Group. Let's continue that conversation on the challenges faced by the auto sector. Our next set of guests include Shraddha Suri Marva, CMD at Subros, Prashant K. Banerjee, Executive Director, SIAM, Vikram Gulati, Country Head and Executive Vice President, Corporate Affairs and Governance at Toyota Kirloskar Motor, and Yogendra Pradap, Editor, Auto Today. Just take a moment for us to put the final chair in place there. A big round of applause, everyone, as we welcome in our next set of guests to continue to discuss the challenges of the auto sector. Thank you so much for joining us.
India is expected to be the world's third largest automotive market in terms of volume by 2030. In 2021-22, the industry produced close to 23 million vehicles and holds a strong position in the international heavy vehicles arena, being the largest tractor manufacturer, the second largest bus manufacturer, and the third largest manufacturer of heavy trucks. The industry contributes over 70% of India's GDP, 7% of India's GDP, and a whopping 49% of its manufacturing GDP. Japanese automotive companies and auto parts firms have a firm presence in India, and with the industry posing new opportunities, they are looking to further their presence in India. To hear about this, the new opportunities and the challenges, we have a stellar array of panelists out here. Let me first take my question to Ms. Shraddha Suri Marwa. She is the CMD of Subros. You have been, running a kind of very successful partnership with a Japanese firm. And of course, we know the kind of, we just heard from Mr. Bhargava, the success in which partnerships have come up in the OEM space. But in the auto parts space, it's, it will be unique to hear from you. What has made this partnership last for 35 years, for instance? And, what are the lessons one could gather from that?
Thank you. So, as Mr. Bhargava very rightly said, this marriage has to be based on trust like any other marriage. We've been a Japanese JV for about 36 years now. And in fact, I think the auto component space in India started as, the JVs that started in India were the Japanese JVs. It's when Suzuki decided to come into India, they brought with them partners who then partnered with companies in India. Of course, we were propelled by the government, where the government pushed localization, and and from there on, rest is history, because today a lot of those Japanese partnerships have flourished and grown. But I think the essential thing in that is, in the auto component space, is stick to the core. So the moment as a partnership you've got your agenda sorted out, then it is important for the Indian partner to stick to the plan, and then you see what we as the Indian partner actually bring to the table is our resources in terms of the 4Ms, the man, the machine, the method. But what the Japanese partner actually brings in is experience and technology. So if we have the patience to bear with each other, I think it's a perfect match.
So when you say stick to the core plan, could you please explain?
So what happens in auto components is, as you go along and you start manufacturing, there is a tendency to actually expand, rapidly. It could be into ancillary, ancillary products, etc. I'm not saying expansion is bad, but I think that we need to make it more step by step. That's the strength of, the component space, because it's the components that make the vehicle. So therefore, stability is extremely important. Sometimes stability at the cost of growth as well. That's my view. Yeah.
Great. Mr. Banerjee, coming to you, you represent the Society of Indian Automotive Manufacturers, the OEMs. What are the areas of further cooperation? I mean, already we have a very successful association that Indian companies have with Japanese firms. What are the new areas of cooperation that you feel we could further work out in this particular segment?
Thank you. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers. The Society of Indian Automobile Industry is extremely delighted to be here at Indo-Japan 70. The enormous contribution has happened of this relationship, both in terms of OEMs, two-wheeler, four-wheeler, passenger cars, and also in the segment of commercial vehicles. The technology disruption is happening. If you look at 5 important contributions which this 70 years relationship has brought in. The first is technology. The second is Kaizen, or process of manufacturing, competitiveness. The third one is customer centricity. The fourth one is, which is the very important one, bringing a factor of jealousy among the complacent system which is within the country. And the fifth one is the new sustainable mobility roadmap by bringing all the stakeholders together. What I mean by these 5 elements, one is when the mobility arena is disrupting, transformation is so enormous that just to fathom the depth of where we are, whether it's a hydrogen fuel cell technology going where the Toyota is having a Mirai as a product, when you talk about the electric vehicles, so we have a battery-related disruptions happening, whether it's a market-driven swappable battery concepts, whether we have to go through this route or that route, or we talk about the disruptions happening in a manner where sustainability and carbon neutrality is the focus. In all these realms, I think the Japan is bringing enormous information, knowledge, and the future technology possibilities, which is actually preparing us better to take Indo-Japan 70 relationship forward.
Great, thank you. Now I come to Mr. Vikram Gulati, who is the country head and Executive Vice President Corporate Affairs of Toyota Kirloskar Motor, who again has a great tie-up, very successful partnership with a Japanese firm. Mr. Gulati, what are the kind of lessons one could draw, and which are the rough areas that are still existing? Because a few panelists in some of the earlier sessions also talked about, especially at the policy level, the things that we need to improve upon when it comes to bettering our partnership. Your view.
Yeah, thank you for having me. First of all, as Toyota and Kirloskar, we've been here for now 25 years. This is a partnership that's grown well. And during these 25 years, we've delivered over 20 million vehicles in India. And we've been able to successfully work on our philosophy of QDR, quality, durability, and reliability. And that's largely because of the commitment to the entire supplier base to develop that supplier base, bring in that capability, handhold. And this journey is about, being committed to a supplier, working together, and growing together. And that's the reason we've been able to reach a level of localization of around 85 to 88% for our mainline products like the Fortuner and the Innova. For a player with 4 to 5% market share, that's quite remarkable. So this is a bit about the past. Now going forward, there are 3 areas of disruption that can broadly be identified. 2 in the manufacturing side and 1 on the products that we manufacture. So if you look at manufacturing, the game has really been about being able to deliver best quality at the best possible costing levels or pricing levels. Till now, the game was about efficiencies, processes, skilling, etc. Now, going forward with technology evolving the way it is with machine learning, artificial intelligence, and IoT and additive manufacturing, all of these coming in, the game gets much more disrupted for the entire ecosystem. The second big disruption that we see is around how manufacturing is going to be viewed world over. And this is where the policy element comes in. Till now, people were conscious about being environmentally sustainable in terms of practices, but going forward, this is no longer going to be something that is desirable. It's an absolute must for sustaining your business. And in Toyota, ever since 2015, we've had a commitment to zero carbon, not only from the tailpipe, but from the life cycle of the products by 2050, which means zero carbon manufacturing by 2035. Now, if we do this and the supply chain doesn't do it or the dealership doesn't do it, it doesn't make sense. So the element that we have to bring into the entire value chain is bringing in hand-holding and supporting this sustainable way of manufacturing, which also means being sensitive to utilization of resources. And the last one is what was alluded to by Mr. Banerjee, is the complexity and the rapid change in technology which is being pushed by the energy transition and the concerns over the environment, including climate change. There are multiple technologies going forward which can help you achieve this. There is electric, there is hydrogen, there is alternate fuels, etc. Now, how do you deal with this complexity? Because it also brings in additional complexity of customers wanting a much higher, much different products, depending basically based upon the technology offerings in terms of infotainment system, connected cars, autonomy, etc. One way we look at it is look at the final end goal, which in a way is delivering customer needs and societal goals, which is try to reduce the energy import dependence, fossil fuel reduction, carbon reduction, and do this while delivering product which is acceptable to the consumer. So from that philosophy, what we believe is a technology which delivers this is only an enabler. It's a means to the end, not the end itself. And therefore, we believe that government is doing a lot in this direction, and policies really need to be now focused on bringing in a link between, let's say, a carbon emission and manufacturing, carbon emission and the way products are taxed, for example, vehicles, because that's the simplest way of linking the socially desirable goals and leaving the OEMs and their supply chain to figure out what technology they need to deploy for what segment to be able to meet the customer needs. So that, in my mind, is going to be a critical element which is visible globally in terms of linking strongly linking policy to national desirable goals.
Okay, so thank you. Now I come to Yogendra Pratap, editor of Auto Today. Yogen, you have seen so many different types of vehicles over the last several decades, and you have test driven so many of them. We have just talked about the fact that auto is an extremely disruptive segment. Which are the areas that you feel that Indian companies should leverage their strengths better to compete in a wider market?
So the auto segment is undergoing massive disruption. The barriers for entry into this industry that have been existing for decades have suddenly come down to the bare minimum. An engine, an internal combustion engine, which is such a complex piece of machinery, is now reduced to an electric motor. That electric motor can serve it. So the opportunities are immense. The areas where there can be downfalls are also immense, because as Mr. Bhargava was alluding to, safety, you have to look at multiple parameters. But just going back to Mr. Gulati's point, the government needs to have policies that are technology agnostic. If you are looking at a certain technology and what it gives in the end, that's how it should be taxed. It shouldn't be, oh, this is diesel, so it's bad. If diesel can drive engines that are clean at the tailpipe, yes, why tax them extra? If hydrogen can have the similar effect, fine, give them the tax benefits. A hybrid car that can reduce tailpipe emissions, give them the same incentives as you're giving to maybe an electric vehicle. So that was just an aside. So coming back, yes, so the industry is at a cusp of great opportunity. Globally also, there are so many disruptions happening. We've seen that we cannot rely on the traditional manufacturers and suppliers, and we are having problems with them. Actually, the world is having problems with them, and that places India in an even better place to leverage our advantages. And everybody keeps talking about, without volumes, we can't do anything. But the gentleman sitting next to me has a very successful venture in TCAP, where they make certain parts of a vehicle, say the gearboxes, for a range of vehicles for supply all over the world are made in India. So, there you have it. You have massive economies of scale, And these can be really exploited by India at this juncture. Again, with electric vehicles, infrastructure will follow. It's a chicken and egg situation. I think lots of people are mistaking the fact that Indians adapt to new technologies very, very fast. So if Maruti tomorrow, or like Maruti and Toyota have today decided hybrid cars are a way to go, I mean, people are embracing hybrid cars. It's not as if they are costing double or triple, despite having two powertrains in one. Similarly, electric cars, if the market leaders, I mean, some of these Japanese companies now have a stranglehold over the Indian automotive industry, passenger car industry, if they decide tomorrow that, yeah, electric vehicles are the way to go, then it will happen. It will happen overnight. The change will be very, very quick. And these are some of the areas that we can look at exploiting.
Great. I come to Shraddha. You know, during COVID, we understood the importance of having a very efficient local manufacturing. You know, when we saw disruptions happen from the inputs from China, for instance, and later from other parts of the world, and OEMs, you know, sort of really struggled. The government has come up with the Atmanirbhar Bharat scheme, and then the PLIs were announced later. Where do you think India stands in its capabilities as a global manufacturer? You know, maybe you can talk about some of your experiences, and what are the rough edges that we need to smoothen out here?
So I think that, you know, we are poised in a very good place. The auto component segment, as it may, has already been through a very big learning curve over the last 40 years. It's a fairly structured industry. A lot of us are already global suppliers. The good thing about us in India is that we are very adaptive and also very malleable. So even in times of COVID, I think India and the Indian auto component manufacturers were the first one to get themselves up and going and start supplying not only to their customers here but also globally. Schemes by the government, of course, you know, different people have different views on them, but whatever schemes that have come up to propel manufacturing in India, and I'm not just talking about the PLI, we've had various schemes that have come in the past as well. They have propelled auto component manufacturers to actually invest in localization. See, without localization, this is a zero game. And no OE is going to give you a cost benefit for being more expensive. If we were to reduce cost and get economies of scale, like China did or anybody else did, then we have to localize and use that strength to then supply both domestically as well as export. I do see a few challenges. The challenges basically come in the form of technology. What we do lack is actually technology. So that's where our partners, or you know, in the case of the Japanese partners, they step in. And when I say technology, it's not just product technology. It's also very precise process technology, tool technology. So I think we need to now shift gears from just part localization to design in India. So I think design and development and testing and validation in India is the next level of localization that is needed. So that's my take on that.
Okay. Mr. Banerjee, you know, she just talked about the fact that, you know, we can't be dependent on China, and a lot of companies have come up with the China plus one strategy. How do you think this has been working in the Indian context? You know, you keep talking to different OEMs, you know, coordinating with them. What has been the success of this so far? I mean, how long have we to go in that direction?
I think it's very fascinating to see that in the Indo-Japan relationship at 70, our penetration in the market across the globe in two-wheeler, we are one of the largest. Actually, 2015, we took over China. And the number of countries, more than 145 countries, the export is happening. There we are able to actually meet the customer expectation and remain in a lead position. That position has been acquired with sustained improvement in not only the technology, manufacturing competitiveness, the reach to the customer, and understanding the psyche of the customer. I think we are at a cusp of a time when India is actually arrived with this relationship maturing to the level. Often I feel that if I relate it with our lifetime stories, then one of the survey indicated that the best period of our life, a decade, is actually 60 to 70. While somebody may say my childhood was great, but childhood, adulthood and family life versus, so 60 to 70 is found as the best period because you are done with all your basics, expectation settings, planned your investments well. So same way in Indian and Indo-Japan context, actually we are all set to now look outward, local manufacturing, market global, and the kind of policies which Mr. Bhargava was mentioning about, I wish those policies were then, which is now. So whether it's a standard, regulations, policies, the logistic, infrastructure facilitations, so all are actually setting in a context that India would be able to cater to the global market. And the changing disruptions are also an opportunity for us. And that's the reason you see whether it's a PLI scheme or FAME 1, FAME 2 schemes or the schemes which is forward-looking with so much focus on hydrogen economy being worked upon. It's with that goal where we will be able to actually meet our expectations, and India could be actually playing a lead role in sustainable mobility realm.
Okay. Mr. Gulati, are you happy with the progress of the PLI scheme so far? You know, there are both sides to it. Maybe it is still in a nascent stage. When it comes to making in India for the world, what are the areas that concerns us still, and we can make further changes?
So I think PLI was an excellent intervention by the government. Couldn't have come at a better time, given the fact that you have redrawing of supply lines globally because of geopolitical reasons, COVID impact, focus of OEMs globally to look at, not just relying on one set of supply chains. So it couldn't have come at a better time. With 1.93 trillion rupees on the line in 14 sectors, it's been extremely well thought out. It's a holistic look at where India needs to invest and give a direction to the industry to come in. For example, if you look at automotive, you can see that there is PLI on semiconductors, there is PLI on advanced chemistry cells, there is a PLI on advanced technologies in the automotive space, which is on a parts side, neutral of technology, allowing for all newer technologies to come in. So what that helps you do is it helps you get ecosystem and value chain created along the entire line. Of course, it's very smart because it doesn't front load all the 1.93 trillion rupees of investment that the government is looking to put at. It's creating clear expectations to the industry in terms of what to do and what is required to be done, with very clear goal setting, and the incentives are linked to that. As far as we are concerned, you mentioned about TCAP, with a lot of innovative back-end work in trying to localize to the extent of even localizing the machines that were required to create that facility. We've been able to create, have an investment around 5,000 crore rupees recently going into manufacturing of the E-drive, which is a key component of the electric powertrain that can power any of the electrified technologies. And one of the key elements has been PLI, which has encouraged us to do that. Going forward, I think the key thing we as India need to look at is there is no one solution to each market. There is no one common solution. The end goal has to be very clear in terms of energy security and climate change mitigation. And if that be so, we need to look at what works for our market, where our strengths are, where are our weaknesses. For example, in the electrified space, we know very well there is an overwhelming dependence on critical parts on a particular market. We got to figure out how to get over that. One way of looking at it is, smart solutions. For example, battery swapping. That can get you electric and running in many times over with minimum use of resources. It's a very innovative thing, IT intensive, where we are good at. The other things are you've really got to mix and match these segments and technology where you have the right to win. For instance, if it comes to two-wheelers, three-wheelers, electric along with, let's say, battery swap type solutions makes very good sense. Maybe short distance small car, maybe it's electric also. If you go in for bigger formats, you've got to really look at other options like biofuels, ethanol, hydrogen for larger formats. And there are now segments, particularly in technology, where we are not really far behind. Ethanol and biofuels is one. We have the ecosystem. The ecosystem just needs to be tweaked. And we are competitive in this ecosystem. Hydrogen is one which is emerging. We're not too far behind. Japan is good at it. So maybe Japan-India partnership in that area can put us ahead of the curve. And last but not the least, and this is critical, while we undergo this transition, this energy and environment-linked transition, we've got to think through how this transition is going to pan out, because for the entire ecosystem, whether it's the OEMs or the suppliers, this period is going to be of immense, disruption, possible disruption. If we can make this disruption smoother or remove the disruption and make the transition smoother by technological choices we make or freedom of technological choices that we offer to the value chain or the industry to deliver the goals, that would be critical to be able to give them the ability to move to the next paradigm. Thanks.
Okay. Yogen, what is your view? Are Indian companies ready to adopt some of the breakthrough?
First of all, going back to PLI is fantastic. I think we need to develop capabilities in the country. And this is a great way to help industry focus and develop these technologies. Like Vikram said, hats off. I think it will bear fruit and show results over a period of time. Work has already started across various sectors. So that is one. Number two, while a certain neighbor of ours dominates in some of these critical components that are required for the future of mobility, it's not as if these technologies are not available anywhere else. We shouldn't find shortcuts and just go to, the companies, a couple of companies I'm seeing behind me, like Toshiba and Panasonic, they have fantastic research and development on battery chemistry and solutions that will suit Indian climate conditions and the Indian scenario where probably driving distances aren't great, charging times, smaller batteries to reduce costs, shorter charging times. So we have to think of, yes, electric vehicles is one of the way forward. It should be offered, or government should not offer one technology. It should open up all technologies. It should be a free playing field for all technologies, is what I'm trying to say. Electric powertrains will be one of them. Japanese companies are really at the high end of these technologies, and we are already collaborating with them for some of the hybrid powertrain batteries that are being used by Maruti, for example. And I think if the government lays out a more sustainable roadmap, which is technology agnostic, then I think it will be a very good for the country, and we can play a much bigger role in the global scheme of things.
Thanks, Yogen. In fact, automotive sector is one of those segments that is a sort of benchmark when it comes to the country's manufacturing capabilities are concerned. it's also a huge provider of jobs because, right through the entire supply chain, millions of jobs are provided by the segment. Maybe we could, as a final round, we could, maybe each of you could come up with, say, 3 things that corporates or the government should do, which can give a further impetus to collaborations with Japanese firms or partnerships with countries like Japan. That will take us, our industry, make our industry truly world class. Maybe you could start with you, Shraddha.
So I think we need more platforms where this matchmaking can happen. We've just, in the past 2 years, the traction on this has actually increased. So it's not just the tier 1s, that make up the entire supply chain in this space. We have to look at actually the tier 2s and tier 3s and the MSMEs. I think we need to focus there now because they are the ones who are actually sitting at that inflection point where they can actually propel themselves forward. So I think it would be interesting if the government could actually be, and we could work with the government on actually propelling that space a little bit. And
through more financial assistance, etc.?
No, I think more than financial assistance, it is actually providing a platform. Most of them don't know what's out there. They want to. There's a desire, there's a fire, but a lot of them don't know what to and how. So I think if we can provide that sort of platform, that would be great because, the government has this huge, the other thing is that we have this huge skilling India that is happening and that is really good. And I think our sector is one which is really skilling India. I'm not saying others are not, everyone is, but we're also really skilling India. So there's a huge potential out there. I think these are the 2 areas that we could actually look at.
Mr. Banerjee?
Just to add what Shraddha mentioned, I would like to suggest 3 things. Number 1, mobility is emerging as a service. No longer it remain in the domain of as a product. So I think mobility as a service in the context of the kind of demographic diversity we have with the rural and urban divide. I think with Japan we should collaborate to define mobility as a service, what the best option could be offered to in long run. That's number 1. Number 2, because the technology disruption is happening, whether it's a battery, fire-related concerns, which is prevailing in every country, and we being a country with a little bit different tropical and climatic conditions compared to Europe and America, where thermal management of the battery is more critical. So there the collaboration can happen. And number 3, I think consortium-based identified projects needs to be worked upon between the Indo-Japan collaboration. And there we need to define very clearly with regards to standards, regulations, policies. Standard regulation policies to help promote, facilitate migration to hydrogen or maybe electric or maybe whichever is sustainable mode of energy transition for the mobility application. So these 3 things I would suggest need to be taken up on priority so that future can be assured.
Okay, going to Mr. Gulati.
Yeah, so I'd say stay committed as an OEM, stay committed to localization, work with the supplier-based entire value chain, not only in terms of working with them on skilling side, but also in sustainable manufacturing, because that's going to be the next big challenge. Second, if you look at from the government side, I would really have to, it's my duty to acknowledge the fact that the government is already agnostic in terms of energy transition. It's talking about ethanol, it is talking about electric, it is talking about hydrogen, and it's also talking about the gaseous form. So they are doing that policy from a technology neutral point of view, and even policies when you look at FAME or let's say others, they are aligned. The only thing perhaps now we need to transition to is something like a carbon-based taxation for GST, which many countries have adopted, which kind of totally transforms your market in technology adoption. And secondly, I think government's focus on lowering the transaction costs with the huge investments that are happening on the national infrastructure pipeline and the logistics sides is fabulous, and I think they just need to carry on doing that. With that, I think a lot of the things are going to get resolved on their own.
Yeah. So the government has already done a lot. The GST structure, I think, needs a rethink because we started off with the hybrids being somewhere in the gray area, then some people also misused the word hybrid, so then it went into the dark side, and electric vehicles then were straight away favored. So, I mean, the transition doesn't have to be direct. It can be through whatever technologies that companies feel comfortable adopting, and the pathway should be clear for getting there. So it should not be 50% or 5%. There can be differentiation in structure. If that can be clear and laid out and be followed over a sustained period of time, will help the transition. The infrastructure in terms of roads, yes, the new development that is happening is fantastic, but we also need to have a legacy infrastructure up to mark. So that is lagging behind, and where we are doing patchwork stuff leads to then questions about safety, about mobility solutions and how safe they are, and car makers, the kind of cars they're making. So all those questions come into play. Third is we have already decided that we are going to have our own crash test norms. I mean, Japan has, there's a big fallacy going around which says, oh, okay, this car is safe, this car is totally unsafe because it is meeting one certain new car assessment program, which they call global. It's nothing, so it's not global per se. So Japan has its own, Europe has its own, the US has its own, and different cars perform differently if they are made for those different programs. India is going to have its own test norms, and we should just wait for them and see that the cars meet those regulations. If that can be speeded up, yes, I mean, that's another plus.
Great. So with that, we have sort of run out of time, and we have come to the close of this particular session. And I hope we had a good discussion looking at various aspects of this extremely, extremely important sector, and where there are already great partnerships that exist, but there is potential for much more to be done in this segment. Thank you all so much for being part of this panel and enlightening us with your thoughts. Thank you. Thanks once again. A big round of applause to all the panelists out here.
And could I also have Mr. Bharat Joshi, Chairman Joshi Konoike Transport and Infrastructure, on stage to felicitate our guests. All right, consumer goods. How can Japan be #1 again? With big Japanese FMCG companies returning to India in large numbers, can they regain the market space that's been grabbed by Korea, China, Taiwan, and others? Let me invite on stage our panelists, Kamaljeet Jawa, MD and CEO, Daikin India; Ajay Sethi, Managing Partner, ASA Associates; Manabu Yamazaki, President and CEO, Canon India, in conversation with MG Arun, Executive Editor, India Today magazine. A big round of applause for our guests, please.
The Indian appliances and consumer electronics industry stood at $9.84 billion in 2021 and is expected to more than double to reach $21.18 billion by 2025. Consumer durables, including televisions, refrigerators, washing machines, and air conditioners, as well as other consumer goods, are growing at a scorching pace, and so is the smartphone market. So, it is not without reason that Japanese consumer electronic companies have a strong presence in India over the last several decades and have invested significantly in India. They are also setting up manufacturing facilities here and launching innovative products. To talk more about the opportunities in this segment, today we have Mr. Kamaljeet Jawa, MD and CEO, Daikin India. We have Mr. Ajay Sethi, Managing Partner, ASA Associates, and we have Mr. Manabu Yamazaki, President and CEO, Canon India Private Limited. To start with, may I please request Mr. Ajay Sethi, Managing Partner, ASA Associates, to make a small presentation to us.
So, I've been told to make this presentation in about 10 minutes time, and I took about 4 hours to make it at one point of time. So I'm going to enjoy trying to rush it through very fast. But that's what speakers are supposed to do sometimes, specifically when you're at the tail end of things. If you could just move to the next slide, please. And to the next, please. So I think when you talk about consumption and consumer markets, I think the most interesting, I don't want to get into that India rhetoric, GDP is going this way or that way. We'll stay away from that. Let's talk about India as a market. India as a market right now is part of Asia. And this is a Brookings study which says that the middle class is moving towards East. And this is the old study, it's not a new study. Next slide, please. If you could move to the next one, please. Yeah. And when the middle class is moving, so does the spending. And it is predicted that 57% of the spending will happen in Asia. China will be the #1 spender, but it's going to be India #2 spender. And that is the thing we must all talk about. And if I give you a little more numbers, sorry I have to rush through this one, next one please. So I'm just going to leave this slide. I'm not going to do the boring stuff of reading it out to you. But if you read this slide, you will observe that much of the interesting things are already happening. Smartphone markets gone, retail segments going up, textile markets growing up. Of course, air conditioners are selling very well. Cameras are selling very well, photocopiers are selling very well. So everybody who's on the panel and around this room, they are all selling very well. And if there's any proof which is required that India is consuming at a fast pace, which country do you have in the world today, leaving out those less fortunate to have problems of geopolitical kinds, where you have to wait to buy a car, whether it's a base car of a Honda City model or it's a luxury car of a Mercedes side, it's only India. So there is a consumption pattern which is happening. Next slide, please. And this is the interesting slide. This is another old slide, but it's also shown its way up. You see you should look at the building on the right side, the one which has got the lighter blue color growing. Now, what earlier used to happen, we Indians used to get a salary package or we used to earn our living, in which our discretionary spendings were much more controlled. It was basic needs which we were spending on. Now you see what has happened. Our pocket size has dramatically gone up. And these are not studies done by me. I just picked up from all intelligent people and come and started speaking to you. So this is a very clear slide of what India's consumption patterns are going to be. For this reason, because I have been involved with Japan for over 32 years and I have visited Japan innumerable times. I can tell you, I'm asked this question many times by Japanese also. Is India an interesting market? If it's not interesting now, I don't know when it will be interesting for anybody. I think it's a great time to be in India. Next slide, please. You can go ahead. Next one, please. And this just to give you a little statistics out here. I'm going to be jumping these slides very fast, but this is Japan's position on foreign direct investments. And a country like India loves FDI. Any country which is sensible loves FDI and not portfolio investments and loans, because then you get into traps, debt traps and other issues. Fortunately, Japan has always been supporting. I've seen Japan be on 5 for 32 years, gives you a lot of perspective. Next slide, please. This gives you a sector-wise breakup. Next one, please. And these are the trading equations with the world. The only interesting thing would be that you'll see Switzerland, where we import. So how many chocolates can we eat and how many watches can we buy? But that's the gold India buys from Switzerland. Next one, please. These are the geopolitical changes which are taking place, and I understand there's another session going to be happening, so I'm not going to get into that session, but I can tell you from a Japanese point of view and an Indian point of view, this is a perfect combination. Japan is an aging population, and the children are a little lesser. Their products, there's a market out here which consumes 80% of what it produces. It's an ideal situation for Japan. And then we can do the next step together of going to Africa and building up that market. I mean, there's already a big Chinese base out there, but we could do something out there together. Next one, please. This is a little bit about my views on the government's plans and all positive. If somebody from the government is here, they don't have to get rackled with me. Next one, please. This is the one I'll take up. Next one, please. So this is the Japan's equation with India. This trading-wise, it's nothing to be really talked about. We are importing far more than we are exporting, which is normally what we do with many places. Next one, please. And these are the major sectors. Automobile still rules. Other sectors are picking up. Chemicals, we have a lot of requests on M&As, mergers and acquisitions, and EV space coming through. But Japanese companies looking towards India in a big way, leaving out the large giants, Mitsui, Sumitomo, Mitsubishis, Sojei, Sitochus. We have already seen them being out here. They are already big presence. What India needs is the SME segment, the heart of the Japanese market, the SME segment. That's what we need, and that's what I think is the missing piece. Just to give you a comparative, there are about 35,000 Japanese companies sitting in China. And to that, if you compare India's 1,400 numbers odd, you will understand that there's a huge potential for both of us. Next one, please. This gives you a breakdown of where the Japanese companies are located. Later on, I'll put the slides out and you can use it. Next one, please. And these are some of the things which we have been doing together with Japan, and there are good movements. I can put it in a nutshell. Politically, geopolitically, market-wise, India and Japan have been doing rather well for the last 10, 15 years. I've been looking in this market. Next one, please. And what lies ahead, there's a huge commitments made on both sides. I don't know about the commitments because I have heard these commitments before also. There was a commitment that there will be 4,500 Japanese companies in India by a particular year. Nothing really much happened, but you can't put that on political leaders. Businessman decides what he feels is the best market. And one must understand that there's a potential huge market for Japan in Vietnam, Indonesia, Philippines, and we have to make ourselves attractive for them to come. Consumption is the main factor. Next one, please. Next one, please. And these are some of the opportunity sectors which I believe are going to go very hot: retail, textile, food processing. These are the sectors which are going to go hot, and therefore this is a good discussion because these are the sectors which in the next 5 years are going to be very, very hot, all sitting on the base of logistics. Next one, please. And last slide out here, and this, I hope I have not done too badly on the time, Arun. I mean, I'm trying to keep pace. I think one of the things Japanese market has to understand that India is not, I mean, it's like a United States of India. You can't say that coming to India, I'm going to sell my products. What product might sell down south may actually just go down under in north and vice versa. So you have to understand what your product is and where to hit it out. Supply chain. Now, this is the strangest problem in the world. I mean, it's a great problem to have, but it's the strangest problem. The world over, there's a problem of demand and supply is well managed. We have a huge demand and we have a supply problem. So it's an opportunity for logistics companies. But that is where the problem sits if you want to understand the Indian problem. I will just pick up one more, the Indian talent. Because the rest I can leave it to you to read, but as a good chartered accountant, I'll avoid the last one, which is about regulatory norms. But I will just touch one. One of the things about Japanese companies, which I used to 20 years back, always find very strange, that they would keep on bringing expats from outside, very expensive expats. And their profitability would get affected out here. And then I observed, and since the comparative was what China and Korea have done, I observed that the Koreans and the Chinese, specifically the Koreans, Chinese were very limited at that time. They would bring in local talent, groom them up and let them run the field. That, I think, started changing, and I'm glad to see, I mean, Daikin was amongst the first. I was just having a word with Kanwal that they were amongst the first, but now you see a spate of it. Mitsui's done it, Hitachi's done it, the large giants, everybody is doing it. So I think it's a phenomenal moment, and this, I think, is one of the key successes which is going to change the pattern for Japanese investments into India and making them very successful in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sethi. That was, quite crisp and comprehensive as well. Maybe we could start this discussion taking up one particular point that Mr. Sethi had highlighted, and that is, as far as the trade is concerned, it is sort of still skewed so much in favor of Japan. We do import much, much more from Japan than we export. In fact, today morning when the External Affairs Minister, Mr. Jaishankar, spoke to us, he also mentioned this fact that there's a lot happening from Japan to India, but not vice versa. Maybe that's one point, before we get into the durables aspect of it, I would love to take to Mr. Java first. When it comes to, the potential business relations between these two countries, what are the areas where India can do much more, especially, for instance, in your consumer durables industry itself, where you can sort of make those products which really fit the quality, that a country like Japan would be looking for? What are the areas we can improve upon?
Good evening, everyone. I think before I start, I have to thank Ajay for doing my work also. He has said a lot about and set the tone very well. So thank you. And thank you for inviting me. I must say that, first, that this is the right time. Our Prime Minister keeps saying that, yahi samay hai, sahi samay hai. You couldn't have been at a better place or better time than this. I would also like to talk about Daikin a little bit. It's a $27 billion company, and it was $6 billion, in 2006. One of the things they probably thought that, what we are talking today, the right time, they came first in India. And they said that when they have to become number one, in 2010, they decided to put up a factory here. They made investment in technology, they made investment in skilling, they made investment on research and development. And they said that if they have to go to the word number one, and I think in a change scenario post-COVID, it is very, very clear that, now we are all talking about China plus one. And very soon I can tell you, Ajayji, that there will be many companies shifting from China to India, primarily because everyone has understood what has happened in COVID. So already the discussions are going on at a very advanced stage, and in Indo-Japan summit also, I think now this is a very good initiative of India today. I must say that, that China plus one model is basically conceived now and also being executed everyone in Japan. Since I sit on their board, I'm aware of what the CEO's thinking has been. And I think there is a big antipathy against China. And particularly in, they have seen that, okay, China, Korea, I think India has skill, India has scale, and India also is 9 years ahead on sustainability. So once you have the innovation, once you have the few things which we have to do is that, probably in the morning also I was hearing the mindset change. I think also one of the things that, the Japanese are very, very strong DNA on quality, on innovation, on cost, whereas, I've also worked with American company for 14 years, and I've seen the complete change. The Japanese work on cost all the time. They're very passionately customer focused, they're cost conscious. At the same time, they want the product which is, the highest on innovation. 3 days back only, we have been awarded by the President of India for highest energy efficiency. So I think they not only look at the profitability, as Mr. Bhargava was telling, that what is long-term strategy of doing business. And I think in 12 years, we have grown 16 times in India with the affordable premium products. And we have beaten Koreans, we have also beaten some of the Chinese. And I think the fundamentals are that because they invested in core technology, they invested in also skilling with a large development center, etc. They not only build the selling capabilities and also build the manufacturing capabilities. I think what they do is they have people-centered management and they build factories or job factories they create. So this time, what Government of India also has taken few steps like PLI, Atmanirbhar Bharat, or even understanding the strengths of what India has. What they should be doing probably, maybe more karaoke centers, more good hospitality centers for them, or more golf clubs, etc. I think they add a lot of value when few of them comes. Japanese DNA with Indian style of execution, I think can rule the world very well. Thank you.
Okay, that is great. I would love to bring in Mr. Yamazaki into this picture right now. I mean, Canon has a presence in India for several number of years. What is it that makes the Indian market attractive for you at this point? And what is this is a highly disruptive area. When we talk about consumer goods. So what are the future innovations likely to be from your company into the Indian market?
Okay, thanks for inviting me for this, first of all. Frankly, I just came here last year, and it's been about a year and a half in this tenure. But our company has been in India for 25 years. This is the number 25 this year. We just marked it. So thanks for your support for the many years.
Congratulations for that.
Thank you very much. It's a good question. Indian market has really transformed itself in the past, most recently, 10 years, I think. And in most recent 3 years, it even transformed itself further. In a sense that we've all embraced pandemic, and I think people's lifestyle had been subjected to certain confinement of a kind, during which people started realizing about the value of living, with which I think there's a new trend of consumer good desire came up. And interestingly, our products represented by likes of cameras, printers, consumer printers, or video equipments, things like that, have really picked up rapidly in its demand, especially in the past year, when the market has started coming back, towards which we're not able to sufficiently answer to the demand in the market. But this is a very welcome change that I see, and I feel very blessed to be here, as our products do not really feature a pricing, affordability as a specialty. Our products are on average in the same industry, rather on the upper end of the product pricing.
whereas we received this overwhelming demands for them, which proves the point that overall, I think consumer mindset has changed as a result of COVID outbreak. People are confined to home. They needed to look for something else rather than traveling around. And maybe during which I think people realized that working away from office might be an option. And then when offices opened up, they started acting, but not extensively as before, like traveling abroad, going around. I think overall, people's pastime has changed into doing something valuable for a personal interest. That somehow drove our demand to really go over the top. So that was a very welcome change. As I had been in charge of product operations before in Asia, during which time India always somehow featured a entry-level product with volume. So we had to drive these products with absolute, probably most affordable price tag. Whereas that is not the king of the market share anymore. It is more about having the variety of product portfolio that really fits the different varying demands coming from different price band, different walks of life today, per se. And I think the interesting statistics that I see is the urbanization speed has picked up so fast. Prior to this posting, I was based in Shanghai for about 6 years, and I witnessed very fast growth in consumer market segment as well. Likewise in India, I think especially after the COVID and during this time, I think the urbanization speed is picking up. The difference between China and India is that here your urban population only accounts for about 30% of the entire population, whereas China is the other way around. It's 70%. So, but at the same time, the statistics says in about coming 5 years or so, your urban population will catch up to the level of about 45% against the backdrop. That really proves the point about speeding middle income, I guess middle or upper range income level households, which further drives the opportunities for us to introduce something more important for our Indian market.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Mr. Sethi, you also talked about the potential for manufacturing here. I mean, just as there is a huge demand for consumer durables, a growing demand which you talked about, a whole lot of Japanese firms are looking at manufacturing locally, and they're investing heavily. How do you see the progress on that front? And what are the kind of, I mean, as a consultant, as a person who's observed this industry closely, where are the hiccups that you need to address when it comes to consumer companies going for manufacturing in India?
So I think as far as manufacturing bases are concerned, we have up north, of course, when the automotive sector came in and Mr. Bhargava was speaking, so Haryana came up the first one as the base for Japanese companies, and then it expanded down to Karnataka and then Tamil Nadu, and then we saw Gujarat coming up. So this is where the Japanese segments are largely based. And of course, there's the old plant, Mitsubishi Chemicals plants, which was up in West Bengal side. In my opinion, this is not even a drop in the ocean from the way the India is geared to handle these kind of manufacturing bases. Now, the other thing is, before I talk Japan, let me also mention that we have seen very quick uptake. Germany was already there. Germany has been a big player, specifically in Western India. But France has been catching up very fast. Before I talk Japan, I must give you a little perspective. France had remained silent because, I don't know, there's a French way of doing business that if you want something, you come to us, we are not coming to you. But they have changed over the last 10 years, and we are not talking Rafales and stuff. We are seeing a very strong movement from their side from the last 10 years. In IT side, advertisement side, chemical side, the whole works. From Japan's side, I think the amount of technology which sits with Japan
and the need for that technology by Indians, and the Indians' desire to, it's very funny, you should ask me this question, because one of the things which keeps coming up to us is, I want to get into new sphere. I'm a very large business house. I have got deep pockets. I can commit to a joint venture, but ideally I would like to do it with the Japanese. Now that always makes me think, because Japanese commitment is long term. Japan, just like Indians, are not looking for 5 or 10 years short thing, or like an American joint venture. If something goes wrong, they don't get upset. They will give you a second chance. There'll be ways to do things together. So I think that trust factor is what is the main thing which is going to build up. And I'll just link up your first question, which you had also asked about exports and imports. I think spending time on finding out what consumer products India will send to Japan is going to waste our time, personally speaking. Because, if you talk textiles, they got Uniqlo. I mean, Uniqlo is beating the life out of H&M and others in India. You pick up any product that's already there. So instead of trying to find a product to sell out there, we should ensure that the technology comes in, they mass produce out here, and then we together go to new markets. That will offset the balance, but indirectly. But I think that's a better bet. Thinking of an Indian product immediately to go to Japan will take some energy.
Yes, thanks. Mr. Java, manufacturing in India for the world. What are your views on that? What has your experience been personally?
I think historians are going to blame if we do not encash this opportunity. This is going to be the decade of manufacturing. Just to add to what states you have mentioned, now Nimrana also has become a Japanese zone. And recently I visited Sri City, which is about 70 kilometers from Chennai. And I saw Foxconn factory there, which is producing the largest number of mobile phones there. I mean, it is as good as Hyundai, or as good as any Chinese big market if you see. And I think manufacturing capability of India today, as I said that, Japan is losing population every year. I mean, they are going down. And India is going to become the most populous country. And I think the Japanese companies at the top have already realized that when the world is going through the turbulent water, you have recession in the US, you have 35 years lowest GDP in China, you have energy crisis in the UK, and you are seeing the opportunities here. The FDIs, the Atmanirbhar Bharat or Self-Reliant Bharat or PLI scheme, or various reforms which have taken place. I think India is the country now. And people have already started looking at the Sri City also is becoming another Japanese zone, where Daikin has taken a 75-acre land, and along with us, there are about 10 or 12 companies which have taken the advantage of PLI.
So it's an industrial park?
Yeah, it's an industrial park, which is, the plug-and-play facilities like you used to have earlier in Korea or in China or in Japan. So I think India is just ready to encash that, take the advantage of that. And also, it is being seen now, not only Make in India, I think we are going one step ahead. Primarily, again, because the cost of production, when you compare with Japan or with the US, it is much lower. Even Europe, we have seen the cars now, automobile. I think automobile and mobile, what has happened now, it is going to be replicated in the consumer durables industry. That's how the consumer durable industry is going toward, whether it is DPIT or Invest India or Niti Aayog. I think we have to thank them for what they have done on not only labor reforms, also on economic reforms, also on various other things. And we are seeing the results. The GST collection is all-time high for the last 9 months. And with all this trouble which China has created, unfortunately, I think India is only the second engine of manufacturing for the time to come. But yes, we need to also look at the other areas. Right. When you particularly go with Japan, I think you need to think on many, many things which we have mentioned, that speed in deciding and speed in doing. Maybe sometime there is a difference of opinion, etc., etc. I think we have to go with our conviction. India has a lot of advantages as far as manufacturing base is concerned.
Thank you so much. And maybe a final word from Mr. Yamasaki, regarding manufacturing in India. Your plans, the progress so far.
Yes, you're aware of us. We do not really have any manufacturing base here. I don't really have any concrete information to share with you today. But as we really focus today on India as a market,
And I think the production base itself in the industry per se has somewhat shifted from other locations today, as we find some advantages in PLIs and other policies. Plus, we have this diplomatic relationship. This is commemoration of 70 years. And most of this time it has been quite peaceful, but quite quiet in a way. As I think industry leaders in the headquarters side has started probably shedding more light on the value of the Indian market per se, as a market, as a production site as well. And India somewhat positioned offset from Southeast Asian countries, which is rather closer and it's rather easier in access because of the time consumed in commuting. And we started realizing about the value, probably finally, in a larger group of community, that the value of India being placed in the middle of Eurasian continent has a strategic value in it. So from our company perspective, we have really such a broad range of products from consumer to industry products. It really depends on the type of products that you'd like to focus on at this point in time. Products such as copying machines or camera products, which had somewhat hit the maturity in the life cycle itself as a entire industry, we may have a higher challenge in justifying the cost of production itself. Whereas products such as medical products or surveillance products, which is somewhat our recent focus so much on, and some industry products such as semiconductor equipments, those are probably a proper focus for us in thinking the new strategies ahead in taking up this opportunity.
Okay, so we can expect some initiatives from Canon in manufacturing.
This is not my confirmation, to be honest. Yeah, I just picking it up.
Sure, I think, yeah, you have to.
I'm happy to announce that we are going to put up one of the biggest South Asia's factory in India. We already have 2 plants in Nimrana, and the 3rd plant which is coming up in 75-acre in Shri City, not only for the finished goods of air conditioners, but we are also trying to replicate what has happened in automobile industry for the ecosystem we are creating for the industry. We are also coming up with the device factory. We also have AI IoT center and also the skill center there.
What's the capacity of the factory that you said?
2.5 million room air conditioners.
That is per annum?
Per annum, yeah. And we are trying to take this not only manufacturing base for India, but also for Middle East and Africa.
Wonderful. On that great note, we have come to the end of this particular session. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for enlightening us with your thoughts. A big round of applause to all the panelists present here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Could I request Yogendra Pratap to join us on stage, the editor of Auto Today, to share a token of appreciation with our guests. Geopolitics, India-Pacific, the new great game. How India and Japan can collaborate to deal effectively with the new great game in Asia, the Indo-Pacific Thrust and the emerging world order. I'd like to invite on stage Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing, India Today Group, and Geeta Mohan, Senior Editor, India Today Television, on stage to introduce our speakers. Joining us will be Admiral Arun Prakash, former Chief of Naval Staff; Kawal Sibal, former Foreign Secretary; Vijay Chautabila, in charge, Department of Foreign Affairs, BJP;
Good evening, everyone. This is the big picture session on geopolitics. We talked in the morning about the entire global order is in the process of very dramatic changes caused in some respects by the US that is reshaping its outlook, an aggressive China, a belligerent Russia involved in a debilitating Ukraine war, a volatile Middle East, and of course the other two Asian giants, Japan and India. And what do we need to do? And we have an eminent panel here to discuss this. And from on my left, as Abbas already introduced them, Admiral Arun Prakash, former Chief of Naval Staff, Mr. Ambassador Kawal Sibal, former Foreign Secretary, and Mr. Vijay Chautabila, in charge, Department of Foreign Affairs, BJP. Each bring their own expertise on this. Vijay is, of course, Mr. Modi's big outreach. He's the one who coined Howdy Modi and the entire diaspora that's there. Former Foreign Secretary Kawal Sibal, an expert on key assignments in Moscow and other places that's there, and been at the heart of all the issues that we are now facing in Ukraine and can give us a perspective. And of course, Admiral Arun Prakash, given the fact that maritime security has become a key factor, and he had headed the Indian Navy with great distinction. Admiral Arun Prakash, may I request you to speak for about 10 minutes, and then we'll take it. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Admiral Prakash a very warm round of applause.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the last session of what's obviously been a very long but fruitful day for you. You explored various aspects of Indo-Japanese partnership, starting with energy, automobiles, infrastructure, finance, and so on. I think it's only appropriate that in this last session we speak about geopolitics and security, because without security you can't have any of the former. This session is titled The Indo-Pacific Great Game. So what is this great game about? Now, this name was given to a set of political and diplomatic confrontations that occurred in the late 19th and early 20th centuries between the Tsarist Russia and the British Empire. On one hand, Russia was advancing southwards, looking for warm water ports of the Arabian Sea. At the same time, the British were worried about the impact it would have on their empire. So this resulted in a strategic rivalry and conflict of interest which spanned from Persia, Afghanistan, Tibet to Central Asia, and this came to be known as the Great Game. The original Great Game finished in 1907 with a concord between Russia and Britain. But this phrase is thrown up frequently whenever one sees a clash of great powers anywhere in the world. The latest round of the Great Game is seen as having been triggered by the economic and military rise of China and its display of hegemonic ambition in the Indo-Pacific. While US and China are the leading contenders in the emerging balance of power, the vital interests of many other players, including India, Japan, Australia, and others, are also deeply involved. China's acquisition of economic heft and coercive power has led to a naked display of expansionism, manifest in many ways. China has staked untenable territorial claims in the East China Sea on Senkaku Islands and in the South China Sea via its 9-dash line. And of course, we've seen their belligerence across the Taiwan Strait, and we've experienced it on our own northern borders very recently. Now, fearing economic penalties states are often too intimidated to respond to China's misdemeanors. And this paralysis, unfortunately, could undermine the existing liberal order. China's grand strategy, ladies and gentlemen, borrows in equal measures from the thoughts of geographer Halford Mackinder and the maritime strategist Admiral Mahan. And with these two thinkers in mind, they've created a trans-Eurasian grid of railways, pipelines, and fiber optic cables which link China with Europe. Having thus replaced Russia, which Mackinder termed as the heartland, China has taken another step towards attaining world hegemony. The geopolitical objective underpinning China's great game that seeks economic, political, and military dominance right across the Indo-Pacific is embodied in the Belt and Road Initiative, which you've all heard of. And of course, its seaward component, which is the Maritime Silk Road. Concomitant with the BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative, is China's creation of a powerful PLA Navy, which is not just to secure its maritime flank, but as per Admiral Mahan's prescription, to guard its sea lanes and to protect its merchant fleet and project force overseas. Consequently, in pursuance of these objectives, China's grand strategy is underpinned by a huge build-up of maritime power, and their maritime power consists of a merchant fleet, a fishing fleet, a coast guard, and a huge shipbuilding industry. All of these are amongst the biggest in the world. So when the US State Department acknowledges that the Indo-Pacific is the single most consequential region for America's future, and the Department of Defense renames the Pacific Command as the Indo-Pacific Command, we know where the great game is going to be played. Coming to the quadrilateral dialogue, which originated from the 2004 tsunami, where officials from 4 countries got together to form a core group. This is the origin of the Quad. Now, Quad had gone into a bit of hibernation till it was revived in 2006 by the late Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Speaking to the Indian Parliament thereafter, he had evoked a vision of the confluence of the two seas coming into being and went on to highlight the importance of the Quad as an arc of democracy stretching from the Pacific to the Indian Ocean. So what was started by Shinzo Abe and Manmohan Singh has been carried forward by Prime Ministers Modi and Kishida. Beijing's negative approach, negative reaction to the Quad and their questioning of each member about its motives was a reflection of the significance of the Quad, because Beijing has always perceived it as a threat. Although assurances were given to Beijing that the Quad was neither an alliance nor an attempt at containment nor ganging up on China, all this failed to mollify them. But the fear of incurring China's displeasure has unfortunately compelled Quad members to remain circumspect about criticizing or taking a firm stand on China's aggressive conduct. Against this backdrop, the 4th Quad meeting, which took place in Tokyo quite recently in May this year, sent out a strong signal that the grouping was no longer a work in progress and was on its way to becoming a tangible entity. There were also clear signs that it is in the process of shedding its ambivalence towards Beijing. While reiterating support for earlier initiatives that sought cooperation in fields like vaccines, infrastructure, supply chains, and emerging technologies, this summit unveiled what could be the Quad's most significant program so far, and one which actually has security connotations, which was so far missing. This is designated the Indo-Pacific Maritime Domain Awareness Initiative, IPMDA, and the stated aim of this is to help countries track widespread illegal fishing and other illicit activities. But actually speaking, an elaborate system which this will be, such as this, will prove immensely useful in maintaining maritime surveillance and tracking platforms, including warships, submarines, and other vessels of interest right across the Indo-Pacific. Another proposal mooted separately by the US in Tokyo was the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity. This is obviously an attempt to counter China's BRI, and 14 countries, including all 4 Quad countries, have committed more than $500 billion to infrastructure plans, etc. Now, as we celebrate the 70th anniversary of the establishment of India-Japan diplomatic relations, we need to reflect seriously on the role that India and Japan, two of Asia's key democracies, can play security in the emerging Indo-Pacific Great Game. But before that, let me cast a quick glance at the past. For many Indians, the rise of the East dates back to 1905, when a Japanese fleet decimated much of Imperial Russia's navy at the famous Battle of Tsushima Strait. Europe's defeat at the hands of an Asian power, which was inconceivable till then, galvanized nationalistic fervor all over the Eastern world, especially in India. Indians of my generation also recall with considerable emotion three historical landmarks in Indo-Japanese relations. One, Japanese support to the Indian National Army, which fought alongside the Japanese 15th Army during the Burma campaign. Two, Justice Radha Binod Pal's vociferous dissent in the International Military Tribunal of 1946. This defiant gesture by Justice Pal is cherished both by Indians and the Japanese. And lastly, India's refusal to attend the 1951 San Francisco Peace Conference and the signing of a separate Indo-Japanese peace treaty according honor and equality to Japan in 1952. Both of these were significant diplomatic gestures. But keeping sentiment apart, partnerships in international relations are meaningful only if they pass the realpolitik test of serving the vital interests of both. Japan and India have no doubt been drawing closer since 2001 after lifting of Japan's post-nuclear test sanctions on India. Frequent prime ministerial exchanges have generated many agreements, joint declarations, and action plans regarding security and defense cooperation. In 2014, India and Japan upgraded their relationship to a special strategic and global partnership. In 2016, we signed a landmark civil nuclear agreement. 2020 saw India and Japan sign an acquisition and cross-servicing agreement that would allow the militaries of the two countries to exchange supplies and services on a reciprocal basis. All sounds very good. But notwithstanding all this, there has remained a feeling amongst observers that the bilateral relationship could have delivered much more and at a faster pace than it has. This was attributed by some to differing perceptions about the nature, the urgency, and the magnitude of the threat posed by China. Others saw it as Japan's exclusive focus on its security alliance with the USA, which could hinder closer cooperation. So let's take a look from seawards. That's where I come from. Japan, as a resource-deficient island state and a major economy, is totally dependent on sea lanes for its energy imports as well as commerce and industry. Given this crucial dependency, Japan faces serious capacity limitations in its ability to protect its seaborne trade and energy traffic. An oil tanker or a container ship would take between 25 to 30 days from the Persian Gulf to Japan, crossing 12,000 miles of ocean space. During this lengthy ocean transit, Japan's shipping would be vulnerable to traditional and non-traditional maritime threats. India, on the other hand, is a significant naval power with a dominant peninsular location, astride shipping lanes, and it plays a major role in ensuring maritime security in the Indian Ocean. So, close cooperation with a democratic India located midway along trade routes which connect East Asia with the Middle East and Africa would be advantageous to Japan. There has been collaboration between our navies and coast guards in recent times, but joint exercises and ship visits are useful only up to a point, and we need to look for other fertile grounds for cooperation. A technologically deficient India has much to gain from a relationship with an economic and industrial power such as Japan. In the military-industrial field, there is a range of equipment that has relevance to the Indian environment, but India's expectations of capability enhancement have remained unfulfilled, and I think it may be due to a communication gap. And I'll give you one example. For many years, Japan tried unsuccessfully to persuade India to acquire the Shin Maeva U-2 amphibious aircraft. At that point of time, the Indian Navy was probably more interested in another aircraft called the Kawasaki P-1 anti-submarine aircraft, which was more relevant to our needs. Again, Japanese professional expertise in areas like anti-submarine warfare, mine countermeasures would also be of immense value to us, but it has not been offered. But far more important than hardware is India's need for expertise in design and manufacture of advanced military equipment, because this would liberate India from import dependence and empower it as a regional security provider. A good example here would be Japan's latest Soryu-class submarine, which is powered by lithium-ion batteries. This is a radical step they've taken, which would be of immense interest to India. So the availability of advanced military technology could play an important role in the future course of India-Japan relations. But here we must acknowledge the challenge to security collaboration that arises from the constraints of Japan's post-war constitution. Its provisions deny not just the right of belligerency to the Japanese state, but also enforce restrictions on the transfer of arms and technology to other relations. And equally significant are the conditions imposed on Japan by the US-Japan Security Treaty. So these are all issues which are internal to Japan, and if things are to progress further, obviously Prime Minister Kishida and the Liberal Democratic Party will need to find a modus vivendi to ensure that defense cooperation progresses. So I'll conclude on a positive note with the reminder that Indo-Japanese relations are amongst the very few in Asia that carry no historical baggage of the past. Strong India-Japan security cooperation could be crucial in warding off hegemony and in creating a stable and peaceful order in the Indo-Pacific. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Admiral Prakash, for that brilliant opening address. I'd now like to invite Ambassador Kanwal Sibal, former Foreign Secretary of India, to deliver his opening address.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Some of the things that I wanted to say have already been said by the Admiral, so I will not repeat anything in detail. The point I'd like to make, given the topic that we are discussing, the new great game and how India and Japan can collaborate to deal effectively with the new great game in Asia, the Indo-Pacific thrust and the emerging world order. Now, the new great game in Asia is certainly very different from the earlier one, as Admiral Prakash has pointed out, that pitted the British Empire against the Russian Empire centered around Afghanistan, Iran, East Turkestan, etc. But the point to remember is that India was colonized at that time, and so were large parts of Southeast Asia. Japan was a rising Asian power with militaristic ambitions and expansionist in its strategy. It had occupied parts of China. It had Taiwan under its governance, and as was pointed out, inflicted a military defeat on Russia. Now the US has replaced the British Empire. It has allies and bases in Asia, but then Southeast Asia is independent. India is a rising power. Japan's defense capabilities and the role it can play in this domain are constitutionally limited. It is dependent on the US for its defense. China has risen and threatens the security interests and the sovereignty of its neighbors. So this new great game, the phraseology to my mind is unfortunate, is to contain the China threat to the extent that it is possible. Now, unlike in the past, where certainly the British Empire did not build up the Tsarist Empire, China has been built up by the very countries which now feel threatened by its rise. In fact, the assumptions on which China was critically assisted in becoming the global power it has become today have been belied. China is now competing for global power, seeking to equal, if not surpass, the United States. When we talk of the great game, we have to take into account that China is today the biggest trade partner of those very countries who feel challenged by it, whether it's the US or Japan. And even in the case of India, China is our second biggest trade partner. It's the biggest trade partner of Southeast Asia, including countries which have had a hostile relationship with it in the past, like Vietnam, as well as Australia. More than that, if you're thinking of the great game, China is the biggest trade partner of countries in Central Asia, in large parts of Africa, as well as in Latin America. China is in fact tying up countries to its economy, gain control over critical materials in Africa and Latin America, control critical supply chains and technologies, and is seeking to close the technology gap with the United States and the West in general. Now, as was pointed out, its navy is expanding at a pace unparalleled in history. Its naval fleet today is larger in number than that of the United States, though not in terms of tonnage. It is now expanding its nuclear capacity, as we know, at a pace not seen earlier, as well as missile capabilities to push the US Navy away from its coastline as much as possible and its near periphery. As we know, China has reclaimed militarized islands in the South China Sea in violation of UNCLOS and makes sovereignty claims which have no basis in international law. It is making territorial claims on India, even on a small country like Bhutan, and is repeatedly creating border incidents with us in violation of our established border agreements. It is also seeking to destabilize India's ties with its immediate neighbors. Its maritime strategy, the so-called Maritime Silk Road, is structured around establishment of ports and pursuing colonial practices like the 99-year lease it has got on Hambantota, potential naval bases, and from India's point of view, corridors through Myanmar to the Bay of Bengal and through Pakistan to the Arabian Sea, which in the years ahead is going to pose serious challenges to us. At the Pacific end, China is claiming the Senkaku Islands, other than the disputes it has with Southeast Asian countries over the Paracels and the Spratlys. Now China is claiming sovereignty over Taiwan, which it has not governed since the island was ceded to Japan by China in 1895. It is threatening use of force to take over Taiwan, and as we know, has made major military maneuvers after Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island. In the context of the emerging New World Order, China is projecting its development model as most suited to developing countries. The US is projecting the emerging conflict as between democracy and autocracies, but at a time when the Western democracies themselves are facing a crisis within. The China-Russia axis has got strengthened as a result of the West challenging Russia's vital security concerns, imposing sanctions, which they did even before the conflict in Ukraine erupted, and now are virtually breaking all links with Russia. On the other hand, we must also note that the US and the West in general are now practically ousted from the Eurasian mainland, especially after the exit of the United States from Afghanistan. So the emerging New World Order is likely to be built around some sort of a Russia-China axis in which Iran could join. West Asia is steadily moving out of the US orbit. Africa and Latin America are also developing a degree of independence in pursuing their foreign policies and have more linkages with China and Russia at the past. And especially in the case of Africa, it is at the cost of Europe as well as the United States. Europe itself has got weakened. India is playing a very difficult but so far effective balancing game. It is increasing its relations with the West, especially the United States, but preserving its ties with Russia and hedging against China. So the new emerging world order seems to be some kind of a polycentric world or a multipolar world, if you like. Now, in this broader context, we see the emergence of the Indo-Pacific concept and the Quad. The Indo-Pacific concept has roots in former Prime Minister Abe's concept of the confluence of the two seas and the diamond of democracies, that is US, Japan, Australia, and India. And in his view and statements was openly directed at China. The Indo-Pacific concept is a new one because it links the security of the Indian and Pacific Oceans, which has never been the case in the past. India has adopted this concept more and more, and now, in fact, is describing the Quad as a public good. And with China's expanding naval power, its potential entry into the Indian Ocean in a big way, for which it is already laying the groundwork, as I have mentioned earlier. The ASEAN countries are, of course, concerned about the Indo-Pacific concept and the Quad. To allay their concerns, the Indo-Pacific concept is being projected as one based on international law, freedom of navigation and overflight, respect for a rules-based order, adherence to UNCLOS, respect for the sovereignty of states, and is projected as open and inclusive in nature, which means that any country which subscribes to these principles can join this concept. Japan is terming this now as a free and open Indo-Pacific. Japan is recognizing the shift in global power to the east and accepts that this area can and will be the engine for economic growth for the world, and does not see the free and Indo-Pacific concept as being in competition with existing institutions. Now, Quad is a product of the Indo-Pacific concept, but it has an agenda that covers beyond maritime security issues like quality infrastructure, maritime security, of course, counterterrorism, cybersecurity, humanitarian assistance, disaster relief, education, human resource development, etc. As you know, in the meetings, the summit level of the Quad, an agenda has been worked out and working groups have been formed, and these cover the areas of vaccines, critical and emerging technologies, climate change, infrastructure, space, cybersecurity, etc. Now, if you really look at these areas, you'll find that most of them are connected directly or indirectly with the kind of challenge that China is posing and the need to develop alternatives to overdependence on China. Japan is now a permanent participant in the Malabar exercises, which I see as the sword arm of the Quad, though of course notionally the two are not linked. There have been exercises in the Indian Ocean and lately and recently in the Sea of Japan. India, in addition to the free and Indo-Pacific concept, or the Indo-Pacific concept, is trying to increase its role and presence in the Indian Ocean, both conceptually and physically. So we have launched the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, which is an open, non-treaty-based initiative for working together for cooperative solutions to common challenges in the region. It has 7 pillars, which is maritime security, maritime ecology, maritime resources, capacity building, disaster risk reduction, science and technology, and academic cooperation, trade connectivity, and maritime transport. Here again, the idea is to seek to counter the advantages that China has gained in many of these areas through its BRI project and generally through its economic rise. Now, some realities need to be noted, which is that India has vast responsibilities in the Indian Ocean itself. It is the biggest regional navy, which needs expansion. It has the Arabian Sea bordering it on the Gulf side and the east coast of Africa. And on the eastern side, we have responsibilities in the Bay of Bengal. It has, in addition to contend with the 2 Chinese corridors, which I mentioned earlier, and port establishment in key Indian Ocean countries. Now, it has limited capacity to mark its presence in the Western Pacific, though it does do maritime exercises in that area with Japan, of course, but with Vietnam, with some Asian countries, and even with Russia. So the answer is in burden sharing. Prime Minister Modi has said for the first time when he chaired the meeting of the UN Security Council under our presidency that India is a net security provider in the Indian Ocean, a kind of language which India has not used before. We have signed, as was pointed out, logistics agreements with the United States, Japan, and Australia. So India will cooperate within the Indo-Pacific concept and Quad, not as an ally, but as a partner. Now, many are critical that the Quad is having a large non-security agenda. I think this criticism is misplaced. In fact, this agenda, if it is progressed realistically, can give Quad great depth, and besides making it acceptable to the Indian public opinion, because we are a democracy and the public opinion has to be taken into account, and we know that there are great reservations about India joining any military alliance. So in this respect, Quad has gained a great deal of political acceptability because of the approach that we've had, and we should therefore make sure that the concept doesn't become controversial within India. As was pointed out, Japan's constitution still greatly restricts its defense role. The latest decisions announced by Prime Minister Kishida suggest that Japan is willing to take on more such responsibilities. It has unveiled a $320 billion military build-up plan with defense spending that will reach 2% of GDP by 2027. It is buying 500 Tomahawk missiles from the United States, spending $37 billion on missile upgrades, deploying more than 1,000 cruise missiles, and will develop its own missile capability, etc., etc. There is a great concern that China may at some stage attack Taiwan. It just so happens that in the Indo-Pacific concept or the Quad, Taiwan doesn't figure. Because the defense of Taiwan and the issue of Taiwan is left to the United States to deal with. Now, in terms of our defense cooperation with Japan, I will not go over the ground that has already been mentioned, so I'll skip that. And we've had many of these agreements, including sharing of classified information with regard to advanced technologies, etc., etc. There's also talk about Quad Plus, because if we want to build up a structure in Asia, which includes in it countries which are also part of Southeast Asia, that will be a big win, because there's a lot of concern in Southeast Asia about the Indo-Pacific concept and Quad, because they feel that their centrality to developing a regional security architecture would get diluted. Now, all the countries that are part of the Quad or are promoting the Indo-Pacific concept are not Southeast Asian countries. So if we can bring somehow Indonesia into these structures, that will be a major gain, without, of course, disturbing ASEAN unity. IPEF was mentioned, which is based on supply chain resilience, digital trade, clean energy, etc., etc. I'll conclude by saying that US is extremely critical to Japan for its security, which makes Japan, in a sense, hostage to US-China competition. Japan's own capacity in the Indian Ocean area is very limited. In fact, it has still a mindset that its critical strategic interests somehow stop at the Malacca Straits and don't extend into the Indian Ocean. That attitude is changing, but nevertheless, a lot of work has to be done in this regard. We have another problem, which is that Russia, with which we have very close ties, is opposed both to Quad and to the Indo-Pacific concept, despite our efforts to persuade Russia to have a more open-minded view of Quad and the Indo-Pacific concept, given that it itself is a Pacific country. And we have now agreements with them, the Vladivostok-Chennai corridor, which actually is axed on connectivity through the Indo-Pacific. But for the time being, they're not buying our arguments. The final point is that we don't need to institutionalize Quad, because there has been a view that it might be better to do so. We find that neither the G20 nor BRICS are institutionalized, and yet they are functioning quite well. We must, as I mentioned, strengthen Quad, give it more underpinning, economic underpinnings. Do not look upon Quad as some kind of a version of NATO. In fact, India's Quad membership in that respect gives a lot of confidence to ASEAN that India will not allow it to become a kind of a military alliance which poses big problems to ASEAN, because they don't want to choose. They want to have trade with China, but they want to have security from the United States. And finally, I don't think the Ukraine conflict should at all be linked to the Indo-Pacific issues. There are some statements that have come from the UK and elsewhere, even the EU, of extending NATO's remit to the Indo-Pacific. I think that will be a grave mistake and will, in fact, disturb the kind of partnerships that we are effectively developing in dealing with China. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Saboo. We'll touch upon most of the topics you mentioned, but before that, I'd like to invite Vijay Chauthewale, who is in charge of the Department of Foreign Affairs with the Bharatiya Janata Party. A round of applause, please.
Thank you, Raj, for inviting me here. It's indeed a great pleasure to be here and talk on this very important subject of in our mind. Of course, no discussion on India and Japan relationship can start without remembering the ex-Prime Minister of Japan, Mr. Shinzo Abe, who has famously said that it is we stand for the freedom, democracy, and rule of law, and also confluence of sea, which he has mentioned in his talk in Indian Parliament in 2007. Later, India's Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi in June 18, speaking in the Shangri-La Dialogue, he has defined the Pacific region as stretching from the shores of Africa to the Americas. Japan is the major leader in modernization of Asia. The first generation Indians have seen how Maruti has revolutionized India's automotive sector. Then the next example is, of course, the Delhi Metro. Third example I can quote is about Delhi-Mumbai corridor, which has revolutionized the transportation of goods. And the ongoing project of Mumbai-Ahmedabad bullet train also is one of the major steps in revolutionizing the transport the way we think about. We also have technical intern training program. Under these initiatives, Japan accepts overseas Indians to get job training in India, and Japan has also signed the MOU for promoting international cooperation through the transfer of skills, techniques, and knowledge. Since March 2022, in last few months alone, more than 100 students have joined this program, of which 40% are women. Technology transfer is also another important aspect. Within the Indo-Pacific framework, India and Japan are collaborating in defense technology and other critical technologies. Increased cooperation between Indian Navy, as mentioned by my previous speaker, also is evidence of the same. Another aspect I would like to touch is the soft power. There is increased interest in India about learning Japanese language. I myself have seen an experience where an institute run by my friend in Pune annually teaches at various levels more than 200 students in Japanese, and each one of them is immediately absorbed in one industry or other. It is just the tip of the iceberg, and the opportunities are much far than what is done today. Another aspect is, of course, very subtle, is of Dharma-Dhamma convergence that has been talked about at the intellectual academic level, but it also shows the civilizational link between two countries. With 24th century, the Indo-Pacific region has gained utmost priority for different stakeholders, given the geopolitical and geoeconomic importance in the region. In the Indo-Pacific region, the partnership of Japan is unique and historical. The rise of China, which is mentioned here by my previous speakers, has challenged the existing world order. And in that context also, better ties between India and Japan in the framework of Quad becomes utmost important, even though it is not been talked very explicitly by the Quad countries. India and Japan are having a lot of similarities, the most important being that both are democratic countries and both are having ancient civilization. Both India and Japan can use their civilizational connect to nurture plurality as well as diversity in Asia. A lot of things have been talked about the supply chain disruptions, and especially after the COVID, everyone is now thinking about alternate supply chain routes, and many of them involve China plus one strategy, which involves the diversification of supplies of both raw material as well as the finished products. With trade tensions between between US and China, this China plus one strategy has gained new importance. The current war between Russia and Ukraine has also added to this new dimension. Therefore, India's quest to have a manufacturing hub and make in India can play a very important role on the countries like Japan, which are heavily dependent for the various supplies from China. As far as major areas of cooperations are concerned, the rule of international law, which has been again talked by my previous speakers, both countries, India and Japan, stand for values such as freedom, democracy, and rule of law. On the South China Sea issue, both countries believe that it is essential to settle the dispute according to international laws, and India and Japan oppose the claims of the territory in the disputed South China Seas. Maritime security, both countries have considered the security of sea lanes of communication as crucial stability of the region. China's ambition to become blue water navy has raised concern. The safety of merchant ships through the Gulf of Aden is one of the critical areas. And because almost 85% of the crude oil and 25% of LNG imported by Japan is transported using the sea lines communications through the Strait of Hormuz. India's 70% energy import also comes through the Indian Ocean. In addition to this security concern, there are several development agenda which both the countries can do it within India as well as in the developing countries. For example, India and Japan place a strong emphasis in connectivity in South Asia. Infrastructure is being developed in Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Myanmar by Japan and India. Bangladesh is located at the intersection between India and ASEAN, and therefore this connectivity is of vital importance for both the countries. Japan is the only country that has allowed by India to invest in strategically sensitive regions like India's northeast region and also Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Another cooperation dimension is also development of South, which especially in Africa. Africa is also important for both the countries, and both the countries want to develop infrastructure and capabilities on the western rim of Indo-Pacific. In this regard, Asia-Africa Growth Corridor, AAGC, vision document has released in May 2017 is very important, which envisage with the objectives of improving economic connectivity between Asia and Africa through industrial networks. It is perceived as an attempt to counter China's RBI. Another common area of interest will be a cooperation against piracy and terrorism. India-Japan cooperation is important to contain piracy and terrorism in Indo-Pacific region. Terrorism launched from the western Indo-Pacific and targeted Mumbai in November 2008. Similarly, pirates in the Gulf of Aden targeting the sea lanes of communication. It is a major threat to the security of western side. India has deployed its naval ships across the sea lanes as described by Admiral Arun Prakash, and Japan's cooperation will be seen in a major way to do this. In short, I would like to emphasize that India-Japan partnership, as described by many others in today's seminar, has a tremendous potential, and there is a lot more to do to overcome the hesitations from each other and come out with a new partnership that has no baggage of history, and at the same time there are enormous potential not only in terms of bilateral relations but also in the developing the other countries of interest. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vijay, and let's give him a very warm round of applause for that. And we just come to the Q&A session. I'll begin by asking Admiral Prakash that if you looked at the Quad arrangement, the security aspects seem to have been dominated now by the AUKUS, the formation of Australia, UK and USA, and the fact that USA is willing to sell or at least lease nuclear submarines. We don't know the exact details. Do you think it's time now for India? And there was a proposal by one of the American researchers, Ashley Tellis, you might know of him, talked about in his recent book that since relations with Russia might get impaired because of the Ukraine war, should we be getting into an arrangement with France, and France should enable us and cooperate in building nuclear submarines for us? What is your view on that in terms of strategy?
Yeah, I think that makes sense because Russia has been our main source of military hardware for the last 60, 70 years. Almost even till today, 75 or 80% of our military hardware comes from Russia and from Ukraine. Now, both these countries are in deep, they're engaged with each other. Their military industries are in deep trouble. So, as far as sourcing of military hardware is concerned, I think we can forget about Russia and Ukraine. Our own industry will take some time, even in spite of Atmanirbhar campaign and so on. It will take a few years, maybe a decade or two. So, in the interim, what should we do? So, that suggestion makes sense that we need to look elsewhere. There are many other sources of hardware, France, Israel, South Africa, etc. But more than hardware, we should be looking at capability, technology, so that the faster we become self-reliant, the better it will be for us. So, sourcing of hardware is not really a problem. The problem will be to break away from the Russian legacy. It's not easy if your armed forces have been operating with it for so many years. So, breaking away that. The other issue is that we should, we are continuously shying away from terming Quad as a security arrangement. We go out of our way to say, no, it is not an alliance, not a partnership. Well, two of the world's largest armies have been in a face-off for the last 30 months. Nothing seems to be moving, nothing seems to be changing. Therefore, something different needs to be done. And I think by seeking alliances, partnerships, and giving Quad a security connotation might send the right message to China. But by deliberately shying away from it, trade hasn't worked, trade is increasing, deficit is increasing, diplomacy hasn't started, military face-off is not working, so we got to look somewhere else. And I think the maritime domain is the right place. And perhaps don't make it a NATO, but give it a hint of security connotation.
Ambassador Sybil, would you agree? A bit of a security aspect or teeth to Quad is what is required to contain China?
And can I just add one more thought to what Geeta had said? Do you think there'll be a war in Taiwan? Do you think China will invade Taiwan soon enough? And therefore all these things. So, Japan is directly interested in that question as well.
Well, insofar as Quad is concerned, I think everybody understands what the origin of this is and what it is intended for. Now, diplomacy requires that we don't unnecessarily project it as a security arrangement. Because, in fact, in more ways than one, it is precisely that. And it is intended to neutralize, to the extent possible, all the advantages in various domains that China has managed to acquire as a result of its rise. Now, we all know, I think we accept today, that war is not what it used to be. It's not simply a physical contest. So advanced technology, cyber, the whole concept of hybrid warfare, information warfare, everything is involved. So I don't think we gain anything very much in focusing too much on the security aspect. But if you look at the list of issues on which the Quad is cooperating, which were agreed at the Quad summit, almost all of them are related to China, to the gains China has made and the grip it has acquired on critical raw materials and technologies and weaponizing overdependence. It is to break that. Even connectivity. The agenda of connectivity, which may on the face of it doesn't seem to have a security dimension, is actually to counter BRI. And BRI is a vehicle and a machine for China to gain much greater global influence. So if you are countering China across the board, then we have to establish an agenda of cooperation which is not simply focused on security. That is one. The other, much more important from my point of view, or equally important, is that are we very clear in our mind that when push comes to shove in Ladakh or in the East, the Americans will come running? They won't. And we've all accepted that at the end of the day, we will have to combat this ourselves. Now, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy, but we have shown our determination, and for the time being, we have been able to successfully stand off against the Chinese. The Chinese can't have any ambitions to militarily conquer India or large parts of territory. So what will they do? Gain a few kilometers in the dark or here and there, some advantages, peaks here and there, which is a setback definitely. But it is not going to result in the crumbling of India, and we can cope with that. Therefore, whatever we do in terms of a strategy should be commensurate with the real danger. And the real danger is China's global power, which means that we must act on a much wider framework with our partners. And that, well, Australia is not that way a very significant country, but United States and Japan are. And United States has all the technologies we need, all the, especially the space and this and that. And Japan has tremendous technology. Some of it were mentioned just now by Admiral Prakash, only if they will loosen up and their own constitution would allow them to actually increase their defense cooperation with us. And in all the other areas that we are discussing, US is absolutely critical. And it has not deterred us at all, the fact that we are not tom-tomming the security aspect of Quad to strengthen our defense ties with the United States. Look at all we have done, foundational agreements, $22 billion of military hardware we bought from the United States. And the exercises we just did an exercise 100 kilometers from from the LAC. It's very clear what we are doing. Therefore, I would suggest let's be careful, let's be diplomatic. Let what we are doing speak for itself rather than unnecessarily creating a controversy around it. And finally, if you allow me 1 minute, very, very important to keep Russia on our side. Not simply because 70–80% of our equipment comes from there, but for the structure of our balance policy, for the balance of our foreign policy, we must have good relations with Russia. And Russia today needs India much more than it needed in the past. They have to balance China with strong relationship with India. And that is also in their mind, which is why Putin is now, glorifying India and our Prime Minister and our future.
Okay, I'd like to take the conversation to Mr. Chathaiwale. All through the day, we've been speaking about India-Japan opportunities and engagement, but there has been a lot of conversation, Raj, about how underwhelming the interest has been of Japan when it comes to India. Now, you have been working a lot into getting and engaging with Japan and the outreach. But do the soft power diplomacy that now has become a very important part of Government of India's toolkit, do they really translate into diplomatic deliverables?
If you ask me this question in a general term, yes, it has really worked in many contexts. And whenever Prime Minister goes abroad, it is visible, not only in terms of the yoga and wellness and our traditional way of medicine, but also India's diaspora has become a big asset for India. But that has not been significantly leveraged as far as India-Japan is concerned. That also is the fact. Japan has a very little Indian diaspora. Of course, one of the biggest connection is our civilizational connect, and many attempts are being made to revive that. I heard that there are now chartered flights coming from Japan to Bodh Gaya, specifically to visit Bodh Gaya and taking them back to Japan. So these are some, I would say that green shoots, but potential is enormous and we need to work much harder to strengthen it.
I think we have got time just for one more round of questions before you wind up. And maybe what you could do is leave us with one, big thing that you would think India and Japan should do. Starting with you, Admiral Prakash. If there's one big thing that you'd want India and Japan to do, what would that be?
The point you would raised about Russian hardware, and I think that should weigh heavily on our minds, those who are concerned with national security, that Russian and Ukrainian hardware is no longer an option for us. And secondly, the Prime Minister himself has been emphasizing this self-reliance business. So we need technology, we need military technology, and unless we become self-reliant in major weapon systems, all this talk about strategic autonomy, etc., is meaningless. So Japan is a friend. It's a technologically highly advanced country. We should persuade Japan, in spite of their they'll have to do something about the constitutional constraints. But despite that, we need to reach out to Japan and persuade them that they need to share for mutual benefit advanced military technology with us so that India becomes self-reliant and become a significant Indo-Pacific power. Because so far we can call ourselves regional power, net security provider, etc. But as long as our military-industrial complex is not strong enough, all these claims will ring hollow. So the first step we need to do to make ourselves a credible power is to strengthen our military-industrial complex, and that's one place that Japan can help.
That's a good thought, Admiral.
Couple of things. One is that Japan has a lot of work to do in order to strengthen its own defense capabilities. Mm-hmm. After all, well, China is our neighbor, but so is China their neighbor. And flashpoints are very much there, not only in South China Sea, Senkaku, but Taiwan and North Korea. So they haven't, at the moment, reached levels of self-defense capabilities that they need to build up. Are they in a position to broaden their larger defense effort to also strengthen defense ties with India in the areas that have been mentioned? Could happen, but it's not going to happen in the foreseeable future. Number two, I don't think Japan will be a step ahead of the United States in this regard. They're very closely aligned with the United States. If the United States wants to strengthen our capabilities and actually support our Atmanirbhar movement agenda, they can do so much more effectively than Japan. But Japan will be in lockstep with the United States. If the United States does more, Japan will do more. If the United States is hesitant, Japan will not want to do more than what the United States is politically willing to do. Therefore, we must be realistic. And the last thought is that just as they transformed our automobile industry, we've been saying, come, transform our electronics industry. If you look at facts and figures about our electronics exports, they probably will be larger than our oil exports in a short while. They have the capability of doing that. It has defense aspects to it too. And this is something they can do without their constitution prohibiting them from doing so.
Vijay?
Yeah. I think in the post-Abe era, on one side, and also the current dynamics in the Indo-Pacific, both India and Japan needs to reassure themselves that we need to add new dimensions to our development agenda, as Ambassador Sibal has said. In addition to automobile and connectivity, there are many other sectors, and also assure the other smaller countries in the Indo-Pacific that both India and Japan are equally committed for the equitable partnership with those countries to reassure them to be a partner in their development.
On that note, it's time up for this session. Thank you so much for joining us over here. The big takeaway from the session is that there are a lot of opportunities between India and Japan. Quite a bit of them are being looked into, but there is more to be done. Thank you so much, Mr. Chathaiwale, Ambassador Sibal, and Admiral Prakash. A big round of applause, please.
Thank you so much, everybody, for that very detailed discussion. We've also got to invite Mr. M.G. Arun, Executive Editor of India Today, to share a token of our thanks. After what's been a very intense afternoon, we've actually saved the best for last for all of you. Something that will help you to calm your nerves and ease into the evening that we have planned.
It's raring for adventure. A fierce hunter. The new breed rises above all others. A new breed of SUVs, the advanced Grand Vitara, rule every road. It's hybrid by nature, a silent predator. The new breed rises above all others. A new breed of SUVs, the advanced Grand Vitara, rule every road.
मेरा जूता है जापानी फिर भी दिल है हिंदुस्तानी. A shared cultural bond. That's what we're going to get a glimpse into this evening here at the Indo-Japan Summit. I want to take a moment to introduce our guests and then I'll invite them on stage. From Japan, Kaori Naka is a dynamic dancer in Guru Dev Prasad Das style under the guidance of Guru Gajendra Kumar Panda and Guru Jyoti Srivastava. More than 2 decades yet, still seeking the elusive heart of Odissi. Trained dance in Canada in 2004 and in Delhi under Guru Kavita Dwivedi in the ICCR Scholarship. 2006, and she has settled down in India from 2013. Welcome, Kaori. Grammy-nominated virtuoso of the sitar for over 30 years, Gaurav Mazumdar has been offering audiences around the world compelling experiences with one of the world's most ancient and sacred traditions, Indian classical music. Through his performances and educational initiatives, he has been champion of preserving the art form and tradition. Like his teacher, the legendary Pandit Jaishankar, Mazumdar has also been committed to expanding it through cross-cultural exchanges, like his Grammy-nominated performance with Daniel Hope, with other East-West collaborations, and his work with Philip Glass, as well as his collaboration with the Hesse family on the ballet Siddhartha. His many achievements include being the only Indian artist to perform at the Vatican, as well as his performance at the Concert for George for the late George Harrison. Gaurav has collaborated with Japanese musicians and also performed in Japan itself. A very warm welcome to Gaurav Mazumdar. Big round of applause, everyone.
वहाँ पे नहीं, वहाँ नहीं, यहाँ पे लगा दीजिए भैया. मैं बता, एक मिनट रुक जाओ. यहाँ पे लगाइए. ये जो बर्ड है ना, इसके ऊपर. थैंक यू भैया. हाँ वो. टेप पे हाँ. थैंक यू. How are you? Thank you for that wonderful introduction. इसमें थोड़ा एको आ रहा है.
We're just going to get the sound just right because Gaurav has promised to kickstart this session with playing us a little bit of his wonderful melodies.
एक काम करेंगे, ये जो स्टैंड है ना यहाँ से दे सकेंगे और यहाँ से वो बहुत अच्छा आएगा फिर. एंड दिस विल नॉट ब्लॉक. हाँ मैंने पहले किया है, सो अच्छा आ जाएगा. बस इसको आप यहाँ क्लिप कर दीजिए. थैंक यू. Thank you. सब स्ट्रिंग्स देख लो एक बार. सा जो है थोड़ा थोड़ा चढ़ेगा. Definitely better. Thank you. और इसका जो है इसमें टेक्सचर में कुछ मत करिए, सिर्फ वॉल्यूम दीजिए बस. नॉर्मल नेचुरल साउंड दीजिए. ट्रेबल और बेस जो है ना, और मिड हल्का हल्का दीजिएगा. पहले थोड़ा वॉल्यूम दे दीजिए बस. थोड़ा सा वॉल्यूम और दे दीजिए. थोड़ा सा और वॉल्यूम. सितार वाला, नॉट द वॉइस, जस्ट द सितार. Ranjit, it's okay? Yeah, I think we are set. मेरा जूता है जापानी. Thank you.
That was fantastic. Thank you so much for lightening up the entire evening. Gaurav, share with us your experiences. You've done so many international collaborations. You've had a chance to observe some of the cultural differences and similarities around the world. How are the cultures between India and Japan? Similar, different? What are the intersecting points? What do you feel binds the two together?
Thank you. Wonderful question, Abha. Whenever I try to embrace another culture, meet a musician from a different tradition, I always try to look for the differences first. Because in isolation, we are unique. Every tradition, every form of music, they have evolved hundreds and thousands of kilometers away. So they look different, they sound different. The instruments are different, even though the principles are same. You will have a stringed instrument. Instead of having the frets or the bridge of the sitar, on the koto, the beautiful Japanese instrument, the plugged instrument, they have a movable bridge which keeps moving, and hence you get other notes. The sound is very distinct, very different. So whenever I collaborate with another musician, my collaboration with Japanese musicians, I always tell them, retain who you are, and I retain who we are, and let's try and meet with our differences, because then what we create is something unique and very different. Otherwise, if they end up playing rags, and I end up playing the pentatonic scale Japanese music is quite known for, it will sound very similar to who we are and who they are, and why are we collaborating then? So it's good to embrace the differences and get to learn their culture, and that's exactly what I did in all my collaborations. Also with the collaboration I did with these wonderful Japanese musicians who came on a scholarship through the Japanese Foundation here in Delhi. And we spent quite a lot of time together. They came to my home, in my music room. We sat for hours trying to find that sound we are trying to create. I didn't want to tell them about rags and I didn't want to learn. We just played for the first few hours and then we found common grounds. And what came out was very, very nice. People loved it. And that's how I approach any collaboration I do.
I'm going to ask you to, in a moment, play something that has been popular with your Japanese audience. But I'm going to go across to Kauri as well and understand from her what made you pick up the Odissi style of dance. What drew you to it? You've spent so many years perfecting the art.
Namaste.
Still not on.
Not on?
Yeah.
Just put it here. Just closer. Yeah.
Namaskar.
Can we have her microphone? Let me give it to her. Yeah. Why don't you take this? You're welcome.
Good evening. Meifun Kaori Naka. Konbanwa. My name is Kaori Naka. When I was 18, 19, I used to travel a lot Asian countries, and when I came to India, I saw Odissi at the Ragrajpur in Orissa. It's a very small art village. Then I was so impressed, and since then I started learning this dance.
We will have the pleasure of watching Kaori dance as well a little later. But first, what was the reaction in Japan, Kaori, to you doing Odissi? It must be an art form they're not familiar with.
I think in Japan, Odissi is quite popular. Of course, Indian classical art, dance, music it's not big field, but I think some people are really fond of it and really deep in it, because the Indian classical art is really deep.
Okay. So we know that Japanese influences have infiltrated Bollywood. But what resonates when it comes to Japanese audiences, when it comes to our music?
I think it's our scales, especially the pentatonic scales, like a very beautiful haunting melody, which we play very often in the morning. Sitar sound. It's played so much in Japan. It's known as Rag Gunkali in India. And it's very, very, very common, and it sounds very beautiful. It's very meditative. And what makes it different is the slur or the mead we have. But we do have shrutis or microtones, which is also used in Japanese music, very much. And the slur is there, especially on instruments like the shakuhachi, the flute. And you hear it, but it's executed differently. But you hear the microtones if you really hear very closely. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Tell us a little bit about your journey as well, Gaurav. Yeah, go ahead.
My journey has been now almost 30 years long, performing in India, in my country, where I love performing, collaborating in India with Indian musicians, especially from the South, which has got a very distinct tradition, the Carnatic music, then doing music for films, and also working with Western musicians in India. It's been a great experience. Then traveling abroad, meeting wonderful musicians like Philip Glass and Daniel Hope, working with the Chicago Sinfonietta, writing the concerto, working with Chinese musicians, with the Shenzhen Symphony Orchestra. I did my premiere of my first concerto celebration a few years back. Collaboration always is very, very, very important for me because it makes me grow. I think out of the box and I try to create something original, something different, something challenging, even for me. So the sitar pieces I play in my collaborations are very different to what I play in my classical music with the tabla, the classical tradition. So, but the process is a very learning experience for me. I learn so much. I learn about their culture, I learn about their instruments, I learn how they have learned, because as you know, for us the tradition is so very personal. We are part of the family of our guru, our teacher. We live with our teacher. I stayed with my guru for 7 years in his house to learn this music. And it's a very, very personal. In Japan, it's also like that, you know. So it's very important for me to know how they have done it, how they have learned, how they struggled. So my journey is still continuing. I'm still very much in the beginning of my, whatever little I play, I know, and I hope I still find a lot of experiences going forward for a long, long, long time. Thank you.
Gauri, what about you? And what made you move to India? What's next for you?
As I said, this Indian classical dance is really deep, and this is like a long journey, never end. So I would like to continue learning process. And I love Indian culture, Indian people. I settled down here like 10 years ago, and still I learn many things from India.
What do you like most about India?
People, culture, of course, art is really deep and beautiful.
You know, we're talking about, you know, the Indo-Japan conclave and so many opportunities for partnership and growth and so forth. You know, how do you see an increase in integration, even when it comes to art and culture going forward, you know, just in terms of what you've seen, how you feel things have perhaps changed, how receptive people are to giving a platform to artists, to classical music and the arts as well, to keeping those alive, you know, in the current scheme of things?
You know, it's not just today. There has been a lot of give and take when it has come to music and art and culture. Like this song, this beautiful song written by Shailendra, the great poet, excuse me, was written way back in 1951, Mera Juta Hai Japani. And I don't know where it came from, because we have always known the best shoes comes from Italy and China. So, but he wrote this beautiful song, Mera Juta Hai Japani, basically saying, whatever you do, you travel all over the world, you get the best from wherever, but my heart is still Indian. So you retain who you are anyway. But this, if you see the Bombay film industry, I don't like calling it Bollywood, there is such a give and take always. The orchestration of Bombay film music is exemplary, because they have taken the best of the Western music, especially the harmony, orchestration, and incorporated our melodies, our rags, and made Indian composition. So when you hear that orchestration, it's correct in terms of technique when it comes to harmony, counterpoint, but it's very Indian. But it's been taken. So our culture has always found a resonance, whether it is Japan, whether it is Germany, England, America. People have traveled. I've been traveling for 30 years now. my Guru Pandit Ravi Shankar ji, who took this music and culture to the world, his elder brother Uday Shankar ji, way back in 1930s, took this music and dance to all over the world. And there was always people who were very fascinated with this music. They always gave up the best platforms, I would say, not just a platform, but the best platforms. You talk of Carnegie Hall, you talk Royal Albert Hall, you talk of Festival Hall. They all have seen this music for the last at least 70, 80 years, 100 years. So there is always a room. Now, how do you do it? If somebody is starting today, how does he find the platform? How does he find a way to go abroad? I don't have an answer. But if you're good in your work, if you are open, if you really embrace everybody who comes along your way, you will find a way to find the right platform which you deserve. And there is always room to do so much. There's so much more to be done.
Gauri, when you moved to India, and in the recent years that you've been practicing, firstly, what is your routine like? How long do you have to practice, and how often do you perform? And secondly, what was the experience in coming back to the land of Odissi dancers, really, compared to being in Japan, where I'm guessing there would be fewer? When you've come into the Indian, space, how has that experience been in working with other artists and other dancers?
First of all, my routine, I start from yoga in the morning. And its program is all depends on the organizers. Whenever I get the opportunity, I never say no. I'm happy to dance because it's passion to dance. And what was it?
And have you had the opportunity to interact with some of the other dancers here in India?
Yes, still I have been learning under Guruji, so I perform with other dancers, and actually they are really good because they are Indian. I'm not Indian, so there's a huge gap. I cannot explain, but it's huge gap. I have to learn a lot because I'm not Indian, so I'm not born as a dancer in India. So I have to learn a lot about culture. So it's endless.
Got it. Gaurav, would you play something else for us?
Sure, definitely. What would you like to hear?
What would you like to hear, everybody?
Okay, I'll play some melody which belongs to this part of the day, and hopefully you'll like it. Thank you. I need little better sound for my sitar. If I can have little more volume.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I think we should give an opportunity for Kauri to
Definitely.
perform. I have a few notes on the dance. She's going to be presenting Shivastak. It's a compilation of 8 verses glorifying the Lord Shiva, the preceptor of gods, the king of all animals, the auspicious one, and the supreme Lord who protects and transforms the universe.
We leave the stage.
We'll leave the stage, yes. Come on.
Thank you. Thank you, Abha. Thank you.
Thank you
all
so
of
much.
you.
Thank you so much, Gauri.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
And
thank you. All the best. Looking forward. Yeah, of course. I'll be here in the front. I'll be there in the front. नहीं कभी नहीं बेटा इसको भी रख के आ जाओ and we'll one sit there.
जल्दी आओ यार उधर रख दो
आ रहे हैं पूरे लास्ट
वन्दे शम्भु उमापतिम् सुरगुरु वन्दे शम्भु उमापतिम् सुरगुरु वन्दे जगत् वन्दे पन्नग भूषण मृगधरम् वन्दे पशुना पतिम् वन्दे सूर्य शशाङ्क वह्निनयनम् वन्दे मुकुन्द प्रियम् वन्दे भक्त जनाश्रयं च वरदम् वन्दे वन्दे शिव शङ्करा वन्दे शिव शङ्करा गुणहीन महिषगणाभरणम् प्रभुमीश मनीष महेश गुणहीन महिषगणाभरणम् गुणहीन महिषगणाभरणम् रणनीर्जित दुर्जय दैत्यपुरम् रणनीर्जित दुर्जय दैत्यपुरम् प्रणमामि शिवं शिवकल्पतरुम् प्रणमामि शिवं शिवकल्पतरुम् गिरिराज सुतानित पावतनु गिरिराज सुतानित पावतनु कनुनीन्दित राजित कोटि विभु कनुनीन्दित राजित कोटि विभु विधि विष्णु शिरोस्मित पादयुगम् विधि विष्णु शिरोस्मित पादयुगम् प्रणमामि शिवं शिवकल्पतरुम् प्रणमामि शिवं शिवकल्पतरुम् शशलाञ्छन रञ्जित सन्मुकुटम् शशलाञ्छन रञ्जित सन्मुकुटम् कटिलम्बित सुन्दर प्रीतिपटम् कटिलम्बित सुन्दर प्रीतिपटम् शैव निनीकृत भूतजटम् सुरशैव निनीकृत भूतजटम् नयनात्रयभूषित चारुमुखम् मुख पद्मविनिन्दित कोटिविधु मुख पद्मविनिन्दित कोटिविधु विधु खण्ड विमण्डित विमण्डित भालतटम् प्रणमामि शिवं शिवकल्पतरुम् प्रणमामि शिवं शिवकल्पतरुम् हुं 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 पुरमण्डल त्रिमि त्रिमि त्रुपु त्रुपु लङ्कनादत्वरे दिग्गजं 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 न दत्त हि पुष्पम् सदा पापचित्तै पुनः जन्म दुःखात् परित्राहि शम्भो भजतोऽखिल दुःख समूहहरम् प्रणमामि शिवं शिवकल्पतरुम् किट्टक गदिगन धा किट्टक गदिगन धा किट्टक गदिगन टहट अट्ट हस्त विकट कराल उत्पटश्च जिगे 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 दुंतिले प्रकट प्रकट अस्त अस्त दिमित 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 रक्त शरद लाभ दंत कुंज सद तंग मंगल यंग कैत कैत कै होंग कैत कैत कै होंग सुसत सुस्त दंस कन्य दिवस भैरव रुद्र महाकल दिवस भैरव रुद्र महाकल दिवस भैरव रुद्र महाकल
Thank you for such a spectacular performance, Gauri and Gauravda. That was a wonderful end to the evening. And I'd like to invite you both back on stage, as well as Ranjit Sahai, Managing Editor, India Today magazine, and the person who's really been integral to putting together today. Please, could we welcome them back on stage? Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much, all of you, for being such a wonderful audience today as well. Cocktails and dinner will follow in Rajabagh, and I hope our guests...
It's raring for adventure. A fierce hunter. The new breed rises above all others. A new breed of SUVs, the advanced Grand Vitara, rule every road. It's hybrid by nature, a silent predator. The new breed rises above all others. A new breed of SUVs, the advanced Grand Vitara, rule every road. It's raring for adventure, a fierce hunter. The new breed rises above all others. A new breed of SUVs, the advanced Grand Vitara, rule every road. It's hybrid by nature, a silent predator. The new breed rises above all others. A new breed of SUVs, the advanced Grand Vitara, rule every road.